My family uninvited me from Thanksgiving. I got engaged, threw a party for 24 people. Then mom texted, "How could you do this without family?"
Hey.
When I called my sister on Thanksgiving morning to check my arrival time, I assumed I had been forgotten. Brooke answered the fifth ring, and I could hear voices and laughter in the background. The kind of warm chaos that only happens when a house is crowded with family. "Oh my God, Miles," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I thought Mom called you." The stillness that followed told me everything I needed to know. They were already present. All of them. The entire family had gathered at my parents' house, and no one had bothered to inform me. "They called me about what?" I asked, despite the fact that I was already aware. Brooke struggled for words. The sounds of the gathering were muffled as she walked to a quieter location. "We decided to celebrate Thanksgiving earlier this year. Like last weekend. Mom wanted to escape the holiday throng at the supermarket. Last weekend. They celebrated Thanksgiving last weekend. And somehow, despite all of the planning, preparation, and group texting, no one remembered to tell me. My phone had been quiet all week. There were no messages indicating who was providing what meal. There are no questions about my arrival time. There are no changes to the schedule. I had attributed it to everyone's preoccupation with their own preparations. I'd spent 3 days preparing my grandmother's famous sweet potato dish. The dish takes 7 hours because the potatoes must be roasted separately and the praline coating is made by hand. It was still warm on my kitchen countertop, wrapped in foil. "Why hadn't anybody told me?" I inquired. Brooke's silence was so long that I could hear my nephew shouting something in the background. I overheard my brother-in-law advise him to calm down. "I really thought Mom had called you," she finally admitted. "Miles, I apologize for the awkward situation. Would you like to come over right now? We have leftovers." Leftovers. They had celebrated Thanksgiving without me, and as a consolation, they were serving me leftovers. "No," I replied, "I'm fine. Enjoy your day." I hung up before she could respond. 34 years old, standing in my apartment, looking at a sweet potato casserole I'd cooked for people who had forgotten about me. The rational part of my brain said it was a genuine mistake, a misunderstanding that could be addressed and forgiven, but the rest of me knew better. It wasn't the first time, but it was the most obvious, and it confirmed a pattern I'd been ignoring. I grabbed the dish and went down to my neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, an elderly widow living alone, who opened the door in her bathrobe and was surprised to see me. "Miles, what is this?" she inquired. "Thanksgiving dinner," I said. "I earned too much. I thought you might enjoy it." Her expression brightened in a way that made my chest hurt. "Oh honey, this is so kind. Come inside and have some with me." I had never been added to any group conversations, and I had no idea that family gatherings were taking place until I saw photos on social media. My sister's baby shower last month, which I found out about 4 days later when my mother casually mentioned it on the phone, and my brother Grant's promotion celebration. I had assumed these were impromptu, last-minute gatherings, but after looking at the images and seeing the decor, synchronized attire, and clear preparation, I realized the truth. They were planned, just not with me in mind. I was an afterthought at best, and an oversight at worst. The pattern dated back years, and I was too preoccupied with showing up when I was invited to realize how unusual that was. At 9:30 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from my mother, and Brooke informed me about the confusion. "Sorry, honey. I thought your sister had notified you about the date change. I hope you had a pleasant, quiet Thanksgiving." The message was flippant and contemptuous of what had happened. There is confusion, a minor misunderstanding, and no fundamental statement about my position in the family hierarchy. The fact that I had spent hours preparing food for a party that had taken place without me. That I felt like an idiot for believing I was important enough to be notified. And that this was the culmination of years of being peripheral to my own family, would have no effect. They'd apologize with the same casual dismissiveness, saying I was being overly sensitive, and nothing would change. So I said nothing at all. The next morning I opened my calendar and began deleting. My mother's birthday in 4 weeks. Grant's birthday in January. Brooke's anniversary in February. My father's birthday in March. And every family birthday, anniversary, graduation, recital and holiday that I'd been keeping track of for years. It took me 25 minutes to get them all out. I had set reminders to ensure that I never forgot anyone important. They had forgotten me at Thanksgiving, and I would forget them everywhere else. The decision felt cold and planned, but it was also necessary, like amputating a gangrenous limb to save the body. I wasn't going to beg for inclusion anymore, and I wasn't going to continue showing up for people who didn't care about my existence. My mother's 66th birthday was 4 weeks later, and I didn't call, text, or send her a card. My phone remained silent the entire day. My father called the next day and said, "Miles, your mother was hurt that you didn't acknowledge her birthday." His voice had that harsh, dissatisfied tone I'd grown accustomed to, as if I had failed some hidden expectation. "I forgot," I confessed. My father exclaimed in surprise. "You forgot your mother's birthday? That is not like you." He was correct. It was unlike me. The old me. The me who worked tirelessly to maintain connections that were never reciprocated. But I was trying on a new version of myself, one who didn't take other people's criticism personally. "I've had a lot on my mind," I said. "I'm sure she understands." My father's silence implied that she did not understand. "She is your mother, Miles. You should call her." I said I would and then hung up, with no intention of following through. As a senior architect at a downtown company designing sustainable housing projects for urban regeneration, I poured myself into a new project, a mixed-use complex that would provide affordable homes to a severely underserved area. The task was both challenging and rewarding, requiring all of my creative energy and technical abilities. My manager Marissa noticed the increased intensity. "You're outputting at an incredible pace," she said during our monthly check-in. "Is everything okay outside of the office?" I assured her that everything was fine, and in some ways it was. The absence of family obligations had freed up space in my mind that I had not realized was filled. No more mental reminders about whose birthday was coming up. There will be no more guilt for skipping a random family meeting. No more playing the role of a good son and brother when it was never returned. I was lighter without the weight. Grant celebrated his birthday in January. He was turning 39, and his wife Sloane had spent months planning a lavish surprise party. I knew this because she texted me in November, asking if I could help set up the venue. Of course I agreed because it was what the older Miles would have done. But when the day arrived, I simply did not show up. I didn't cancel. I didn't explain. I simply let my commitment vanish, as if it never existed. Sloane called me 3 times during the party. I did not react. The next day Grant left a bewildered and angry message. "What the heck, dude? Sloane counted on you, and we had to hustle to get things ready. This is not like you." That sentence again. This is not like you. They treated me as if the version they knew was the only one, as if I couldn't change, disengage, or defend myself. I listened to Grant's voicemail twice before deleting it without responding. 4 days later, he tried again, this time sounding less angry and more concerned. "Miles, are you okay? Mom claimed you didn't call on her birthday either. People are worried." The compassion seemed forced, as if he was checking a box rather than truly caring. If he was truly concerned, he could have noticed my absence before I stopped showing up. He could have asked why I didn't join the family group chat. He could have asked me to events instead of relying on our parents to make all the arrangements. But Grant had never been one to look beyond his immediate needs. None of them were. They lived in a bubble of family unity and assumed I was among them, despite the fact that they repeatedly demonstrated otherwise. Brooke marked her anniversary in February. 16 years of marriage to Travis, whom I had never liked, but had always been polite to for her sake. They were throwing a large party at a winery 90 minutes away from the city. The invitation had arrived in the mail 2 months before Thanksgiving, before everything changed. It sat on my refrigerator, held up with a magnet, as a reminder of the old responsibilities I was relinquishing. On the day of the celebration, I went trekking instead. I drove 3 hours north to a path I had been wanting to explore. I spent 7 hours walking through the winter woods, only hearing my thoughts and the crunching of frozen leaves beneath my boots. My phone buzzed occasionally in my backpack, but I did not check it. When I got back to my car around twilight, I found 16 missed calls and 27 text messages. The messages ranged from worried to furious to guilt-tripping. Brooke inquires, "Where are you? Everyone is asking about you." My mother said, "Today is Brooke's special day. You should be here." Grant tells him to stop being a child and get to the winery. My father, "Your behavior is unacceptable and hurtful." Travis is surprised. "Hello, dude. I hope you're fine." Brooke is worried. I read them all while sitting in my car as the temperature dropped and darkness descended on the parking lot. Then I turned off my phone and drove home alone. The claims of being a child and engaging in improper behavior rang hollow. These were people who had forgotten to invite me to Thanksgiving, hosted a large family gathering without me, and accepted uncertainty as an explanation. Their sudden concern about my absence felt more like annoyance that I wasn't performing my assigned function. When I finally picked up my phone that night, there was a voicemail from my mother. Her voice was tense from suppressed rage. "Miles, I'm not sure what's gotten into you lately, but this behavior has to stop. You're causing pain to those who care about you." Brooke sobbed at her own anniversary celebration because her brother couldn't be bothered to attend. "Your father and I raised you much better than that. Call me." I saved the voicemail but did not call back. The phrase "people who love you" seemed like a weapon, designed to compel rather than soothe. Did they adore me? Or did they prefer the version of me who turned up when summoned, volunteered when asked, and never sought recompense? The more I reflected on it, the less confident I became that I had ever been loved for who I was rather than what I could contribute. There were several events in March. My father's birthday is on the 5th, my nephew's 7th birthday party is on the 12th, and I learned about a family dinner on the 18th from a Facebook event that my cousin had unintentionally invited me to. I did not attend any of them. I acknowledged none of them. I lived in a vacuum of my own creation, cut off from the familial ecology into which I was born. My mother stopped calling when I didn't show up for my father's birthday. Brooke tried a few more times, her messages becoming increasingly urgent. "Miles, I don't understand what's going on. Please talk to me and tell me what we did wrong." The fact that she couldn't figure out what they'd done wrong was enough of an explanation. If they couldn't see the pattern, the years of marginalization and casual rejection, explaining it would be pointless. Elena, my girlfriend, had been recommending it for months, gently observing that I was distant and that something was definitely hurting me. Dr. Samuel Park, a family systems therapist, specialized in adult children from dysfunctional households. During our first meeting, I told him about Thanksgiving, the wiped calendar, and the activities I had stopped attending. He listened without judgment and took occasional notes. After I finished, he remained silent for a long time. "What you're describing is a pattern of parentification and invisible labor," he responded. "You are expected to maintain family ties, remember important events, and show up on a regular basis. However, such efforts were not reciprocated. When you removed that work, the system started to fail. The clinical analysis of what I'd been feeling was beneficial. It wasn't in my brain, and I wasn't being overly sensitive. It was a true dynamic with a name. The sessions helped me realize something important. My family's sense of unity was based on my unseen job. I was the one who remembered birthdays, made plans, and sought out to stay connected. When I stopped doing that work, the relationships dissolved, not because we weren't close, but because we had never been close in a reciprocal sense. I was the architect of our family ties, and they would cease to exist unless I actively built and nurtured them. "What do you want?" Dr. Park inquired during our 6th session. "From them, from yourself, or from this situation?" I'd been asking myself that same question for months. What I wanted was for them to miss me, to understand what they'd lost, and to understand that my presence wasn't guaranteed but had to be earned and maintained. While an apology would be nice, acknowledgement would be even better. In May, my cousin Javier got engaged, and the news was announced on Facebook with a photo of him and his partner, Lucas, bringing their hands up to display identical rings. The post received 80 responses, with all family members thanking them and expressing delight. I almost commented as well, but I stopped myself. Javier and I were close as children, but as adults, we grew apart. He'd been to Thanksgiving, the event from which I had been excluded, and he knew I wasn't there but didn't say anything. He hadn't contacted me since. I loved the shot and went on with my day. 3 weeks later, the invitation to the engagement party arrived, and I threw it away without opening it. Elena proposed to me on a Saturday morning climb, took out a ring at Mount Tamias's peak, and asked me to marry her in front of a dozen people who immediately began cheering. I said yes, overcome with delight and love for the sheer fact that someone saw me, truly saw me, and chose me. We called our closest friends that afternoon and decided to throw a small engagement party the following month. When Elena asked if I wanted to invite or inform my family, my chest tightened. "No," I said. "I don't want them there." She didn't push or try to persuade me that family should be involved despite everything. Instead, she simply nodded and gripped my hand, saying, "Then it's just us and the people who actually show up for us." The relief was profound. Elena's family was kind and accepting, incorporating me into their dynamic as if I had always been there. Her mother, Marianne, spent an hour recounting humiliating anecdotes from Elena's upbringing, and her father, Khalil, took me aside to officially welcome me to the family and express his gratitude. The engagement celebration was ideal, with 24 people who cared, had been there through various life hardships, and congratulated us without hidden motivations or conditional love. When we cut the engagement cake, I looked across the room and realized I hadn't missed anyone. Despite knowing little about me, these people were more present and genuinely happy for me than my parents had ever been for any of my accomplishments. My family learned about the news through social media, where Elena shared images from the celebration and tagged me, and several of my cousins saw them. Within 45 minutes my phone started ringing, first with my mother, then with Brooke, and finally with Grant, who I let go to voicemail. The messages came next. My mother: "Miles, I can't believe I had to find out about your engagement on Facebook. How could you not have informed us? How could you have a party without your family?" Brooke: "I'm very hurt. We should have celebrated your engagement together. This is cruel." Grant says, "Wow. Is that how things are now? We are not even worth a phone call." The sense of entitlement in their messages was breathtaking. After 6 months of silence, and 6 months of them not contacting me to find out why I had retreated, they felt entitled to share in my joy. I typed a single response and sent it to the family group chat, to which I had never been added before, thanks to Elena's sister Haley, who did so first. "I've got engaged, I had a party. I invited those who are constantly present in my life. That list did not include any of you." Then I turned off the chat and waited while the alerts piled up. 58 messages in 12 minutes. I had not read any of them. Dr. Samuel Park would probably call me passive-aggressive and recommend direct communication. But I'd tried direct communication. When I called Brooke on Thanksgiving morning, she explained that it was a misunderstanding. I had been on the outskirts of their lives for years, and they hadn't noticed. They have now taken notice. I suddenly felt important because I was happy and celebrating in their absence. The hypocrisy was maddening. Elena found me on our balcony that evening, watching the sunset. "Your family's losing their minds," she said, showing me her phone. They had begun messaging her, attempting to contact me through her. Her responses had been polite and firm. "This is between Miles and his family. I'll assist him with whatever he requires." She sat beside me and took my hand. "Would you like to talk about it?" I told her about the messages and my sudden, desperate desire to be included. She listened and then said something that summarized everything. "They don't miss you. They miss the function you performed. The person who remembered birthdays, showed up, and helped the group feel like a family. They miss your work, not you." She was right. If they had missed me as a person, they would have contacted me months ago, asked why I had gone silent, and tried to understand rather than simply waiting for me to return. My grandmother, who was 94 years old and had been declining for years, passed away in July. I learned about her death from my father's brother, Uncle Bennett, who called me. "Miles, I wanted you to hear it from family, not through the grapevine. Your grandmother died peacefully last night in her sleep." The news hit me harder than expected. Grandma Evelyn was one of the few family members who always acknowledged me and made me feel important. But I hadn't seen her in months because I was too angry with the rest of the family to keep her away from them. "When is the funeral?" I asked. Uncle Bennett gave me the information. 4 days from now, on Saturday morning, at the church she'd been attending for 65 years. I said I'd be there, hung up, and immediately regretted it. Elena noticed me staring at nothing and processing. "Do you want me to accompany you?" she inquired. I nodded, grateful for the offer. The prospect of confronting my family alone at a funeral where emotions would be high appeared impossible. The next 4 days passed in a blur. I took time off work, helped Elena organize her schedule so she could join me, and mentally prepared for the inevitable confrontation. During an emergency session, Dr. Park asked about my goals. "I want to say goodbye to my grandmother," I informed her. "The rest of them can think whatever they want." He nodded slowly. "Remember that you are free to grieve without engaging with those who have hurt you. Attending a funeral does not absolve anyone of any responsibility." The ability to feel both grief and anger simultaneously felt revolutionary. The funeral was packed. Grandma Evelyn was beloved by her community, and the church was packed with people who had known her for decades. My family had gathered in the front pews. My mother noticed me first, as Elena and I slid into a pew in the back. Her expression alternated between surprise, relief, and anger. She spoke to my father, who turned to look. Brooke was the next one to notice me, followed by Grant. Even from 50 feet away, their attention felt suffocating. I focused on the service, the pastor's comments about Grandma Evelyn's life, and the hymns she had liked. Elena held my hand throughout, providing a calming anchor in the whirlpool of family dynamics that surrounded us. After the service, a reception was held in the church basement. I considered skipping it, but Elena reminded me that it was about my grandmother and not them. We went downstairs and were immediately stopped by my mother. She appeared to be older than I remembered and tired. "Miles," she replied, her voice filled with emotion. "I'm so glad you arrived. We need to talk." I shake my head. "Not today. Today is about Grandma." My mother's jaw clenched. "You've been neglecting us for 9 months. We deserve an explanation." The word deserve was not typed correctly. "You're deserving." I kept my voice low, aware of the crowd surrounding us. "You neglected to invite me to Thanksgiving. I forgot I existed. And you didn't realize I stopped doing everything I could to keep our connections alive until it was too late. So no, I do not believe you deserve anything." My father arrived alongside my mother, his demeanor harsh. "That is enough. Your grandmother recently died. This is not the time or place for drama." The rejection and the labeling of my pain as theater solidified everything. "You're right," I said. "This isn't the time or place." I turned to leave, but Brooke blocked my path. "Miles, please, we miss you. Can't we simply talk about it?" Her eyes were red. I couldn't tell whether it was due to sadness or the encounter. "You don't miss me," I said gently. "You miss the person who made your life easier. There is a difference." Elena gently grasped my elbow, and we walked past Brooke, my brother standing awkwardly at the food table, and the aunts and uncles staring with undisguised curiosity. We paid our respects to Uncle Bennett, signed the visitor's book, and left. In the car, I felt like I could breathe again. "That was awful," Elena said. "I'm sorry." I shook my head. It was necessary. They needed to understand that I was not coming back on their terms. The funeral served as a watershed moment. After that, the messages stopped. The frantic attempts to contact me to demand a reconciliation have been halted. It was as if they had all decided I was a hopeless case and moved on. Part of me felt relieved. Part of me felt strangely sad. Mourning the family I desired but never had. Dr. Samuel Park assisted me with both. You can grieve the loss of a relationship, even when that relationship was harmful, according to him. The grief isn't about what you had. It's for what you deserved, but never received. August marked the beginning of serious wedding planning. Elena and I agreed on a simple ceremony for October. Only 55 individuals, each one unique and meaningful. As we went through the guest list, she would occasionally ask about family members. "How about your Aunt Denise? You stated that she was polite to you." I would think about it, then shake my head. Denise had been nice, but she had also been there for Thanksgiving. She knew I wasn't there but didn't say anything. "No," I would answer. "Just your family, and our friends." The guest list ended up being 46 people, all of whom I could count on to show up, none of whom would forget I existed and be surprised when I left. The contrast with my previous family gatherings, where I was always an afterthought, was startling. September brought an unexpected letter. It arrived in my mailbox, handwritten address and no return label. Inside was a 4-page letter from my mother. The penmanship was wobbly and passionate. She wrote about the past year, about not knowing what went wrong and feeling as if she had lost a son. She finally wrote about Thanksgiving and addressed it directly. "I know we hurt you that day. I know we should have informed you of the timetable change, but Miles, it was one error. One missed invitation. Does that really justify cutting off your entire family?" She wrote about missing my youth, all the ways she had tried to be a good mother, and how my current behavior was hurting her. "I'm begging you," the letter ended. "Please come home. Please talk to us. We love you and need you back." I read the letter 3 times. The first time I felt the old, familiar guilt. The second time, I realized what was missing. There is no recognition of the pattern. There was no understanding that Thanksgiving was not an isolated event, but rather the culmination of years of exclusion. No apologies for not realizing I'd gone silent and not reaching out to ask why. Just focus on her anguish, her loss, and her desire for me to return. The third time, I became enraged. The letter was pure manipulation, emotional blackmail meant to make me feel responsible for her feelings. I showed it to Elena. She read it slowly, her face stiffened. "She's not actually apologizing," she said. "She's explaining why your hurt isn't valid and demanding you get over it." Exactly. I saved the letter in a folder alongside all of my voicemails and texts. Dr. Park used the term documentation, evidence that it wasn't all in my head. The wedding invitations were sent out in mid-September. Elegant cream cardstock with emerald green writing. "Elena Osman and Miles Cross invite you to celebrate their marriage." No mention of the parents. "No ordinary Mr. and Mrs. Cross would appreciate your visit. We're just claiming our own celebration." My mother got hold of one, possibly through a relative who received an invitation. She called using my father's phone, knowing I had blocked her number. I responded, assuming it was a work call. "Miles, we need to talk about this wedding," she said without hesitation. I hung up immediately. She called back 3 times. I've also blocked the number. The border felt good and necessary, like finally putting up a fence after years of people trampling through my yard. The week before the wedding, Uncle Bennett called. "Miles, I'm not calling to take sides," he assured me. "But I wanted to let you know that your grandma left you something in her will. A letter. The executor is willing to deliver it to you anytime you come by." I ran into him at a cafe the next day. Uncle Bennett appeared uneasy, torn between his brother's family conflict and his personal connection to me. "For what it's worth," he continued, handing me an envelope, "I believe you have valid reasons for what you're doing. I don't know all of the circumstances, but I've seen you around for years. I haven't seen them do the same." Approval from someone within the family system was more important than I expected. I thanked him and took the envelope home. Grandma Evelyn's letter was written in her distinctive wobbly script. "If you're reading this, my beloved Miles, I'm gone. I want you to know that I saw you. I saw how hard you worked to be a part of a family that didn't know how to welcome you. I saw you show up, help and care, only to be dismissed as an afterthought. I witnessed it and regret not speaking up. I was afraid of causing family friction and being labeled a meddler. But my silence was complicity, and I regret it. You deserved more than they gave you. Never believe you're wrong for wanting better care. Miles, live your life. Be happy, and remember that at least one member of this family accepted you for who you were and loved you unconditionally." I sobbed as I read it, and Elena embraced me on our couch as I mourned the only person who had understood. The wedding day was perfect. The October sky was clear, the leaves were turning gold and crimson, and everything was illuminated with fall light. Elena looked stunning in her gown, and I felt like the happiest guy alive. We married in a botanical park, surrounded by people who had always been there for us, and Elena's family welcomed me as if I had always belonged. During the ceremony, as the officiant discussed the families we are born into and the ones we choose, I felt something settle in my chest. Perhaps peace or acceptance. The family I was born into couldn't see me, but I had found others who could, and that was more than enough. We danced until midnight, toasted until we were delirious, and celebrated a partnership based on mutual respect and affection, which had never occurred in my family. Elena and I hadn't discussed keeping the photos private, but she had never hidden anything about her life, so I decided I didn't want to either. If my family saw them and realized how happy I was without them, that was their problem, not mine. My friends, Elena's family and co-workers have all joined us in celebrating the photos, which have received hundreds of likes and dozens of comments. Several of the names mentioned in the comments I recognized. My cousin Javier. Congratulations. I wish I could have been there. My Aunt Denise. What a lovely couple. I'm very happy for both of you. Brooke also used a simple love emoji to express everything and nothing. They had seen the wedding to which they had not been invited, and they now knew exactly how it felt. I did not respond to any of the family's comments, nor did I acknowledge or engage with them. I simply allowed them to exist as proof that I was moving forward and creating a life without them. Elena and I went on a 12-day honeymoon to New Zealand, where we hiked, adventured, and were completely unreachable. When we returned, There was a stack of mail, including bills, advertisements, and 4 more letters from my family. One from Brooke, one from Grant, and one from each of my parents, which I threw away without opening. "Don't you want to hear what they say?" Elena inquired. I shook my head. "Nothing they say will affect anything. They have 9 months to figure out what went wrong and contact out with real concern. They opted for guilt trips and manipulation instead. I'm done giving them chances to explain why my pain isn't justified." November arrived, bringing with it the anniversary of the forgotten Thanksgiving, a year since I discovered I was estranged from my own family. I marked it quietly, reflecting instead of celebrating. That year I got engaged, married, started treatment, strengthened friendships, excelled at work, and became more authentic than I had ever been. None of it required my family's participation. Nothing was diminished by their absence. If anything, their absence had created opportunities for growth that I had previously been too preoccupied to pursue. Dr. Samuel Park asked me how I felt about the anniversary. "Grateful," I said, surprising myself. That day was the worst day, but it was also the day I started choosing myself. He grinned. "That represents substantial progress. How do you view the likelihood of future reconciliation?" I thought about it. I wasn't opposed to it, but it had to be on entirely different terms. They would have to admit their mistakes, accept responsibility, and demonstrate consistent change. I did not want to go back to the way things were. December saw an unexpected development. My father had a heart attack. Mild, according to Brooke's writing. He is stable in the hospital and under observation. I thought you should know. The message was completely neutral, not requesting that I attend, not guilt-tripping, but simply providing information. I sat with the news for several hours, sensing it was confusing. I didn't want my father to die, but I didn't want to rush to his bedside and make everything look perfect. Elena inquired as to what I planned to accomplish. "I don't know," I admitted. "Part of me believes I should leave. Part of me believes it is another deception, another crisis orchestrated to force interaction." She did not tell me what to do. She just stated that she would support any decision I made. Finally, I sent a postcard to the hospital. "I hope you heal soon." There is nothing more. No visit, no phone call, and no reconciliation at his bedside. I simply acknowledged that I had received the news and wished him luck. My father was released 4 days later, with instructions for lifestyle changes and medication. Grant contacted me from a new phone number. "Dad almost died, and you sent him a card. A card. What is wrong with you?" His rage appeared familiar, even pleasant. "What did you want me to do?" I inquired. "Show up," Grant said. "Like family does." There it was again. The belief that I had to show up no matter how they treated me. "Family shows up consistently," I told them, "not just during a crisis. Where were you when I needed help? You were not present while I was going through my own difficulties. None of you were. So no, I'm not going to rush to Dad's bedside to play happy family." Grant was quiet for a long time. "When did you become so cold?" he asked. "I'm not cold," I explained. "I'm simply unavailable to those who aren't available to me. That is known as boundaries." I hung up before he could respond. Christmas came, and for the first time in my life, I did not spend it with my biological family. Elena and I hosted a dinner party in our apartment for her family and close friends. We cooked together, laughed together, and played board games late into the night. It was warm and sincere, just like family reunions should be. There was no stress, no walking on eggshells, or pretending to be someone I wasn't. Simply being myself, and being appreciated for it. As we cleaned up that night, Elena said something that stuck with me. "This is what you deserved all along. People who see you, pick you up, and show up on a regular basis. I'm glad you have it now." I was also happy. The pain for what I hadn't had was still there, and it probably would always be, but it was less severe today, tempered by the reality of what I did have. Brooke sent me a surprise email in January with the subject line, "No expectations, just thoughts." The email was lengthy, clearly written, and revised several times. She wrote about the previous year, about witnessing my withdrawal from their life, and how she was initially furious and upset before gradually coming to terms with it. "I went to a therapist," she said, "about family problems and my own troubles, and while talking about my relationship with our parents, I began to notice patterns I hadn't noticed before. The bias toward me, The fact that you were always expected to help but were rarely given assistance in return, and the fact that we all assumed you'd always be there because you always were. Miles, I can't speak for everyone else, but I apologize. I am sorry I did not notice it sooner. I apologize for contributing to the situation. I'm not asking for forgiveness or your return. I just wanted you to know I see it now, and I apologize. I reread the email 3 times before showing it to Elena. What do you think? She inquired. Is it genuine? I didn't know. Maybe. The confession of specific actions, the absence of excuses, and the explicit assertion that she wasn't expecting anything in return all indicated genuine consideration, but I'd been burned before by family members who said whatever they thought I wanted to hear. I think I want it to be genuine, I told you. But I'm not ready to trust it yet. I composed a response and waited 4 days before mailing it. Thank you for recognizing these trends, and thank you for taking the time to reflect. I'm not ready to restore our connection yet, but I'm glad you're attempting to understand your role in the situation. Short, straightforward, and boundaried. Brooke responded immediately. I understand. Take as much time as you need. The ball is in your court. Then nothing. No follow-ups or guilt trips. Just respect for my boundaries. It was a start. In February, work resumed with a new project. A community center to serve a low-income area. The design problems were difficult and intriguing, requiring my full attention. Elena was promoted at her marketing agency, which was well-deserved given her ability and hard work. We celebrated with supper at the same restaurant where we had our first date, toasting to new beginnings and continued success. My life seemed full without my family of origin, not in a fairy tale sense, but really rewarding. I had stopped expecting others to validate, see, or pick me. Instead, I had chosen myself, and by doing so, I had made room for those who truly wanted to be in my life. The math was simple. Subtract the people who bring you down, and add the people who bring you up, and the equation balances out. In March, Uncle Bennett called again. Miles, I wanted to tell you before you heard it elsewhere. Your parents are selling their house and moving into a condominium. They are having an estate sale next month. The house I grew up in, which held both good and bad memories, would now belong to someone else. Okay, I replied, unsure what he was expecting. Your mom asked if you wanted to come get anything before the sale. Your room is still largely intact. Childhood memories, yearbooks and the like. I thought about it. Did I want something from the house? Is there anything physical that reminds you of your childhood when you felt invisible? No, I replied. I don't need anything. Uncle Bennett was quiet. Are you sure? Some of it would be useful to have, photos and mementos. I appreciated his concern, but I remained confident. I spent 20 months letting go of that family. Returning to collect souvenirs seemed counterproductive. He understood, advised me to take care of myself, and then hung up. The finality of that decision seemed appropriate. April was my 36th birthday. Elena threw me a surprise party for the first time in my life. She'd coordinated with all of our friends, booked a private room at our favorite restaurant, and made everything perfect. When I walked in and saw 48 people yelling surprise, I felt overwhelmed by love. These people had come out to show their support and take time out of their busy schedules to celebrate me. The contrast to previous birthdays, when my family's presence felt forced at best, was striking. That night, after everyone had left and we were cleaning up, I told Elena how much it meant to me. You deserve to be celebrated, she said simply. Always have. I am just glad I get to be the one doing it. The certainty in her voice, the complete lack of doubt about my worth, continued to surprise me, but I was learning to accept it and believe I deserved the love being offered. May marked 20 months since Thanksgiving, which altered everything. Dr. Samuel Park inquired whether I wanted to continue therapy, or if I was ready to go solo. I think I'm good, I said. I mean, I'll come back if I need to, but I think I've processed what I needed to process. He grinned. You've done excellent work. You entered angry, hurt, and confused. You'll leave with clarity, boundaries, and a strong sense of self. That is exactly what therapy is intended to accomplish. We shook hands, and I felt lighter as I exited his office. The work was not completed. Healing never truly ends. But I had the tools now. I knew how to recognize unhealthy patterns. I knew how to set boundaries. I learned how to choose myself without guilt. June brought Father's Day. I didn't call, text, or acknowledge it at all. My phone stayed silent. My family had either accepted my boundaries or given up on me. I wasn't sure which, and I decided it didn't matter. The need for their approval, recognition, and love had gradually faded over the course of 20 months, until it was gone entirely. I cherished myself so much that their love, or lack thereof, no longer defined me. Elena and I spent the day at the beach, walking along the shoreline and talking about our future. She wished to start family planning as soon as possible. I felt prepared, ready to be the father I needed, present and engaged, actively choosing to spend time with my children. I was ready to start a family with different principles than the one I had left behind. July was unremarkable in the best way. Work, friends, date nights with Elena, weekend hikes, family dinners, the rhythm of a life well lived, devoid of drama, crisis, and manipulation. I realized I hadn't been thinking about my family enough. Days would go by without them entering my mind. They did so with a decrease in emotional intensity. The anger had subsided. The pain had subsided. What remained was mostly indifference, which felt therapeutic. You cannot hate people who are no longer important to you. The opposite of love is not hatred, it's apathy. I'd finally reached apathy. August brought another unexpected development. Grant showed up at my office. When my assistant called to say that someone named Grant Cross had requested to see me, my stomach dropped. I could have refused. I could have had security escort him out, but curiosity won. I went down to the lobby. Grant appeared rough, thin, old, and tired. "Miles," he asked. "Can we talk?" "Only for 7 minutes." Against my better judgment, I led him to a conference room. We sat across from each other, using the table as a symbol. "I've been in therapy," Grant said without hesitation, "working through some issues. And I realized that I owed you an apology. A real one." I waited. Grant drew a breath. "You were right. We have forgotten you. Not just on Thanksgiving, but for years beforehand. We acted as if you only existed to serve us. And when you stopped or set boundaries, we punished you rather than reflecting on our own behavior. That wasn't correct. I was wrong." He looked me in the eye. "I am sorry, Miles, genuinely. I do not expect forgiveness. I just needed you to know that I now understand what we did, and what I did." I was surprised at how the apology came across. Not with relief or vindication, but with sadness. "Why now?" I inquired. "After 20 months, why are you apologizing now?" Grant's face wrinkled slightly. "Because I'm divorced. In the process, I realized I had been treating Sloane in the same way we had treated you, taking her for granted, assuming she would always be there, and only seeing her when I needed something. She left me, Miles, and she was right to leave. I was a terrible partner." He wiped his eyes roughly. "Losing her made me realize what we had done to you." "So how did we lose you?" "And I apologize. I understand it is too late, but I apologize." We sat silently for a long time. "I appreciate the apology," I finally said. "And it means something you understand now. But Grant, our relationship is over. I'm not sure if there is a way forward for us." He nodded as if he expected the response. "I understand. I just wanted you to hear it. That is all." He left without asking for anything else, and I returned to my office, feeling strange. Perhaps vindicated, but also heartbroken over what both sides had lost. September brought a phone call from my mother. I almost didn't respond, but something made me do so. "Miles," she said, her voice shaky, "I know I have no right to call, but I wanted to tell you that your father and I are getting divorced." The news knocked me sideways. "What?" She laughed bitterly and sadly. "It turns out that when all the distractions, the kids and grandkids and the family drama are removed, we don't really like each other. We've been held together by the structures around us, which are collapsing." I was unsure what to say. "I apologize?" It came out as a question. My mother sighed. "Do not be. It is overdue. But Miles, it's made me reflect on a lot of things. About the family we created. Regarding the mistakes we made. About you." She paused. "I want you to know that I see it now. There is favoritism. The way we made you feel invisible while expecting you to always be present. That was incorrect, and I apologize once more. It appears that my 20-month absence prompted some serious reflection throughout the organization." "Thank you for saying that," I responded cautiously. My mother made a sob-like sound and said, "I don't expect you to forgive me or come back. I know I ruined our relationship, but I needed you to know that I understood why you left and that you made the right decision." The conversation seemed surreal. After 20 months of silence and firm boundaries, she was finally saying what I needed to hear, but the need for them had faded. I had built a life without her approval, and her understanding now felt like closing a door I'd already walked out. "I appreciate it, Mom." "Really?" We talked for a few more minutes, awkwardly and carefully, before saying goodbye, and I hung up, feeling strange, not happy, not vindicated, simply done. That chapter had ended, and her apology was the period at the end of the last sentence. On our first anniversary in October, Elena and I returned to the botanical garden where we had married and walked through the fall gardens holding hands. "This has been the best year of my life," she informed me. "Despite all the family drama?" I inquired. "Because of how you handled the family drama," she explained. "You chose yourself. You chose us. You created a life based on your values, not their expectations. That requires courage." We renewed our vows in private, just the two of us and the golden trees surrounding us, promising to keep choosing each other, to show up consistently, and to be the family we both deserved. Later that night, Elena told me she was pregnant, and it felt like the beginning of something new, unlike the family that had forgotten me. This child would know what it meant to be seen, valued, and accepted without question, and I would make certain of that. 3 years after the forgotten Thanksgiving, November arrived again, and I marked the occasion by volunteering at a homeless shelter, serving meals to people who had been forgotten by society, just as my family had forgotten me. The work felt meaningful, and these people were visible to me, even if they were invisible to others. During a break, I checked my phone and found a text from Brooke. "I know today may be difficult, but I wanted you to know I'm thinking of you." It was the first time anyone recognized the significance of the date. "Thank you," I texted back. "It means a lot." Brooke and I had been slowly rebuilding, with lunches every few months and careful conversations that respected boundaries. It wasn't the same as before, but it was more honest, and that was what mattered. In December, my father began dating someone new, and my mother was having a difficult time dealing with it. Brooke kept me informed via text, not expecting me to do anything, and I appreciated her respect for my boundaries, even as she navigated her own complex emotions. When she asked if I wanted to spend Christmas with just the two of us and our partners, away from everyone else, I surprised myself by saying yes. On December 22nd, we met at a restaurant. It was awkward at first, all of us feeling out the boundaries of these new relationships. But by the end of the meal, something had shifted. Brooke and Travis were treating me like an actual person, asking about my life and sharing theirs. Elena fit in easily, and I realized this was what family could be. Chosen, boundaried, reciprocal, not perfect, but genuine. The pregnancy progressed, Elena's belly grew, and we prepared for a daughter by painting the nursery, buying tiny clothes, and taking parenting classes. Elena's family was involved and excited, throwing us a baby shower that felt joyful and genuine. Brooke came, brought a thoughtful gift, and respected all the boundaries. Grant sent a card and a gift certificate but did not come. My parents were not invited and did not ask to be. The clear delineations felt healthy. I was now creating my own family on my own terms, and whether or not the family I was born into would be included was entirely up to them. Audrey Evelyn Cross Osman, named for my grandmother and carrying both of our last names, was born on a rainy April morning. She was perfect, tiny, and mine. Elena's parents were at the hospital within 45 minutes. Brooke came 2 days later, held her niece carefully, and cried, "She's beautiful, Miles. You're going to be an amazing dad." Looking at Audrey, at this tiny person who would never doubt she was wanted, never wonder if she mattered, I felt something. I'd found it with Elena, built it with our friends, and created it with our daughter. My family of origin had forgotten me at Thanksgiving, and I'd stopped remembering them everywhere else. But in that forgetting, in that stopping, I'd remembered myself, found myself, and built something better than what I'd lost. And in the end, that was enough. Thank you for sticking with me until the end. Mother slapped me so hard, because I refused to take out a $250,000 loan for my sister's luxury spa. I walked out and didn't speak to them anymore. The slap echoed in the dining room, rattling the expensive china, while my sister just smirked at my burning cheek. That was the night I walked out, cut them off, and let them think they'd won until 8 years later, When my mother called me 42 times at 3 a.m. begging me to save my sister from a 10-year prison sentence. Let me start by saying that I never wanted to be the villain in my family's story. My name is Chloe, I'm 33 years old, and I live a very quiet, meticulously organized life in Denver, Colorado. My apartment is painted in soft, calming shades of sage and cream. My sheets are crisp, white linen, everything in my life is quiet. I like the quiet. It took me a long, agonizing time to get used to a silence that wasn't heavy with tension, guilt, or the impending demand for my wallet. Growing up in Seattle, I was the sturdy one. I was the reliable one with plain brown hair, brown eyes, and a quiet disposition. My sister, Maya, is 2 years younger. From the exact moment she took her first breath, she was the undisputed princess of the household. She had these massive, expressive blue eyes that would well up with tears the second she was denied anything she wanted. She was delicate. She was creative. She was, in my mother's words, a sensitive soul who needs extra care. I, on the other hand, was just Chloe. I did my homework without being asked. I cleaned my room. I got straight A's. My mother used to pat me on the shoulder and say, "Chloe, you're the strong one. Maya needs our help. You don't." For a long time, my naive, childlike brain took that as a compliment. I thought being strong meant I was special. I didn't realize until much later that being the strong one was just a convenient trap. It meant I was the designated beast of burden. It meant my needs were secondary, if they existed at all. It started with the little things. "Chloe, let Maya have the last slice of cake. You don't need the calories." "Chloe, do Maya's chores this weekend. She's feeling a little overwhelmed." "Chloe, give Maya your allowance. She saw a dress she really wants and we're strapped for cash." I always said yes. I wanted to be good. I desperately craved that rare, fleeting smile of approval from my mother. I wanted my dad to look up from his newspaper, pat my head, and say, "Good job, kiddo." But as we got older, the stakes shifted from cake and chores to my actual livelihood. When I was 17, I got a job stocking shelves and running the register at a local grocery store. I worked every Friday night and pulled double shifts on weekends. I saved every single crumpled dollar bill and shiny quarter. My goal was a used, beat-up Toyota Corolla. It wasn't fancy, but it represented freedom. I was exactly 2 weeks away from having the cash in hand. Then, Maya crashed her brand new electric scooter. She was completely unharmed, but the scooter was totaled, and she had managed to take out a neighbor's expensive cedar fence in the process. My mother came into my bedroom that night. I remember the exact look on her face, tired, annoyed, and expectant. "Chloe, we have a situation," she said, sitting on the edge of my bed. She explained the fence, the scooter, and the angry neighbors threatening to sue. "We need to use your car fund," she stated. It wasn't a question. It was a royal decree. "But Mom," I stammered, my voice shaking so hard I could barely form the words. "I've been working for a year and a half. That's my money. I need that car for college." Her face turned to stone. "Chloe, family sacrifices for each other. Your sister is in serious trouble. Do you want the neighbors to drag us to court? Do you want us to be the laughing stock of the neighborhood? Stop being so incredibly selfish." Selfish, that was her favorite weapon. If I wanted to keep the money I bled for, I was selfish. If I wanted a boundary, I was selfish. I cried until I threw up that night, but the next morning, I handed over my savings envelope. Maya got a replacement scooter a month later, paid for by my dad. I rode the city bus until I was 23. The financial extraction only accelerated when I went to college. I attended a state university on a full academic scholarship. I worked 2 jobs waitressing at a diner and tutoring freshmen in statistics just to afford my textbooks, rent, and ramen noodles. I never asked my parents for a single dime. Maya, naturally, went to an out-of-state private art institute that cost an absolute fortune. My parents paid for everything: her tuition, a luxury off-campus apartment, a leased SUV, and an endless stream of supplies that usually consisted of designer clothes. During my junior year, I came home for Thanksgiving. I was running on fumes, wearing boots with a hole in the left sole because I couldn't afford a $40 replacement pair. Maya was sitting on the couch, flaunting a new Prada handbag. "Isn't it gorgeous?" she squealed. "Mom got it for me as a reward for getting a B in my ceramics class." I looked at my mother, who was busy basting a turkey. "I made the dean's list again," I said quietly. "I have a 4 gigapascals. My mother didn't even turn around. "That's nice, Chloe. But you've always been book smart. It comes easy to you." Maya is a creative. The world is harder for artists. We have to encourage her spirit. I went into the downstairs bathroom, locked the door, and stared at my pale, exhausted reflection. I looked 10 years older than my actual age. My eyes had dark, bruised-looking circles under them. Why was my suffering invisible? Why was my hard work expected, but her bare minimum was celebrated? When I graduated and landed a high-paying job as a financial analyst at a major firm, The dynamic morphed from emotional neglect to outright financial abuse. I was finally making real money. I thought, this is it. This is my ticket to freedom. But my mother saw my salary as a communal family asset. First, it was a phone call. Chloe, the water heater blew. Dad is having panic attacks about the cost. Can you wire us? $800? I wired it. 2 months later, Chloe, Maya was invited to a destination wedding in Cabo. She can't go looking like a peasant. She needs $1,200. I transferred it. 6 months later, Chloe, we're behind on property taxes. Just this once, $3,500. I paid it. Every time I hit send on my banking app, a wave of nausea washed over me. But right behind the nausea was a pathetic, lingering hope. Maybe this time they'll say thank you. Maybe this time they'll see my value. I was literally trying to buy my family's love. But the price was infinite, and the product was always out of stock. Maya never thanked me. She would take my hard-earned money, post glamorous Instagram photos sipping margaritas on a yacht, and complain about how exhausting her life was. Meanwhile, I was working 60-hour weeks, eating canned soup and popping antacids to deal with a stress-induced stomach ulcer. The breaking point the moment my soul finally snapped happened 8 years ago. It was a chilly Tuesday evening. My mother called me at the office. Come over for dinner tonight. It's extremely important. Important in my family was code for expensive. I drove to their house with a knot the size of a golf ball in my stomach. When I walked into the dining room, it looked like a scene from a magazine. The good china was out, crystal wine glasses caught the light of the chandelier. The smell of roasted chicken, rosemary, and expensive Pinot Noir filled the air. My dad was sitting at the far end of the table, staring intensely at his napkin, refusing to make eye contact. That was red flag number 1. Maya was seated to his right, wearing a silk blouse I had paid for, sipping wine and checking her reflection in the blade of her butter knife. She looked bored. My mother was bustling around, aggressively cheerful. Sit, eat. We ate in an agonizing, suffocating silence. The only sound was the clinking of silverware and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Finally, my mother dabbed her mouth with a linen napkin and folded her hands on the table. Chloe, she began, her voice adopting a sharp, business-like tone. We have an incredible opportunity, a life-changing opportunity for Maya. I put my fork down. The chicken suddenly tasted like ash. What kind of opportunity? Maya rolled her eyes and sighed, as if explaining this to me was a physical burden. A high-end lifestyle boutique. I'm going to launch my own curated fashion and wellness line. I have a vision, Chloe. It's going to be a massive disruptor in the retail space. That sounds ambitious, I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. Do you have a business plan? A market analysis? A supply chain strategy? Maya scoffed loudly. God, you are so boring. Mom is handling the boring legal details. I'm the visionary. My mother leaned forward, her eyes locking onto mine like a predator. She needs startup capital, Chloe. Real capital to secure a prime commercial lease in the arts district, renovate the space, and purchase the initial inventory. How much? I asked, bracing myself. I figured she wanted $10,000, maybe $20,000. I was already calculating how much I could pull from my emergency savings without defaulting on my own rent. $250,000, my mother said. She didn't blink. The number just hung there in the warm air, suffocating and absurd. I stared at her. Then, I laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was a harsh, involuntary bark of pure shock. Mom, are you insane? I don't have $250,000 sitting in a checking account. I'm an analyst, not a hedge fund CEO. We know you don't have it in cash, my mother replied smoothly, unbothered by my reaction. But you have a flawless credit score. We checked. You can take out a small business loan or a massive personal line of credit. You can just co-sign with us, but the primary debt needs to be in your name to get the best interest rate. We checked. The words echoed in my skull. We checked. They had run an unauthorized background check on my credit profile without my consent. No. I said. It was the first time I had ever said that word to her with zero hesitation. My mother blinked, her polite facade cracking. Excuse me? No, I repeated, my voice dropping an octave. I am not taking out a $250,000 loan. That's a mortgage. That is a life-ruining amount of debt. Maya has never held a job for more than 6 months. She has zero business experience. If this boutique fails and statistically, it will, I am on the hook. I will be bankrupt. No. It won't fail, Maya shrieked, slamming her hand on the table. You never believe in me. You're just jealous because you sit in a cubicle all day and I actually have dreams. It's not about jealousy, Maya, it's about basic math. I shot back. It's an insane risk, and I refuse to be your collateral damage. My mother stood up. Her chair scraped violently against the hardwood floor. Her face was flushed dark red. Chloe, this is your sister. This is her dream. You are going to ruin her one chance at happiness because you are terrified of a little financial risk? You are the most selfish, ungrateful child I have ever known. There it was, the magic word. Selfish. I'm not doing it, Mom, I said, standing up as well. I'm done. I am completely done paying for her life. I am done being this family's ATM. Give me your credit card, Chloe, my mother demanded, holding out an open palm. We need to put down a $15,000 deposit tonight to hold the commercial lease. Give it to me right now. Last. No. That was when she hit me. It was so fast I didn't even see it coming. Her hand cracked across my left cheek with the force of a baseball bat. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. My head snapped violently to the side. The heavy silver forks rattled against the china plates. My face instantly erupted in a burning, stinging agony. My left ear started ringing with a high-pitched whine. But the physical pain was nothing. The real agony was looking around that room. I looked at my father. He was staring intensely at his mashed potatoes. He didn't flinch. He didn't speak. He didn't defend me. I looked at Maya. She wasn't shocked. She wasn't horrified. She was sitting there, swirling her Pinot Noir, with a slow, triumphant smirk spreading across her face. She loved it. She loved seeing me put in my place. And my mother? She just glared at me, her chest heaving, waiting for me to break down, apologize, and hand over my wallet like a good, obedient dog. Something inside me didn't just break, it completely vaporized. The desperate, people-pleasing daughter died on that dining room floor. I didn't scream, I didn't cry. I didn't fight back. I calmly picked up my purse from the back of the chair. I'm leaving, I said. My voice was a dead, flat whisper. If you walk out that door, my mother screamed, her voice shrill and hysterical, don't you ever come back. You are turning your back on this family. I paused at the doorway, turning to look at them one last time. You turned your back on me the day she was born. I walked out into the freezing Seattle night. I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't go back to my apartment. I was terrified they would show up, pound on the door, and break me down. I drove 30 miles out of the city and checked into a dingy, $40 a night motel off the interstate. I sat on the lumpy mattress, staring at the peeling wallpaper, touching my swollen, throbbing cheek. I felt hollowed out. I felt like an astronaut whose tether had been cut, drifting into the infinite, freezing void of space. But beneath the terror and the grief, I felt something else, relief. I didn't have to find $250,000. I didn't have to listen to the guilt trips. I was free. Update 1. For the first month, I lived in a state of hypervigilance. I changed my locks. I jumped every time my phone buzzed. I expected angry voicemails, screaming texts, or my mother ambushing me in the parking lot of my office. But there was nothing. Complete, absolute silence. At first, the silence hurt more than the slap. It was the ultimate confirmation of my deepest fear. I was only valuable to them when I was paying the bills. The second the money stopped, my existence was erased. Then, about 6 weeks later, I was in a Target a few towns over, grabbing some laundry detergent. I turned the corner of aisle 12 and almost slammed my cart into my cousin, Rachel. Rachel and Maya were practically best friends. When Rachel saw me, her eyes went wide, and she looked incredibly uncomfortable. Oh, hey, Chloe. She stammered, gripping her basket tightly. Wow, haven't seen you in a minute. I've been really busy with work, I said, trying to push past her. Yeah, I bet, Rachel said, lowering her voice and leaning in. Look, I know you and your mom had a massive blowout, but honestly, it's really amazing of you to fund Maya's boutique anyway. She's been bragging to everyone about it. My blood turned to ice water. The ambient noise of the store, the bad pop music, the squeaking cartwheels faded into a muffled hum. What are you talking about? The boutique? Rachel looked confused. Maya said you guys fought, but you eventually came through and backed her. She signed the commercial lease 3 days ago. She's hiring contractors for the renovation. I left my cart right there in the middle of the aisle. I sprinted out of the store, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I got into my car and locked the doors, my hands shaking so violently I couldn't get the key into the ignition. I pulled out my phone and frantically logged into my banking app. Checking account, normal. Savings account, normal. Then, I pulled up my credit monitoring app. I stared at the screen, my breath catching in my throat. There were 4 hard inquiries in the last 3 weeks. 2 massive small business loans, 1 huge personal line of credit, and a commercial lease agreement. All approved, all under the name Chloe, my last name. They hadn't just asked for the money. When I said no, they simply took it. They used my social security number. They used my pristine credit history. They used my old address. My mother and my sister had committed massive, coordinated financial fraud, and I was holding a $250,000 bag. I felt violently ill. I opened my car door and dry heaved onto the asphalt. This was no longer just toxic family drama. This was a federal felony. I needed absolute proof before I dropped the nuclear bomb. I couldn't call my mother, she would gaslight me. I couldn't call Maya, she would laugh in my face. So, I called my dad. He answered on the fourth ring. "Hello?" He mumbled. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking with a terrifying, cold rage. "Meet me at the diner off Route 9. Right now. Do not tell Mom. If you aren't there in 20 minutes, my next call is to the police." He hesitated. "Chloe, your mother is still very upset with." 20 minutes, Dad." I hung up. He walked into the diner 25 minutes later. He looked pathetic. I guess. His shoulders were slumped, his hair was uncombed, and he was wearing a stained flannel shirt. He slid into the booth across from me, refusing to meet my eyes. I didn't order food. I just had a mug of black, bitter coffee in front of me. "Rachel told me Maya signed the lease," I said, keeping my voice dangerously low. "She said the funding is in my name." My dad stared at the sugar packets on the table. His hands were visibly trembling. "Look at me," I snapped. He flinched and looked up. His eyes were red and watery. "Did they steal my identity?" He swallowed hard, giving a tiny, pathetic nod. "How?" I demanded. "They need signatures. They need government ID. They need tax returns. Your mother," he whispered, his voice cracking. "She kept all your old documents in the safe. Your birth certificate, your old W-2s. She spent 3 nights at the kitchen table practicing your signature from your old birthday cards until she had it perfect." A wave of pure disgust washed over me. My mother, sitting at the table where we ate family dinners, meticulously practicing forgery so she could ruin my life to fund my sister's delusions. "And you knew?" I asked, feeling the last shred of respect I had for this man evaporate. "You watched her do it?" "I told her it was a bad idea," he pleaded, leaning forward. "I said you would be furious. But you know how she is, Chloe. Once she sets her mind on something for Maya, she won't stop. And honestly, we just need a little time." "Why?" "Maya's boutique is going to be a huge hit. The business will generate revenue, and your mother has a plan to pay off the loans before you even notice." "A plan?" I laughed. It was a sharp, jagged sound that made the waitress at the counter turn around. "Dad, this isn't a misunderstanding. This is wire fraud. This is identity theft. This is years in federal prison." My dad went pale. No, Chloe, don't say words like that. It's family. We just borrowed your credit. You're strong, Chloe. You can handle the stress." Maya is fragile. She needs this win. Please, just give it a year." There it was. The ultimate truth. Because I was capable, because I was resilient, I was allowed to be a sacrificial lamb. My strength was my punishment. Maya's weakness was her shield. I stood up, pulling a $10 bill from my purse and dropping it on the table. "I am strong, Dad, you're absolutely right about that, and I am going to handle this. But you are not going to like how I do it." "Chloe, what are you going to do?" he asked, genuine terror in his eyes. "I'm going to protect myself," I said, since my father refused to. I walked out of the diner. I didn't go home to cry. I didn't call a therapist. I sat in my car and Googled financial fraud attorney Seattle. I found a highly rated firm, Vance & Associates, specializing in identity theft and corporate fraud. I called them from the parking lot and scheduled an emergency consultation for the next morning. Mr. Vance was a sharp, no-nonsense man in his late 50s. He wore a tailored suit and had a gaze that could cut glass. I sat in his plush, mahogany office and laid out the entire story. I gave him the credit reports, the names of the banks, and the confession from my father. He listened in complete silence, taking notes with a silver fountain pen. When I finished, he leaned back in his leather chair and steepled his fingers. "Chloe," Mr. Vance said smoothly, "you are standing at a fork in the road. Path A. You accept this debt. You become legally responsible for $250,000. You will spend the next 20 years paying it off. Your credit will be destroyed. You will never own a home. And, most importantly, your family will absolutely do this to you again, because you will have proven that there are 0 consequences for abusing you." He paused, letting the grim reality sink in. "Path B. We file a comprehensive affidavit of identity theft with the federal authorities and the local police. We dispute the loans as fraudulent with every bank involved. The financial institutions will immediately freeze the funds. They will launch aggressive fraud investigations. You will be completely legally cleared. But your mother and sister will face severe criminal charges, grand larceny, wire fraud, or identity theft. They will likely see prison time." I looked down at my hands. They weren't shaking anymore. I thought about the slap. I thought about the smirk. I thought about my mother practicing my signature like a master criminal. "Path B," I said, looking him dead in the eye. "Burn it down." The next 2 weeks were a masterclass in calculated destruction. I didn't act out of wild rage. I acted like a surgeon excising a malignant tumor. I closed every single bank account I had. I moved my money to a completely different institution. I placed a permanent, impenetrable freeze on my credit. Meanwhile, Mr. Vance went to war. He fired off legal notices to the 3 banks, the commercial landlord, and the credit bureaus. My client is the victim of severe identity theft. These accounts were opened fraudulently. Any funds dispersed must be frozen immediately. The fallout was instantaneous and catastrophic. The banks froze the $250,000 before Maya could spend more than the initial deposit. The commercial landlord, spooked by the fraud investigation, canceled the lease and locked Maya out of the building. The boutique was dead before it even existed. 3 days later, my phone exploded. I was sitting at my desk at work when the barrage began. 15 missed calls. 30 missed calls. 50 missed calls. Then the text messages poured in. Mom, Chloe, what did you do? The bank locked the accounts. The landlord changed the locks. Answer the phone. Mom, the police just called us asking questions about fraud. Are you insane? You are ruining your sister's life. Call the bank and tell them you authorized this right now. Maya, you jealous, vindictive bitch, I am going to kill you. You ruined my dream. Fix this now or I swear to God I will destroy you. I didn't reply to a single one. I forwarded the threat from Maya to Mr. Vance, who added it to the police file. Then, I walked into a Verizon store, handed them my phone, and said, I need a new number. Today. I changed my phone number. I deleted all my social media. I put in my 2 weeks' notice at my job, packed up my apartment, and moved 1,300 miles away to Denver, Colorado. I vanished, like a ghost. For the first 2 years in Denver, I was terrified. Every time I saw a car that looked like my mother's, my heart would stop. Every time a blocked number called my office, I thought it was them. But they never came looking for me. Tracking me down would have required effort, money, and a genuine desire to reconcile. They possessed none of those things. I was a broken ATM, and they had simply thrown me away. Over the next 8 years, I built a beautiful life. I climbed the corporate ladder and became a senior director at a wealth management firm. I bought my own condo. I went to therapy and unpacked 2 decades of emotional abuse. I met Liam, a high school history teacher who is the kindest, most patient man I have ever known. We got engaged. He knows my whole history, and he is my absolute rock. I kept tabs on my family from a safe, digital distance, mostly through public records and occasional Google searches, just to ensure they weren't plotting a comeback. I watched the consequences of their actions unfold. Because the banks caught the fraud early and recovered most of the money, the district attorney offered them a plea deal. My mother and Maya both pled guilty to lesser charges of financial fraud. They got 3 years of intense probation and a massive fine. Maya's credit was permanently ruined. My mother had to downsize her house to pay the legal fees. I thought the lesson had been learned. I thought they would never dare touch my name again. I was wrong. Update 2. It was 3:14 a.m. on a Tuesday. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed a soft blue in the pitch-black bedroom. Liam was sound asleep next to me, breathing softly. Suddenly, my phone, which was resting on the dresser across the room, started vibrating violently against the wood. It was a harsh, aggressive sound. I groaned, threw off the covers, and stumbled across the room, assuming it was an automated server alert from work. I picked up the phone. The screen blinded me for a second. When my eyes adjusted, my stomach plummeted as if I had just stepped off the edge of a cliff. The caller ID read, unknown number. But beneath it, the notification center displayed the terrifying truth, 42 missed calls. 18 new voicemails. My hands started to shake. 42 calls at 3 a.m. In a normal family, this means someone is dead. It means a catastrophic car crash, a heart attack, a house fire. But I don't come from a normal family. In my family, an emergency is just a manipulation tactic. I stood there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hadn't spoken to my mother in 8 years. Why now? The phone buzzed again in my hand. Call 43. I took a deep breath, exactly like my therapist taught me, and swiped to answer. I didn't say a word. I just held the phone to my ear. Chloe? It was my mother. Her voice sounded entirely different from the domineering, arrogant woman I remembered. It was high, thin, raspy, and laced with absolute panic. She sounded old. Hello, Mother, I said. My voice was calm, deep, and steady. It was the voice of a 33-year-old executive, not the terrified 25-year-old girl she used to bully. Oh, thank God, she babbled, her breath catching in the microphone. I didn't know if this number was real. Rachel's husband found it through some online background check thing. Chloe, you have to come home. You have to fly to Seattle right now. I live in Denver, Mom. I am home. And it's 3 a.m. I'm not going anywhere. You don't understand. She shrieked, the panic escalating into hysteria. The police were just here. Detectives, Chloe. 2 of them. They banged on the door, they had a warrant, they took Maya's laptop. They took her phone. They are talking about a grand jury. They are talking about federal prison. Chloe, you have to fix this. I closed my eyes. A cold, dark vindication washed over me. What did she do this time? Nothing. She did nothing. My mother cried out, defaulting to her ancient defense mechanisms. It's a massive misunderstanding. Maya was just trying to get her life back on track. She started an online consulting business. She just needed a small bridge loan to get the website running. The banks are so predatory, Chloe. Whose name did she use, Mom? I asked, my voice cutting through her lies like a scalpel. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Just the sound of her ragged breathing. Mom, whose name? Chloe, you know how hard it is for her, my mother whispered, her voice trembling with toxic guilt. Because of what happened 8 years ago, her credit is completely destroyed. She couldn't even get approved for a $500 credit card. She just used a cosigner. She forged my name again, I stated flatly. It wasn't a question. No, she didn't forge anything. My mother desperately backpedaled. She just digitally signed it. It's an electronic signature. It's not a real crime. It's just a computer glitch. But the police won't listen. They're calling it aggravated identity theft. Because she was already on probation years ago, they're saying she's a repeat offender. They're saying it's a 10-year mandatory minimum. How much money did she steal this time? My mother let out a pathetic sob. $75,000. I let out a harsh breath. $75,000. They never learn. They never change. A decade of silence, a previous criminal conviction, and they still thought they could use me as their personal piggy bank. Chloe, please, my mother begged, her voice breaking. You have to call the Seattle Police Department tomorrow morning. You have to tell them you authorized the loan. Tell them it was a verbal agreement between sisters and you just forgot. If you say you authorized it, the criminal investigation collapses. It becomes a civil dispute. We will pay you back, I swear on my life, we will pay you back every penny. You want me to commit perjury and lie to federal investigators to cover up a $75,000 felony? I asked, utterly astounded by her audacity. I want you to save your sister. She screamed, the old, vicious mother finally clawing her way to the surface. She will not survive federal prison, Chloe. She is delicate. She is your blood. You owe us this. You abandoned us. I stood in the darkness of my bedroom, looking at Liam sleeping peacefully. I thought about the life I had built. I thought about the ulcer, the panic attacks, the empty bank accounts, and the slap. Okay, I said quietly. My mother gasped, a wet, hopeful sound. Okay? You'll do it? You'll call them? I'll meet you. I lied smoothly. I have to fly in for a business meeting in Seattle tomorrow anyway. Meet me at 10 a.m. at the Starbucks down the street from your house. Do not talk to the police until I get there. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you, Chloe. I knew you were a good girl. I knew you wouldn't let your family be destroyed. I knew you were a good girl. I hung up the phone. I didn't go back to sleep. I walked out to my living room, opened my laptop, and pulled up my secure files. Here is the part my mother didn't know. The part that makes this entire story so incredibly satisfying. She thought this 3 a.m. phone call was a surprise to me. She thought I was caught off guard. But when you are the victim of familial identity theft, you don't just move on. You build a fortress. I pay a premium for top-tier, real-time credit and identity monitoring. 4 weeks ago, I received an encrypted alert on my phone. New credit inquiry, $75,000. Business loan. Applicant, Chloe last name. I didn't panic. I didn't call my mother to demand an explanation. I didn't cry. I simply called Mr. Vance's law firm. He had retired, but his junior partner, a shark of a woman named Sarah, took my case immediately. We didn't just dispute the charge. We built an ironclad, nuclear-level criminal dossier. We pulled the digital application. We traced the IP address directly back to my mother's Wi-Fi router. We proved that the funds were deposited into a shadow account controlled by Maya, and we tracked where the money went. Spoiler. It didn't go to a consulting business. It went to a luxury lease on a Range Rover, a first-class trip to Miami, and massive online gambling debts. 3 days ago, my lawyer handed that dossier directly to the fraud division of the Seattle Police Department and the FBI field office. The police weren't at my mother's house at 2 a.m. by coincidence. They were there because I sent them. I booked a 6 a.m. flight to Seattle. I didn't pack a bag. I wore a sharp, navy blue tailored suit. It was the suit I wore when I negotiated multi-million-dollar contracts. It was my armor. I walked into the Seattle Starbucks at exactly 9:55 a.m. The sky was gray and drizzling, classic Seattle weather. I spotted them immediately in the back corner. They looked like absolute garbage. My mother had aged 20 years. Her hair was thinning, her skin was gray, and she was wearing a stained trench coat, frantically tearing a paper napkin into microscopic shreds. Maya sat next to her, and the sight of her almost made me laugh out loud. The delicate princess looked like a cornered rat. She wore a baggy hoodie pulled over her head, huge dark sunglasses hiding her eyes, and she was violently biting her fingernails. When my mother saw me, she practically lunged out of the booth. "Chloe, you came." I didn't hug her. I didn't smile. I slid into the booth across from them, placing a thick, black manila folder on the table between us. "You look very successful," my mother noted, her eyes darting nervously over my expensive suit and my diamond engagement ring. "I am," I said. Maya wouldn't look at me. She just stared at the table, her jaw clenched. "Okay, listen." My mother leaned in, whispering frantically like a mobster. "The detective left his business card. His name is Detective Miller. You just need to call him right now. Tell him it was a sisterly loan. Tell him you gave Maya permission to use your digital signature because you were out of town. Once you say that, they have to drop the warrant." "And then what?" I asked, leaning back and crossing my arms. "Then we figure out the money," my mother said quickly. "Maya has some assets. We can sell her car. I can take out a third mortgage. We will pay the bank back. Nobody has to go to prison. We have got a 9 sec. Maya doesn't own the car, Mom," I said smoothly. "She leased a Range Rover, and you don't have equity for a third mortgage. Furthermore, she blew $30,000 of it on a high-stakes online poker site in Miami." I saw the forensic accounting. Maya's head snapped up, her sunglasses slipping down her nose. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror. How do you know about Miami?" "Because, Maya," I said, leaning forward, resting my elbows on the table and staring directly into her terrified soul. "I am the one who gave the IP addresses and the bank routing numbers to Detective Miller." The silence that descended on that table was heavy enough to crush bone. The ambient noise of the coffee shop completely vanished. My mother's mouth slowly dropped open. She looked like she was trying to process a foreign language. What are you talking about?" I opened the black folder. I pulled out the 40-page police report, the IP traces, and the sworn affidavit of identity theft. I slid them across the table. "I got the credit alert 4 weeks ago," I said, my voice completely devoid of emotion. "I didn't wait. I didn't call you. I called my legal team. We built the case. We handed it to the district attorney. The police raided your house last night because I authorized the warrant." "You?" My mother's face turned a horrifying shade of purple. The veins in her neck bulged. "You sent the police to my house? You set up your own sister? You set up your own sister?" "No," I corrected her calmly. "Maya set herself up. Maya committed a $75,000 federal felony. I just refused to be the victim." "You absolute psychopath," Maya shrieked, slamming her fists on the table so hard her coffee spilled. People at the counter turned to stare. "You have money. You're wearing a Rolex. You could have just paid the $75K. It's nothing to you. Why do you want to destroy my life?" "I didn't destroy your life, Maya," I said, my voice eerily calm against her hysteria. "You stole from me 8 years ago. I let you walk away. I gave you a decade to grow up, to get a job, to become a functioning adult. Instead, you decided to rob me again. This isn't revenge. This is just gravity. You jumped off the cliff, and I am simply refusing to be the net that catches you." "I am your mother," my mother hissed, reaching across the table and grabbing my wrist with a claw-like grip. Her nails dug into my skin. "You will call Detective Miller right now and retract this statement, or I swear to God, you are dead to me. Do you hear me? Dead to me?" I looked down at her hand gripping my wrist. I remembered that hand slapping my face 8 years ago. I remembered the burning sting. I remembered the power she used to hold over me. I felt nothing but pity. I calmly reached over, peeled her fingers off my wrist, and dropped her hand back onto the table. "I was dead to you the moment I stopped paying your bills, Mom," I said softly. I stood up, buttoned my suit jacket, and picked up my folder. "The detective has everything he needs. The bank is pressing the fraud charges. Not me. It is completely out of my hands. It is the state of Washington versus Maya now. Have a nice life. Chloe, please," my mother suddenly wailed, the anger evaporating into pure, pathetic desperation. She started sobbing, real, ugly tears. "Please don't walk away. We can't afford a lawyer. She's going to go to prison. Please, I'm begging you. You kicked me out of the family the night you slapped me," I said, looking down at her. "Today, I am finally honoring your decision." I turned around and walked out of the coffee shop. I heard Maya screaming obscenities at my back, but I didn't turn around. I walked out into the cool Seattle rain, got into my rental car, and drove straight to the airport. I was back in Denver, sitting on my couch with Liam, eating takeout Thai food by 6 p.m. The fallout over the next year was absolute and total destruction. I didn't have to lift a finger. I just sat back and received periodic updates from the district attorney's office. Because Maya had a prior record of financial fraud, from the first time they stole from me, the judge showed zero leniency. The evidence I provided was bulletproof. The IP addresses, the forged digital signatures, the money trail, it was insurmountable. My mother completely bankrupted herself trying to save her golden child. She drained her pathetic retirement account and sold her house at a massive loss just to afford a high-priced defense attorney. It was completely useless. Faced with a mountain of irrefutable evidence, Maya took a plea deal to avoid a trial. She pled guilty to aggravated identity theft and wire fraud. She was sentenced to 4 years in a federal women's correctional facility, followed by 5 years of heavily monitored probation and full financial restitution to the bank. I didn't go to the sentencing, I didn't need to. I read the brief article in the local Seattle online paper. Local woman sentenced in $75K identity theft scheme. There was a blurry photo of Maya leaving the courthouse in handcuffs. She looked haggard, terrified, and old. She wasn't smirking anymore. Because my mother sold the house and blew the money on legal fees, she had nowhere to go. My father, who had been quietly enabling this madness for decades, finally broke. He filed for divorce, packed his truck, and moved to Idaho to live in a trailer park with his brother. My mother is now living in a tiny, run-down, one-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, working as a cashier at a pharmacy at age 62 to survive. People on the internet might read this and think I'm a monster. They might think I orchestrated a master plan of revenge to destroy my family. But it wasn't revenge, it was a quarantine. When you have a toxic infection in your body, you don't negotiate with it. You don't give it $75,000 and hope it leaves you alone. You cut it out. I received exactly one piece of mail from my mother, about 6 months after Maya went to prison. It was a crumpled, handwritten letter sent to my office. Chloe, I hope you are happy. You completely destroyed this family. Your sister is locked in a cage with criminals. She cries every time I talk to her. I lost my home. Your father abandoned me. You did this. You are a cold, heartless, evil girl. I pray to God you never have children, because if you do, I pray they do to you exactly what you did to me. Mom. I stood by the window in my high-rise office, looking out over the beautiful Rocky Mountains, holding the letter. I didn't cry. I didn't feel guilty. I just felt a profound sense of closure. Even after losing everything, her home, her husband, her daughter's freedom, my mother still refused to take accountability. In her twisted, diseased mind, Maya committing a massive federal crime wasn't the issue. Me reporting the crime was the issue. She lived in an alternate reality where love equaled submission, and abuse was just a quirky family dynamic. I tore the letter into tiny pieces and dropped it into the recycling bin. 2 years have passed since that day. Maya is still in prison. Liam and I got married last spring in a beautiful, small ceremony in the mountains. We didn't invite a single person from my biological family. My best friends walked me down the aisle. I am safe. I am successful. I am loved for who I am, not for what my bank account can provide. I didn't destroy my family. I just stopped being their human shield, and the reality of their own actions destroyed them. My CEO told me I was just the IT guy. When he slashed my salary, I destroyed their company's operations. The stock dropped 62% in one day. Here is the story of how I went from being an IT guy to the man who destroyed a billion-dollar company's stock in one night. And yes, that was perfectly legal. Ryan, a 40-year-old guy. This occurred 6 months ago and I'm still absorbing the complete insanity that ensued. Sometimes, I wake up thinking about how close I was to embracing my fate. But then I recall what occurred, and I fall asleep like a baby. I worked with Apex Solutions for 12 years. I started as a junior systems analyst right out of college and worked my way up to senior infrastructure architect. Sounds classy, right? To most people at the firm, I was still known as the person who serviced printer jams and reset passwords. Let me give you a picture of Apex when I first started. A small firm with maybe 100 people, based in a restored warehouse in Seattle's industrial area. Everyone knew each other, and the CEO remembered your name at workplace picnics. I was 28 years old, fresh out of the University of Washington with a degree in computer science and over $80,000 in student loans hanging over my head. Apex offered me $60,000 a year, which felt like hitting the lottery at the moment. My flat in Fremont was a shoebox with 3 housemates and a mildew-smelling toilet. But I had a job in my profession, which was all that counted. Initially the task was easy. Database maintenance, user assistance, and preventing the network from crashing whenever someone opened too many browser tabs. Our systems were archaic. I'm talking about software from the late 1990s, kept together by duct tape and prayers. The main platform was a behemoth named DataCore Legacy. It managed everything from inventory management to customer billing and project monitoring. The gadget crashed at least twice a week, lost data arbitrarily, and required manual reboots that took 3 hours. We had 6 workers whose sole job was to maintain it operational. I spent the first 2 years of my career understanding the system inside and out. Every quirk, bug, and workaround. I got pretty excellent at explaining to furious department directors why their quarterly reports vanished into thin air. Here's something nobody knew. 5 years into my tenure, I created something remarkable. Year 5 was when I reached my limit with DataCore. We just lost a significant customer, Patterson Industrial, worth $5 million per year, since our system destroyed 3 months of their project data, which just vanished into the digital ether as if it never was. The CTO at the moment, a man named David, convened an emergency meeting. "We need to modernize," David explained. "DataCore is killing us." Management brought in consultants. 3 separate businesses, each quoting between $18 and $25 million for a thorough revamp. Implementation time: 30 to 48 months. The board rejected all proposals. Too costly, too hazardous, and too lengthy. So we stuck with DataCore, and I remained upset. That's when I started working on something in my spare time. Megan, my girlfriend at the time, was a nurse who worked a rotating shift. She'd go for work, and I'd sit down in my home office setting. Nothing spectacular. Just a PC I built myself and 3 monitors I purchased during Black Friday deals. I would code every night, sometimes until 3 a.m. Weekends were also fair game. Megan despised it. "You work all day, then return home and work all night on the same tasks." "It is different," I assure her. "This is mine." I spent 18 months creating the system from scratch. I learned Python despite having previously only worked with Java and C++. I taught myself 3 distinct frameworks. I watched roughly 400 hours of lectures. I read paperwork till my vision clouded. The structure I created was adaptable. It learnt from usage patterns, streamlined its own processes, and scaled autonomously to meet demand. It could easily manage 10 times Apex's current data load. The UI was simple and intuitive. People might use it without needing a handbook or a prayer. I compared it to DataCore using our actual corporate data. My system handled everything 80% quicker and with no problems. 0. But here's what I did to safeguard my future. I created it completely on my own time, with my own tools and resources. I would wake up at 5 a.m., on weekends, put in extra hours. Rather than resting, I spent my vacation days coding. I spent $42,000 of my own money for server time, software licensing, development tools, and training. Megan left me in month 14 of the project. I found myself in the workplace at 11 p.m. on Saturday. I hadn't showered in 2 days and was surrounded by cans of energy drinks and pizza boxes. "I can't do it anymore, Ryan. You are fascinated." She was not mistaken. I was obsessed. However, I was also creating something that would change everything. At 4:17 a.m., I slumped back in my chair, having completed the beta version. She simply gazed at the screen. 18 months of my life, right there, functional, gorgeous, and wonderful. I slept for 14 hours straight after that. When I eventually showed it to David, he nearly fell off his chair. "Ryan, this is great. This is just what we need. Better than any consultant proposal I have seen." "Yes," I said. "I know. How long would implementation take?" "I can have us fully operational in 6 weeks." David's eyes widened. 6 weeks? The consultant answered. "At least 2 years. I created it particularly for our infrastructure." David called an executive meeting the next day, and I did the demo in the main conference room, showing them processing speed, data integrity, scalability, the whole package. The CFO, a woman named Jessica, asked the question I'd been waiting for. "How much will this cost us?" "I'll license it to the company on reasonable terms." "You're licensing it. This isn't company property." That's when I pulled out the documentation my lawyer friend Mark had helped me prepare. Built entirely outside of work hours using personal resources and equipment, it's my intellectual property according to my employment contract, but I'm happy to let Apex use it. Jessica looked at David. Ron looked at the CEO, Michael. Michael looked at me. "What are your terms?" I'd been thinking about this moment for months, rehearsing it in my head while debugging code at 2 a.m. License it for $60,000 a year adjusted for inflation annually, and I retain full ownership of the patent and code base. Michael nodded slowly. "That's more than reasonable, Ryan, and we'd probably pay 10 times that for what you've shown us." "I know," I said, "but I'm not trying to gouge anyone. I just want protection." Kevin had been very clear about this. Keep the licensing fee reasonable while maintaining ownership, which is your insurance policy. They agreed. We signed the contracts. I got a bonus for the implementation, $15,000 and a plaque that said, Innovation Excellence. I'd spent 42 grand building the thing, but whatever. I had my protection, and that's what mattered. The implementation took exactly 6 weeks and 3 days. We shut down DataCore on a Friday night and migrated everything to my system over the weekend. Our help desk tickets dropped by 67% in the first week, and within 6 months the results were undeniable, allowing Apex to take on contracts that had been turned down for years. When people arrived on Monday morning, everything just worked. There were no crashes, errors, or frantic calls to IT about lost data, and they didn't know what to do. In the first year, revenue increased from $55 million to $100 million, and by the second year, it had risen to $150 million. My system handled projects that data core would have struggled with, and our client base grew exponentially. Engineering firms came to us for complex data management, while manufacturing companies sought our logistics tracking services. In the third year, the company grew from 100 to over 400 employees, opened offices in Portland and Austin, replaced the original warehouse with a proper corporate building in South Lake Union, and I was promoted to senior infrastructure architect. My salary increased to $100,000, which was reasonable given that I had built the engine that powered the entire operation. In January 2024, Apex hired Ethan Clark, a 34-year-old Stanford MBA with 3 years of experience at a private equity firm where he restructured operational efficiency at 6 different companies. After Michael announced his retirement in December 2023, the board began looking for a dynamic successor to take the company to the next level. Ethan started on February 1st, and I walked into his office for our one-on-one the first week. Michael warned me before he left, and we grabbed coffee near the office. "Ryan, keep an eye on Ethan. He's smart, but he doesn't understand what we built." Guy had already rearranged everything, and the walls were covered in motivational posters about embracing disruption. "Ryan, good to meet you." He didn't stand up. We talked about my system, and he seemed suspicious of the licensing arrangement. "It appears that we're overpaying, even though the system has been in place for years." My jaw tightened because it's my intellectual property. "The fee includes ongoing maintenance and updates." "Right. We'll revisit that." The second week, Ethan called an all-hands meeting. The conference room was packed, and he stood at the front with a presentation clicker. "We need to evolve. If we don't adapt, we die." He clicked to the next slide. My team was lean and efficient, and March 15th began like any other Thursday. He went through 47 slides, and by slide 23, he got to the point. "Our technology infrastructure needs to be modernized. We're overstaffed and underperforming." I arrived at the office at 7:45 a.m., grabbed coffee from the lobby machine and checked the overnight system logs. Everything was running perfectly, with 0 errors and 99.97% uptime for the month. At 9:30 a.m., my calendar pinged with a meeting invite from Ethan's assistant. Compensation discussion. Conference room B, 10 a.m. No context, no agenda. Just that. I should have known right then. When I walked in at 10 a.m., Ethan was there with Sarah Mitchell, the new CFO he'd brought in from his previous company, who was in her mid-30s and always looked like she smelled something rotten, and there was this guy in the corner who I'd never seen before. "Ryan, have a seat," Ethan said again, not standing up. "Power play." I sat down. "We're making some changes to our compensation structure." Ethan began that fake friendly tone that made my skin crawl. "Part of our operational optimization is moving to a performance-based model that better aligns with industry standards." Sarah slid a folder across the table. "These are the new terms." I opened it. My salary was reduced from $100,000 to $70,000, a 25% cut. My annual bonus was eliminated entirely. My health insurance was switched to a high-deductible plan, which required me to pay $7,000 out of pocket before coverage began. My vacation days were reduced from 20 to 12. I looked up. "This is a joke, right?" "These are market rate corrections," Sarah said, clinically, as if she were reading from a script. "We've analyzed comparable positions across the industry, and I built the entire system this company runs on." Ethan smiled. "Not friendly, condescending, and we appreciate his contribution. But that was 5 years ago, Ryan. This is about current value, not past accomplishments. The system runs everything, every single department, every client contract. All on my platform. Yes, we license it. But it's integrated into company operations. It's not like you're actively developing new features." I stared at him. "I maintain it, I update it, and I ensure 99.9% uptime. That's active work that frankly doesn't require your current compensation level." "Ryan, let's be realistic about your position here. You're in IT technical support. You're a valuable member of the team, but you're not mission critical. You're in IT, not mission critical." I'd pulled all-nighters when systems went down, canceled family events to fix emergencies, and built something from the ground up that transformed the entire company from a struggling mid-tier operation into a regional powerhouse, and this guy, who'd only been here for 8 weeks, told me I wasn't mission critical. "What about everyone else?" I asked. Is this happening across the board? The technical staff will see similar adjustments, Sarah said. Directors and above will keep their current packages, right? So the guys actually doing the work get gutted while management keeps their full salaries. If I don't agree to these terms, Ethan's smile got sharper. Then we'd have to seriously evaluate your position at Apex. These changes are happening. The only question is whether you're part of the future here. The lawyer in the corner slid papers across the table. Sign here, here, and here. Changes effective April 1st. I looked at those documents, thinking about my licensing agreement, that very specific clause Mark had insisted on. Ryan, this isn't really a negotiation. They were about to breach the contract unilaterally, and the license was only valid if they continued to work in good standing and maintained the agreed-upon compensation structure. We've taken a business judgment based on market analysis and operational demands, so that's a no, and we need your signature today. I gazed at him, and he stared back. Sarah checked her watch, as if my job was less important than her lunch reservation. Ryan, Ethan said, and his tone shifted harder. Now let me be very clear. You fix computers, reset passwords, and keep systems running. That's important work, but it's not strategic, it's not leadership, and you're not irreplaceable. You fix computers. 9 years at this company, a system that generated $150 million in direct revenue and supported another $400 million in operations. I'd given up a relationship, countless nights of sleep, and thousands of dollars, and to this Stanford MBA who'd been here 2 months, I was just the guy who fixed computers. You're making a mistake, I said quietly. No, Ryan. We're making the right business decision, and you're going to sign these papers, or you'll find yourself making a very different kind of decision. The threat was clear. I picked up the pen, signed every page, and Ethan smiled. Excellent. Welcome to Apex 2.0. I stood up and walked out, my hands shaking not from fear, but from pure concentrated rage. I returned to my office, closed the door, sat down at my desk, and stared at my computer screen for probably 5 minutes without moving. David knocked on the door and entered without waiting for an answer. Ryan, I just heard. I'm sorry. I fought against this, but Ethan's convinced the board that it's necessary. It's fine. I lied. It's not fine, it's garbage. You built this place. Apparently I just fixed computers. David winced. He said that word for word. Ryan. David looked genuinely conflicted. I'm trying to push back where I can, but he has authority that I no longer have. New organizational structure. I report to him now. I understand. David left. I sat there for another 10 minutes, then I pulled out my phone and called Mark. Hey man, what's up? I need to see you tonight, it's important. I barely functioned the rest of the day, answering tickets on autopilot, avoiding everyone, and leaving at exactly 5 p.m. I met Mark at Stella's Coffee near his downtown office where he was already working on his laptop. Corporate law is always grinding. I sat down and explained everything. The meeting, the pay cut, Ethan's comments, word for word. Mark listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he just sat there for a second. Do you still have your licensing agreement? Yes. Why? Pull it up. I opened my email, found the signed contract and showed it to him. Ryan, do you understand what you have here? A contract, a nuclear option. He pointed to Clause 7, Subsection 3, license valid contingent on continued employment in good standing and maintenance of agreed-upon compensation structure. That's the protection we put in, Ryan. They just breached this contract unilaterally and reduced your compensation. That directly violates the licensing terms. You can revoke their license immediately. The weight of that hit me like a truck. What happens if I do that? Mark leaned back, that lawyer's grin growing wider. Their entire system stops working. They can't access your software, process data, fulfill contracts, or operate. The entire firm comes to a full halt, which is entirely legal. It's your intellectual property. They breached the contract. You withdraw the license. It's cleaner than a whistle. We can record everything. The compensation decrease, the breach of conditions, and your right to terminate. Any judge would immediately side with you. I sat there processing. What about my job? They'll probably fire me right away, but you'll have cause to sue for wrongful termination, and you'll have all the leverage. They'll come crawling back, begging you to restore access, and that's when you set your price. Mark, this could destroy the company. Ryan, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what's legally possible. Ethan made a business decision. You too can make one. There are 400 people who work there, and the CEO has just decided to cut your pay after you built the platform that employs them all. Mark's expression became serious. Ethan's words kept ringing in my head as I reflected on the $42,000 I'd spent, the missed family events, the sacrificed weekends, the nights I'd worked until I couldn't see straight, and everything else I'd done to turn a struggling company into a success. Mark opened his laptop. We drafted a revocation notice, citing every clause they violated, documenting the compensation reduction, referencing your patent ownership, and sending it via certified mail, email, and their legal department portal. It should be official and airtight. We spent the next 3 hours drafting that notice. Mark was meticulous. Every sentence was legally bulletproof, every citation was precise, and every claim was supported by evidence. By 10 p.m., we had it ready. "One more thing," Mark said. "You built a kill switch into the system, right?" "Yeah, authentication protocol. If their license status changes, access is automatically revoked." Mark nodded slowly. "Ryan, once you send this notice, there's no going back. You need to be absolutely sure." I looked at that document, which was pages of legal language that basically said you broke our deal. "What would you do now that you have lost access to everything?" I asked. Mark thought about it. "Honestly, I'd be terrified. This is nuclear, but Ethan disrespected everything you built and treated you as if you were disposable. Sometimes people have to learn lessons the hard way." I thought about my team, good people who would be caught up in this mess. But I also thought about Ethan's smug face. The way he dismissed my work. The casual cruelty of cutting my pay while keeping his own bloated salary. "Do it," I said. "Send the notice." Mark sent the email at 10:37 p.m. on March 19th, exactly 4 days after that conference room meeting. The email went to Ethan, Sarah, the entire board of directors, and Apex's legal department. The certified letter would arrive Friday morning. "What now?" I asked. "Now you go home, get some sleep, and prepare for chaos." I didn't sleep much that night. Friday, March 22nd. I arrived at work at my usual time, 7:45 a.m., and everything seemed normal. People were getting coffee, settling into their desks, the usual Friday morning vibe. At 9:17 a.m., Ethan's assistant called my desk phone. "Ryan, Mr. Clark needs to see you immediately." "I'll be there in a few minutes," he said. I walked to Ethan's office. The door was open, and he was standing by his window, phone pressed to his ear, looking tense. When he saw me, he abruptly ended the call. "What the hell is this?" He shoved a paper across his desk. The revocation notice Mark had sent was exactly what it said. "I'm revoking Apex's license to use my software." "You can't do that." "I can. You breached our licensing agreement when you reduced my compensation, so the license is terminated." Ethan's face turned red. "You're going to shut down the entire company. I'm enforcing my contract." "Ryan, be reasonable." I was reasonable for 9 years. I built something that made this company wildly successful, and you decided I was just a guy who fixes computers. I never said that. You said exactly that. Conference Room B, March 15th, 10:17 a.m. Quote, "You fix computers. You're not exactly irreplaceable. Remember, he went quiet, so now you get to find out how replaceable I actually am. We'll sue you into the ground, good luck. My lawyers have already reviewed everything, and I'm completely within my rights. If you want to fight this in court, we'll be there. But every day your systems are down, you're losing money." I left his office, walked back to my desk and set an alarm on my phone for 4:47 p.m. The rest of the day was surreal. I went to meetings, answered questions and did everything normal except for Ethan and Sarah disappearing into closed-door conferences. The legal team kept calling, and I kept forwarding them to Mark. At 4:35 p.m., I backed up my personal files to a thumb drive. At 4:42 p.m., at 4:46 p.m., I logged into the back end of my system, changed the license status for Apex Solutions from active to terminated, and at 4:47 p.m., their access was revoked. If you need anything from me, please contact me by the end of the day, as my availability may be limited beginning Monday. I watched through my office window as monitors across the floor went dark. I heard confused voices. "Is the system down? I just lost everything. Is this a network issue?" At 4:52 p.m., my desk phone started ringing. The CTO. I let it go to voicemail. Another call. "David from infrastructure." Voicemail. At 5:02 p.m., my personal cell phone rang. "Ethan," I responded. "Ryan, what the hell did you just do?" "I revoked your license to use my software. It's in the email I wrote this morning. You broke our agreement by reducing my remuneration. You can't simply shut down the entire firm." "Really, I can. It's my intellectual property." Ethan finally said, "You're going to destroy us over a pay adjustment. I'm enforcing my contract in the same way you did yours when you decided I wasn't worth my salary." Ryan, listen to me. No, you listen. You had 9 years of me being loyal, building systems, fixing problems, and making this company successful. And you repaid that by cutting my pay by 25% and telling me I was replaceable. I didn't mean, you meant exactly what you said. You assessed my value, decided it was less than my compensation, and cut me. So now I'm showing you my actual value. Every single operation you run is built on my platform, and without access to that platform, you're dead in the water. We'll sue you, and your lawyers already have my contact information. Feel free, Ryan, to be reasonable. We can work this out. You want reasonable? I actually laughed. Okay, here's reasonable. You breached a legally binding contract. I'm terminating the license in accordance with the terms we both signed. If you want to renegotiate, have your lawyers contact mine. Until then, good luck running your company without any functioning systems. I hung up, packed up my desk and took only a coffee mug, a photo and some personal items. At 5:23 p.m., I walked out of that building as commotion exploded around me. I got in my vehicle, went home, ordered Thai food, and watched Netflix. My phone continued ringing with texts, calls and emails, all of which I ignored. The next 72 hours were absolutely insane. Saturday morning, Mark phoned at 8:43 a.m. Ryan, you need to see this. He sent me a link to a Bloomberg article. Apex Solutions stock plummets 34% on system failure. The markets had opened in overnight trading and news was leaking that their systems were completely down. Investors were panicking, and my email inbox was flooded with inquiries from colleagues, recruiters, and even reporters. I ignored it all until Saturday afternoon when David called. Ryan, what did you do? I enforced my contract. The entire company is dead in the water. We can't process anything. Payroll is locked, everyone's scrambling. They should have thought about that before cutting my pay. Ryan. David sighed. Ethan is an idiot. But 400 people work here. That got to me. David. What was I supposed to do? Let them disrespect everything I built? I don't know. Maybe. Would you? Long pause. No, probably not. Sunday morning brought more chaos. Stock dropped another 25%, bringing the total decline to 62%. Business outlets ran it as a major story. Some portrayed me as vindictive, while others dubbed it David versus Goliath. I received an email from Apex's board. Subject. Urgent meeting request. Body. Mr. Ryan, we would appreciate the opportunity to discuss a resolution. Please contact us at your earliest convenience. I forwarded it to Mark. He called 10 minutes later. They are ready to negotiate. Mark and I drafted our proposal on Monday morning. We sent it on Monday at 11 a.m., with a one-time licensing fee of $9 million, a $3 million annual fee going forward, full restoration of my compensation, a 40% raise to $131,600, an ironclad employment contract, and Ethan's immediate resignation. By 2 p.m., we had received a response requesting an in-person meeting. At 9 a.m. on Tuesday, Mark and I walked into Apex headquarters. The lobby was chaotic, with phones ringing non-stop, employees whispering in groups, and security looking stressed. We took the elevator to the executive floor, where the entire board of directors was present. When we walked in, Thomas, the board chairman, stood up. He was an old-school guy who had made his fortune in manufacturing and was now semi-retired but still influential. There were 8 people seated around a conference table, with Ethan at one end looking like he had aged 5 years and 4 days, and Sarah next to him, pale and quiet. Ryan and Mark. Thank you for coming. We sat down, the atmosphere was tight, and you could feel it. Thomas cleared his throat. Let's be direct. We're in a crisis. 4 days of complete system failure, our market cap has dropped $1.2 billion. 7 major clients have filed breach of contract notices, and 15 more are threatening legal action. We're losing about $4.8 million per day in losses and penalties. He slid a printed analysis across the table. Numbers, projections, disaster scenarios. We need those systems operational. We understand there was a dispute about compensation, and we're ready to resolve it. Mark pulled out our proposal. These are our terms. Thomas read it and passed it to the next board member. It went around the table. Ethan's face turned pale to red as he said, "This is extortion." But Mark calmly responded, "This is a licensing agreement. You're free to decline and develop your own systems." Everyone at the table knew that was impossible. Building a replacement would take years and tens of millions of dollars, and they'd be bankrupt long before it was functional. $9 million is ridiculous. Sarah uttered her first word since we came, which is fairly reasonable. Mark remarked, "Your firm made around $200 million yearly utilizing Mr. Ryan's software for 5 years. That's $1 billion in revenue directly generated by his intellectual property. He licensed it to you for $60,000 per year. You paid $300,000 total for over $1 billion in worth. He let it sink in. The $9 million is around 0.87% of the revenue his system generated. That is extremely generous by any conceivable standard. One of the board members, Elizabeth, spoke up. How about the continuous yearly fee? $3 million feels like a lot. Mark said that it is inflation adjusted and includes continuous maintenance, upgrades, and technical support. The industry benchmark for business software licenses of this complexity is from $3 to $7 million per year. $3 million is below the market. Thomas stared at me directly. Ryan, I'd like to apologize personally. What Ethan did was very unacceptable. We trusted his judgment on operational adjustments, which was plainly a mistake. Ethan began to object. Thomas interrupted him with a glance. We should have appreciated your input correctly from the start. Thomas continued. You created something remarkable, and instead of considering you as an asset, we allowed you to be sidelined. I appreciate that, I said. Will you accept our apologies and agree to restore access? Not yet. Thomas lifted his eyebrow. There is one more item on our proposal, I explained. Ethan resigned. The room fell completely quiet. Ethan sprang out of his seat. Absolutely not. This is ludicrous. Sit down, Ethan, Thomas replied calmly. I am not going to be driven out by. Sit down. Ethan sat. Thomas stared at me. That's a hefty request. Ethan caused this circumstance. He reduced my income, rejected my contributions, and violated our contract. Every dollar you've lost, every customer you've lost, and every point your stock has slid is his responsibility. I was executing the required operational adjustments. Ethan stated, you were cutting expenses without understanding what you were cutting. I responded, you saw a $100,000 salary and thought, that's too much for it, without trying to discover that the entire firm works on systems I designed. That's not strategy. That's incompetence. Elizabeth leaned forward. Ethan, be honest. Did you know Ryan built the platform before you made the compensation changes? Ethan hesitated. Did you? Elizabeth pressed. I knew he'd contributed to development. Yes. Did you know he owned the patent? A longer pause. I wasn't fully aware of the licensing arrangement. So, you cut the pay of the man who owns the intellectual property on which your entire operation is based without even reading his contract. Ethan had no answer. Thomas looked around the table. We need to vote. Ryan's terms include Ethan's resignation. All in favor? Hands went up. 1, 2, 3. Elizabeth, the CFO from the manufacturing subsidiary. Thomas turned to Ethan and said, you have until the end of business today to submit your resignation, make it voluntary and quiet, and we'll provide your full severance package. Otherwise, we terminate you for cause and you get nothing. Ethan looked like he'd been punched in the stomach. This is insane. I've been CEO for 9 weeks, and in 9 weeks, you've cost this company over $1 billion in market value and nearly destroyed our entire operation. Thomas said, I think you've done enough. Ethan stood up, looked at me with pure hatred, and said, you'll regret this. Probably not, I said, and walked out. Elizabeth followed. Thomas came to me and said, the rest of the terms, we accept $9 million and $3 million yearly. Your pay has been restored with the hike, and you have a protected contract. We'll have the paperwork completed by tomorrow morning. Mark and I exchanged looks. I added one condition. I want Elizabeth to be the new CEO. Everyone stared at Elizabeth, who appeared astonished. Ryan, I'm not. You asked the right questions. You saw through Ethan's incompetence. This company needs someone who actually thinks before making decisions. Thomas nodded slowly. Elizabeth has been with us as an advisor for 3 years, and she is the former CEO of 2 successful companies. It's not a bad suggestion. I'd have to think about it, Elizabeth said. Think quickly, Thomas replied. We need stability right away. Elizabeth looked at me and said, if I do this, you'll restore system access. The moment the contracts are signed and the licensing fee is transferred, access is restored. Then I'll do it. The board voted unanimously again. Mark and I returned Wednesday morning to sign the agreements. At 10:47 a.m., I restored system access. Ethan's resignation was already public, and he was stepping down to pursue other opportunities. No one believed it. A $9 million wire transfer was made to an account Mark had set up, and a $3 million annual licensing fee was paid quarterly. His salary was $131,600, with full benefits, stock options, and a protected contract. On Wednesday, all terminals reopened, Data was restored, and processes resumed. The relief in the building was palpable. On Thursday, the stock recovered 41%, still down overall from the crisis, but climbing. On Friday, business journals reported on the dramatic resolution, which some called unprecedented, while others called it a cautionary tale about undervaluing key employees. I became a minor celebrity in tech circles. I declined all interview requests from major publications. Mark, on the other hand, was ecstatic. "I'm putting this case in my portfolio. Best contract enforcement I've ever done." When I returned to work on Monday, it was surreal. People stared, smiled, and looked away. My team, the developers and analysts who'd worked under me, actually applauded when I walked in. "Welcome back, boss," said Emma, my lead developer. "Thanks. Good to be back." David pulled me aside. "Ryan, I'm glad you won. Ethan was going to gut this whole department. You saved us." Elizabeth summoned me to her office that afternoon, and the office that Ethan had occupied for 9 weeks had changed dramatically. The minimalist furniture had vanished, as had the motivational posters, and it now resembled an actual workspace. "Ryan, please sit." I sat. "I'd like to make something very clear." She began. "What happened here was inexcusable. You built something extraordinary, and instead of valuing it, we treated you as expendable. I appreciate that. I also want you to know that changes are happening, real changes. It is being properly funded, and your team is receiving the respect and compensation they deserve. And anyone who talks about you like Ethan did will be shown the door immediately." She slid a document across her desk. "This is your new contract. Everything we agreed on plus one addition." I read it. The addition: annual performance review with guaranteed minimum 5% raise, plus discretionary bonuses based on system performance. You don't have to do that, but I do. You saved this company twice, once by building the system, and again by forcing us to recognize our mistakes. That's worth rewarding, and I signed it. Elizabeth also said that I want your input on all major operational decisions going forward, in the form of a formal advisory role. If we make changes that affect infrastructure, I want to hear from you first. Are you serious? Absolutely. Ethan's mistake was thinking he knew everything. I know what I don't know, and I don't know what you know, so I'm asking for your expertise. That actually meant something. Over the next few weeks, things stabilized, and the stock recovered to about 85% of its pre-crisis value. Some clients returned, while others were permanently lost, but the company survived. My team grew to 12 people, and I made certain that each and every one of them received fair compensation and good benefits. Elizabeth proved to be exactly what Apex needed. She rebuilt client relationships, restructured management to encourage collaboration, and actually listened to department heads rather than just dictating changes. The $9 million sat in investments, and I didn't go crazy with it. I bought a nicer apartment in Capitol Hill, paid off my student loans, started a college fund for my nephew, and invested the rest conservatively. The $3 million annual licensing fee kept coming. Quarterly payments like clockwork, with the first payment arriving in June. Watching that deposit clear was satisfying in a way I can't quite describe. People from my past reached out. Megan, my ex-girlfriend who'd left during the development phase, texted me. "I saw the news. I always knew you were smart. Sorry I didn't see it then." I didn't respond. David's wife sent me homemade cookies with a note thanking me for not letting them win. I ate the cookies. I'm still here 6 months later. The stock has recovered to 87%. Elizabeth has rebuilt client relationships, cleaned up Ethan's mess, and actually listened to people. My team has grown to 15 people. Emma has been promoted to lead developer. 2 new hires from Microsoft who wanted to work somewhere that valued technology, and the quarterly licensing payments come in like clockwork, with the first clearing in June. In July, Elizabeth contacted me and informed me that 3 companies were interested in licensing your platform. By August, I had signed contracts with all 3, which my accountant described as the best contract structure he had ever seen. I didn't celebrate, just nodded and kept working. Then, in October, something unexpected occurred. Ethan sued me, claiming I'd sabotaged operations and harmed his reputation, and demanded $9 million. Mark called me laughing, but we had everything documented. The case was dismissed, and the judge called it frivolous. Ethan was charged $50,000 in legal fees, which he sold his condo to pay. In November, Apex landed a $100 million logistics deal. The board voted me a $250,000 bonus, which I split with my team. Megan emailed me in December, saying she'd made a mistake, but I deleted it. In July, I ran into Sarah at a coffee shop and she told me I should have pushed back harder. "You were doing your job. My job was to protect the company, which I nearly destroyed." She had left Apex in January and was now doing freelance consulting. She asked if I was hiring. I said no. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. It helps the channel and allows us to bring you more and better stories. My dad praised my daughter. At Christmas, then my sister snapped, shattered her $18,000 violin, and screamed, "Why not my child?" Hello everyone. I am Ethan Caldwell, a 42-year-old software engineer based in Seattle. My wife Claire Caldwell and I have a daughter, Madison Maddie Caldwell. We live in the Ballard neighborhood, and the sound of Maddie's violin every afternoon has become a regular part of our day. Every time I see my daughter holding her violin with a beaming smile, I am overcome with pride. But at the same time, I'm sad because I still remember what happened at my parents' Christmas party 3 years ago. In December 2022, I accepted an invitation to my parents' holiday party in Seattle. Maddie was only 9 years old back then. Maddie carefully carried her violin case in her arms the entire way there, occasionally stroking it affectionately before exiting the car and walking into my parents' house. I turned to face my daughter and gently said, "If you're uncomfortable, please let me know. We can leave anytime." Maddie nodded and took my hand, saying, "I'll be fine, Dad." "I want to play the violin for Grandpa," my daughter whispered. I reached up and patted her on the head to encourage her. We had just exited the car when Dad opened the door and dashed out, his face beaming. He spread his arms wide, hugged Maddie tightly and told her, "There's my granddaughter. I missed you so much. You grew up so quickly. I almost didn't recognize you." Maddie laughed as my father lifted her. Then he turned to me, slapped my shoulder hard and said excitedly, "Ethan, you've finally arrived home. I thought you had forgotten your way home." After Dad's joke, I smiled and replied, "I'm relieved that you're still as strong as ever." After a few greetings, Dad placed his arm around my shoulder and led Maddie into the house. He kept asking about my work and Maddie's schooling. His enthusiasm made me feel good after a year apart. When we entered the house, the atmosphere changed completely. My mother was sitting on the sofa at the time, and she only glanced at us once before turning back to talk to my sister. She did not stand up or greet us. Instead, she nodded slightly, as if we were strangers. My sister Vanessa Harper was sitting next to my mother, along with her husband Derek Harper and their 10-year-old daughter Haley Harper. Haley sat huddled in the corner of the sofa, her gaze sadly directed downward at her hands. I noticed Haley had lost a lot of weight since we last saw her. Her eyes appeared tired, lacking the brightness of a child. When Maddie approached to say hello, Haley forced a weak smile and turned away. Just as I was still surprised by their attitude, my cousin Tyler Brooks emerged from the kitchen, holding a beer. Tyler was 30, the son of Uncle Daniel Brooks, my father's younger brother. Tyler noticed me and came over to pat my shoulder in a friendly manner, saying, "Ethan, long time no see. You look good." Uncle Daniel followed Tyler. He came over, wrapped his arm around me, and said warmly, "Ethan, I have missed you so much. Maddie is this big now. The last time I saw her, she was tiny." Following what he had said, I inquired about his health and the other relatives who were still present in my parents' living room. My relatives' enthusiasm and care for my family warmed my heart. At the time, I had no idea that jealous eyes were following our every move. Around 6:30 p.m., the Christmas party was held in a forced atmosphere. Vanessa constantly brags about her management position, major projects, and year-end bonuses. Mom sat listening with satisfaction, occasionally nodding in agreement. Derek occasionally spoke up to support his wife, but it was clear that he was also nervous due to the party's intense atmosphere. Uncle Daniel attempted to lighten the mood by sharing old family stories. He talked about when our entire family went camping at Mount Rainier when we were kids, as well as the football games we watched as a family. Tyler also tried to create a cheerful atmosphere by sharing enjoyable military experiences, but I could tell he was aware of the tension. In the middle of dinner, Mom turned to Haley and asked, in a somewhat harsh tone, "Haley, how's piano going lately? Your mother stated that you have been skipping lessons for weeks." Haley hung her head and did not respond to my mother's question. Vanessa jumped in with a tense voice. "She's sluggish about practicing. I signed her up for lessons at the best center in Seattle, but she won't even try." Uncle Daniel saw this and immediately attempted to defend Haley. He said loudly, "Haley is still young. Give it time and she'll become interested." Vanessa did not respond to Uncle Daniel. She remained silent, staring at her daughter with annoyance. While the situation was tense, my father made a grave mistake. He turned to Maddie and proudly announced to everyone, Maddie is different. She's extremely hardworking. She practices the violin every day. Okay, Maddie? After my father's unexpected question, Maddie nodded shyly, as if she was uncomfortable with the comparison. I noticed Haley lower her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Vanessa tightened her grip on her wine glass at the party table, her face darkening as she realized my father's toxic comparison. I wanted to say something to calm things down, but Dad went on enthusiastically. Maddie even made it into the gifted class. My Maddie is the best. Mom looked at Dad, annoyed, but said nothing. Vanessa gritted her teeth, attempting to suppress something boiling inside. At this point, Uncle Daniel attempted to salvage the situation. He exclaimed loudly, "Both Haley and Maddie are wonderful. Each has their own talents." Following Uncle Daniel's words, the other relatives quickly changed the subject to avoid a potential family conflict. At the time, I had no idea that a storm was slowly forming and would tear my family apart in a matter of minutes. After dinner, as everyone was preparing to exchange gifts, my father clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Maddie, I heard you play really well." When Maddie heard Grandpa's request, she looked up at me with worried eyes. I nodded slightly to encourage her, and she timidly stepped forward, taking the violin from the case she had brought into the house. Maddie stood in the center of the living room, her little fingers trembling slightly as she rested the violin on her shoulder. A few seconds later, my daughter took a deep breath and began playing Silent Night, which she had practiced for weeks and arranged in her own style. My father sat up straight as the first sound rang out, his face beaming with pride. Haley had an undeniable admiration for Maddie at the time. Tyler nodded rhythmically and whispered, "Awesome." Uncle Daniel and Aunt Megan listened intently, their faces lit up as they heard the melodic tune. Derek nodded along with the rhythm, demonstrating genuine interest for the first time that evening. Only Vanessa and my mother sat with their faces as cold as ice. Vanessa's eyes narrowed every time Maddie finished a difficult passage, and Mom turned away as if she didn't want to see it. Then something happened that I could not have imagined, even in my wildest dreams. Vanessa stood up just as Maddie reached the climax. She took quick, decisive steps toward Maddie. Before anyone could react, Vanessa yanked my daughter's violin from her grasp. The music abruptly stopped. Maddie stumbled back, her eyes wide with horror. My daughter screamed in terror, "Aunt Vanessa, don't." But it was too late. Vanessa raised the violin high and slammed it hard to the ground. The sound of breaking ripped through the air. The violin costs $18,000. My daughter's gift, for which I had worked overtime and saved for 3 years, was now shattered. The strings snap and twist. The body broke open. The neck is almost completely separated. Haley jumped out of her chair, her face pale with horror. She screamed in a choked voice, "Don't do that, Mom. Don't." Tyler and Uncle Daniel both jumped up at the same time, their faces filled with horror. Tyler yelled at Vanessa, "Are you crazy?" Aunt Megan covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in shock. Vanessa continued to scream even after everyone else had done so. She stepped on the broken pieces, grinding them under her heels, as if she wanted to completely erase the violin from existence. When I saw that scene, my heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. Then, an excruciating pain struck me. Not physical pain, but the pain of seeing my child's violin smashed. And Maddie, my daughter, stood there, her entire body shaking and tears streaming down her young face. She looked at the broken pieces of her violin, and then up at me, her eyes full of despair. My father jumped out of his chair in response to my sister's unexpected action. He yelled, "Are you crazy, Vanessa? What the hell are you doing?" Vanessa did not respond. She simply stood there, staring intently at my daughter as if she were looking at an enemy. She then let out a loud, cold laugh that chilled me to the bone. At this point, I lost control of myself. Rage flared up, extinguishing all reason. I lunged at Vanessa, fists clenched, only wanting to teach her a lesson. But before I could reach her, Derek, Tyler, and my father rushed in to help. Derek grabbed my arm. Tyler held my shoulder, while my father stood between Vanessa and me, blocking our path. I screamed angrily, "Let me go. She destroyed my daughter's violin. Let go." Tyler gripped me tightly and said sternly, "Ethan, calm down. Violence will not solve anything." I struggled violently, attempting to break free from their grip. After everything had happened, my mother sat calmly on the sofa, her face cold and emotionless. She simply said quietly and evenly, "Calm down. It's only a violin." That statement from my mother fueled my rage. I struggled to break free, but couldn't. They were holding me too tightly. Claire went unnoticed amidst all the chaos. My wife had stood up at some point, moving silently as a shadow. Claire suddenly grabbed Vanessa's arm and pulled hard. To everyone's surprise, my wife dragged my sister into the bedroom, just a few steps from the living room. The door slammed shut with a solid thud. Everyone stood stunned for a few seconds by my wife's unexpected action. Tyler and my father let me go before rushing to the door and pounding hard. My father yelled, "Claire, open the door. What are you doing in there?" Derek also ran over, repeatedly turning the doorknob, but it was ineffective. Vanessa's screams came from the inside. Desperate cries for help are mixed with the sounds of impact. "Help me!" Vanessa pleaded. "Help me!" Derek used his shoulder to ram the door, but it did not budge. He screamed, "Claire, open the door right away. I'll call the cops." Uncle Daniel stood beside him, helpless, and Aunt Megan hugged Haley, who was sobbing uncontrollably. My mother stood up and walked near the door, but she did not appear panicked at all. She stood there with a cold face, observing everything. I stood in the middle of the living room, unsure what to do. Part of me wanted to break down the door and stop Claire, but another part, the dark part that no one dared to admit, felt strangely satisfied. 7 minutes felt like a century. Then the door opened. Vanessa walked out with a bruised face, swollen lips and disheveled hair. She was staggering and had to lean against the wall to stay upright. A streak of dried blood clung to the corner of her mouth. Uncle Daniel and Aunt Megan gasped in horror when they saw Vanessa's condition. Dad noticed Vanessa's face. He stepped back, horrified, and said, "My God, Claire, did you beat Vanessa like this?" When my mother saw her beloved daughter being beaten, she approached Vanessa and helped her sit down on a chair. She turned to Claire with cold eyes and screamed, "How dare you hit my daughter? How dare you hit your husband's sister?" Claire now stood in the doorway, her expression strangely calm. My wife shrugged and said coldly, "She fell on her own. If you don't believe it, just ask her." Vanessa screamed with trembling voice, "She's insane. I'll call the cops. I will put her in jail." Dad then stepped into the center of the room. He took a deep breath and tried to regain his composure. Then he looked at Vanessa with stern eyes. My father pointed to the broken violin and said, "Vanessa, why did you smash Maddie's violin?" Vanessa stammered back, "Look at my face, Dad. I was beaten like this, and you're still asking about the violin?" Dad replied firmly, "I'm asking you first. Please respond to me. Why did you do that?" Vanessa remained silent. She couldn't respond. Dad turned to Claire, his eyes stern. He told my wife, "Claire, I understand your anger because your daughter was mistreated. But hitting people is wrong. You have no right to use violence, regardless of what Vanessa did." Claire replied calmly, "I know." After my wife's response, Dad sighed, turned to Vanessa and said, "Vanessa, you must apologize to Maddie and compensate her for the violin. That violin was Maddie's property. You had absolutely no right to destroy it." Mom immediately jumped up, her voice cold, and asked, "Dad, what are you saying? Your daughter was beaten like this, and you are making her apologize?" After Mom's question, Dad turned to her and said firmly, "Be quiet. Vanessa was wrong first. She smashed a 9-year-old's violin. Don't you notice Maddie crying over there?" Mom looked at Dad angrily and said, "You always side with Ethan. Your daughter's face was beaten up and you're still making her apologize. Are you actually her father?" What Mom said made my father even angrier. Dad slammed his hand onto the table, his voice booming. "Who am I siding with? I am trying to be fair. Vanessa's decision to smash the violin was wrong. Claire's act of hitting someone was also wrong. Both must take responsibility." Everyone in the room agreed with Dad's words. Tyler now said loudly, "That's correct. That's fair." A few seconds later, my father turned to Vanessa and told her, "You apologize to Maddie and pay her $18,000 for the violin right now." Vanessa screamed, "No, I won't apologize. I will not compensate. Why is it always about Maddie? Why does she always receive praise? Haley is also your granddaughter, but do you care about her?" Vanessa's question ended in silence. Dad looked at Vanessa disappointed and asked directly, "So it's because of jealousy? You are jealous of a 9-year-old child?" After Dad's question, Mom jumped in with a cold voice. "Enough. Vanessa is not wrong. Haley is constantly compared to Maddie. Every time the family gathers, you only talk about Maddie. Maddie is a good violin player. Maddie does well in her studies. Maddie, this, Maddie, that. What about Haley? Do you ever ask about Haley? Dad and Mom exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. A car suddenly came to a stop in front of the door. Then the doorbell rang. Dad went to open the door, and I noticed 2 police officers standing there. I turned to look around the room, trying to figure out who had called the police. Then I caught Tyler's eye. He stood in the corner of the room, phone still in his hand, and nodded to me. Tyler walked over to me and whispered. I called immediately after Vanessa smashed the violin. This was too serious to handle within the family. At that point, I knew Tyler had made the correct decision, no matter how painful it was. Our family required outside assistance. After my father opened the door, 2 police officers walked in and quickly assessed the situation. The male officer noticed Vanessa's bruised face, the broken violin pieces on the floor, and Maddie crying in my arms. The male officer spoke in a professional manner. We got a report of an incident here. Could anyone tell me what happened? My father stepped forward, trying to remain calm, and said, I am the homeowner. It's a little complicated, officer. Vanessa rushed in front of the cops, pointed at Claire and yelled, She hit me. Look at my face. I want to report an assault. The female officer approached Vanessa and examined her facial injuries. Then she turned to face Claire with serious eyes. Claire stepped forward, her voice calm as she replied. Yes, I hit her. But first, she grabbed my daughter's violin and smashed it. My daughter is only 9 years old. The male officer immediately looked down at the pile of broken violin pieces on the floor before turning to Maddie, who was crying. He took out his notepad and said, Okay, we need statements from everyone. Please remain calm and cooperative. The statement-taking process took nearly an hour. The female officer spoke privately with Maddie, gently inquiring about what had occurred. The male officer obtained statements from me, Claire, Vanessa, and the others. Tyler was also interviewed as a witness. He described everything in detail and honestly. I sat in the corner of the living room holding Maddie, while the police took statements from the others. My mind was racing with the images of what had just occurred. But then old memories came flooding back like a torrent. Vanessa and I's relationship was never peaceful. Since we were children, we lived in 2 different worlds under one roof. Vanessa was Mom's favorite daughter, and I was closer to Dad. I remember when I was 13, I won first place in my school's art contest. Dad was ecstatic, as if he had won the lottery. He brags to all the relatives and hangs my painting in the center of the living room. Mom was different. She looked at the painting indifferently before making a cold comment. What use is drawing? Why don't you focus on proper studying? Vanessa was standing next to Mom, then laughing mockingly and saying sarcastically, That's right. How can drawing help anyone? Just keep dreaming. I stood there, feeling as if someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on my face. Dad wanted to defend me, but Mom had already turned and walked away, dragging Vanessa behind her. That divide widened over time. Mom always gave Vanessa her undivided attention, from studies to work, marriage, and relationships. And I, in her eyes, was always the impractical child with pointless interests. Dad was the opposite. He supported all of my decisions, from studying engineering instead of business, as Mom had preferred, to marrying Claire. He frequently said, You live your own life, Ethan. Don't let anyone make a decision for you. But that favoritism caused an irreversible crack. Vanessa always thought Dad loved me more, whereas I believed Mom never acknowledged me. And now, history was repeating itself with the next generation. Dad adored Maddie, but Haley was abandoned in the shadows. I realized it, but it was too late. In that moment, I wondered if I had any responsibility for this tragedy. Had I unknowingly contributed to the comparison by constantly bragging about Maddie without considering Haley's feelings? The response was painful because I realized that, even though it wasn't intentional, I had contributed to my little niece's wounds. An hour later, after gathering all of the information, the male officer stood in the center of the room and announced, Based on the statements and evidence, we will file reports on 2 incidents. Mrs. Vanessa Harper is charged with intentionally destroying property, specifically a violin worth $18,000 that belonged to Madison Caldwell. Second, Mrs. Claire Caldwell is charged with assault resulting in bodily harm to Mrs. Vanessa Harper. Vanessa screamed, What are you charging me with? I'm the victim here. The male officer looked at her with serious eyes and replied, Ma'am, destroying another person's property, especially a child's property, is a crime. Both parties will have to accept legal responsibility. Mom took a step beside Vanessa, her voice cold as she spoke to the police. We will hire an attorney. You'll have to pay. Dad shook his head, tired and disappointed. He didn't say anything, just turned and entered the kitchen. That Christmas night, the police filed reports and scheduled both parties to come to the station to complete the necessary procedures. We left my parents' house quietly, Maddie sleeping exhausted in my arms. Claire drove home, and I sat in the back with my daughter. My wife did not say anything, but I could see her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I knew nothing would be the same after that night. The days following Christmas night were the darkest for my family. Maddie sank into depression. She refused to speak, eat, or leave her bed for the entire day. When I asked Maddie if she wanted anything, she simply shook her head and turned to face the wall. After extensive discussions with my wife, I took my daughter to see a child psychologist. Maddie remained silent during her first therapy session. She sat there motionless, staring into space. By the third session, she had burst into tears. The doctor informed me that Maddie had said, through tears, I don't want to play violin anymore. I'm afraid people will hate me. I'm afraid Mom and Dad got in trouble because of me. Hearing those words made my heart feel like it was being squeezed. My daughter, an innocent 9-year-old, was blaming herself for the adults' actions. Claire has also changed. She grew quieter, frequently sitting alone in the dark. I knew my wife was carrying a burden of guilt, even though she never admitted it. One night, while Maddie was sleeping, I sat down next to Claire and asked, Are you okay? Claire remained silent for a long time. Then she turned to face me, her eyes red, and said, I do not regret hitting her, Ethan. If anyone dares to touch our daughter, I will do it again. But I am scared. I'm afraid Maddie will think her mother is violent. Hearing my wife's words, I took her hand, unsure what to say, as I had similar concerns. 4 months later, the trial was held at Seattle Criminal Court. That day, I sat in the back row with Claire next to me. Maddie wasn't there because I didn't want her to confront those who had hurt her. Vanessa sat on the opposite side with her lawyer. Mom sat right behind her, her face as cold as usual. Dad didn't come because he didn't want to see his family go to court. The trial followed proper procedure. All evidence was thoroughly presented, including images of the shattered violin, the receipt for the $18,000 violin, witness testimony, and medical reports on Vanessa's injuries. When asked to explain her actions, Vanessa stood up with a tense expression. Her lawyer attempted to argue that it was a temporary reaction to long-term psychological pressure. But then the prosecutor asked directly, Ms. Vanessa, could you please explain why you behaved in that manner toward a 9-year-old child's violin? Vanessa remained silent for a moment following that question. Then she burst into tears, crying while speaking. I couldn't take it anymore. Every time the family got together, they only talked about Maddie. Maddie is so good at this. Maddie is extremely talented at it. How about my daughter? Haley tries. Haley also studies hard. But no one looks at my daughter. My father only cares about Maddie. I've had to hear those comparisons for years. Her words elicited a heavy silence throughout the courtroom. A few seconds later, she turned to face me with hateful eyes and asked, Ethan, do you understand how my daughter feels? Every time she visits her grandparents, she cries because she feels inferior. She asks me why Grandpa does not love her as much as he does Maddie. Do you recognize that feeling? After that question, I sat in silence, unsure how to feel. Part of me understood Vanessa's pain, but another part of me could not forgive her for what she had done to my daughter. The judge issued the verdict after hearing all of the parties' cases. Vanessa was convicted of intentionally destroying property. Sentence: 18 months probation, mandatory anger management classes, and $18,000 for the violin. Claire was convicted of assault resulting in minor injuries. Sentence: a $2,500 fine and mandatory anger management classes. When the judge sounded the gavel to conclude the session, I looked at Claire. My wife sat there with a calm expression, but I could see her shoulders sagging slightly. A moment later, Mom stood up and assisted Vanessa out of the courtroom. When she walked past where I sat, she came to a halt and looked at me with cold eyes. She said nothing, simply turned and walked away. It was the last time I saw Mom. A week after the trial, I was sitting in the living room when the doorbell rang. When I opened it, I saw Dad standing there, his face more gaunt and tired than the last time I saw him. Dad looked at me with red eyes and asked softly, "Can I come in?" I nodded and opened the door wide for him to enter. Claire was in the kitchen. She looked out, then quietly retreated to the back room, giving my father and me our own space. Dad sat down on the sofa, hands clasped together and head hung low. He remained silent for a long time, as if trying to organize his thoughts. Then he looked up at me, his voice trembling, and said, "Ethan, I came here to apologize." I sat across from him, said nothing and waited. Dad took a deep breath and continued. "I was wrong. I should have intervened earlier. I noticed Vanessa becoming increasingly stressed, and Haley withdrawing more and more, but I did nothing. I kept thinking everything would work out, but it didn't." He paused after that statement, swallowing as if trying to control his emotions, before continuing. "I have to admit that I lacked sensitivity. I adore Maddie. That is true. However, I didn't realize that every time I complimented Maddie, Haley felt excluded. I unknowingly compared my two granddaughters without considering the consequences." Dad looked down at his hands, choking up as he spoke. "Haley is my granddaughter. She deserves to be loved, just like Maddie. But I failed. I wasn't fair to her." I sat there, emotions rising within me. This was the first time I had seen Dad admit his mistake so openly. A moment later, Dad looked up at me and said, "I am not asking you to forgive Vanessa. What she did was unacceptable, but I want you to understand that I am also responsible for this. If I had been more sensitive, if I had intervened sooner, perhaps things would have been different." Hearing Dad's confession, I stood up and walked over to sit beside him. I placed my hand on his shoulder and replied, "I understand, Dad. I do not blame you." Dad turned to look at me. We sat for a long time, saying nothing. Sometimes silence is the most powerful language. It has been nearly 3 years since that fateful Christmas night. Maddie is currently 11 years old. She has overcome the initial traumas. I bought her a new violin, and Maddie resumed playing. She was chosen to join her school's youth orchestra just last week. Claire and I are still together. We went through the most difficult period together, and instead of falling apart, our relationship grew stronger. She finished her anger management classes and experienced significant changes. We learned to communicate more effectively with one another and share our emotions rather than bottle them up inside. Dad still calls me every week. He continues to visit Maddie, and each time he sees her, he tries not to compare or brag too much. I know he's trying to change, and that's enough for me to admire. Mom is still silent. I haven't received a phone call or a text message in nearly 3 years. Dad says she's still angry at me and believes I destroyed the family. I'm not sure if she will ever change, but I've come to accept that fact. Vanessa finished her anger management classes and paid the entire $18,000 in compensation. Dad told me she's changed a lot, is less angry, and is attempting to rebuild her relationship with Haley. I don't know if I'll ever forgive her, but I hope Haley is okay. Something unexpected occurred a few months ago. I got a letter from Haley. She wrote that she does not blame Maddie. She understands that what her mother did was wrong. Haley apologized on her mother's behalf, saying she misses Maddie and the times the two cousins used to play together before everything happened. I read the letter and gave it to Maddie to read. Maddie cried. Since then, Maddie and Haley have begun texting. At first, they only exchanged short messages to check in on each other. The two then gradually increased their conversation and sharing. I didn't stop it because I recognize that both Maddie and Haley are victims of this tragedy. They should not be forced to bear the consequences of the adults' mistakes. After everything we've gone through, I'd like to share with you 6 pieces of advice I gained from my family's tragedy. First, never compare children to one another. Each child has unique value and deserves to be treated fairly. Don't allow one child to live in another's shadow. Second, keep your emotions under control, especially in tense situations. Regardless of how angry you become, violence is never the best solution. Allow the law to intervene. Third, express your emotions rather than allowing them to fester. Vanessa had been harboring resentment for years, and no one knew about it. If she had told Dad about her discrimination early on, if she had shared Haley's pain, perhaps things would have been different. Fourth, don't let children bear adults' guilt. Both Maddie and Haley are victims in this story. Haley blamed herself for believing she wasn't good enough, while Maddie felt guilty for excelling and making others jealous. This is something I would never want to see. Finally, intervene as soon as you notice signs of tension. Dad and I noticed Vanessa becoming more stressed and Haley withdrawing more, but we assumed everything would work out. This was an error. When you notice unusual signs in your family, take the initiative to identify and address the underlying issues. Do not wait until everything explodes. My story ends here. Before I finish the story, I'd like to ask you a question. What would you do if you saw your sister smashing your child's violin? Please share your thoughts in the comments section below the story. And if you were moved by the story, please subscribe to the channel to show your support. Goodbye, and we'll see you again. My parents gave my sister a stunning celebration for her junior year. I graduated, but only my Nana came. Then my dad sent a message. I failed you. When people ask me what eventually caused me to sever connections with my family, I generally give them a truncated explanation like, "Oh, we just grew apart," or, "It was time to focus on myself." But the truth was far more difficult. It begins with a graduation, 3 distinct celebrations, and a Facebook post that made my stomach drop. My name is Ethan. I'm 24, but this happened little over a year ago. My college graduation weekend was meant to be one of the most memorable of my life. Instead, it became the moment everything shattered. Favoritism is not a secret in my family, it is virtually flaunted. My younger sister Lily has always been the golden kid. Don't get me wrong, she's brilliant, extroverted, and a terrific people pleaser. But so am I. I simply didn't fit into the same picture-perfect mold that my parents admired. I wasn't the star of the cheerleading team, the homecoming queen, or the one with a flawless Instagram feed. I was more silent and independent. I worked 2 part-time jobs while in school, attended night classes, and graduated with honors, yet I was always a background figure in my own family. Growing up, it was small things. Lily received a new phone each Christmas, whereas mine were always hand-me-downs with shattered screens. She'd grab a ride to the gatherings around 11 p.m. I was grounded for missing my curfew by 12 minutes. She took piano lessons, voice lessons, and painting classes. I was instructed to be glad that the lights are still on. I stopped debating after a while. I stopped expecting things to be fair. That was just the dynamic. Lily shined, and I remained out of the way. Still, I hoped that when they saw me, it would be after I graduated from college. You really saw me. I was the first in my family to complete a 5-year degree. I'd been working tirelessly for 5 years, pulling all-nighters, saving every dime, and missing breaks to remain ahead. Despite knowing better, I allowed myself to hope. I informed them of the date of my ceremony months in advance. I issued reminders. I even offered to assist them arrange a hotel if they required one. My Nana, bless her, contacted me every week coming up to the event. "We're really proud of you, Ethan," she'd remark. "This is your moment." Lily had completed high school 3 years before, and my parents hosted what amounted to a tiny wedding celebration. They leased up a nice banquet venue downtown, hired a DJ, and ordered special cupcakes with her face emblazoned on them. There were speeches, flowers, balloons, and everything. At the conclusion of the night, they presented her an envelope and declared with great theatrical flair that they were sending her on a week-long trip to Greece. "You've earned this, sweetheart," Mom remarked, stroking her hair back as if she were royalty. I applauded and grinned. But the entire trip home, I remember sitting in the back seat, gazing out the window, wondering whether they'd do half as much for me. My graduation was on a Saturday. I hadn't expected Greece or even cupcakes. I just wanted them to show up and care. I donned the same suit I had worn to my internship interviews, ironed and immaculate. My best friend Aaron traveled all the way from another state. My roommate's parents bought me flowers. I, not their child, since they believed no one should graduate without flowers. It meant a lot. But as I searched the crowd throughout the ceremony, I noticed one familiar face. My Nana. She waved as if she were attempting to land an airplane. My parents and Lily. Nowhere. I attempted to put down my disappointment. Perhaps something came up. Perhaps they were late. But there was no call, text, or excuse. Following the ceremony, I discovered Nana beside the fountain outside the venue, carrying a little gift bag and a Tupperware container. "It's your favorite," she added, raising the top to reveal her signature chicken spaghetti. I smiled and hugged her, trying not to cry. "They said they were busy," she murmured gently, avoiding my gaze. "Your father mentioned work, but I'm not sure that's the whole story." We sat on a seat and she gave me a card. It was one of those generic graduation cards with glittering lettering inside written in hasty handwriting. "Congratulations, Ethan. Mom and Dad." My name was spelled incorrectly. Ethan after 25 years. There was no signature from Lily. I chuckled not out of amusement, but out of incredulity. Then I hugged Nana, whose eyes were already wet. "Thanks for coming, Nana," I added. "It means more than you know." When I arrived back to my apartment, I snapped a photo of the card and the leftovers and posted it to my private account with the simple comment, "Graduation feast." I then hugged my Nana goodbye and told her I wanted to sleep. She paused before leaving. "You sure you're okay, baby?" she inquired. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm used to it." I wasn't. I stayed up most of the night, repeating everything in my mind. My parents remained silent. The look on Nana's face as she handed me the Tupperware. The card. God. The card. I knew I wasn't the favorite, but I didn't expect them to make it so plain. It felt like a blow in the belly from apathy. Still, I did not say anything. I did not send an SMS. Did not start a fight. I assumed they'd forget what had happened. But the next morning, at 9 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was my aunt, my father's sister. We were not very close, but she had always been kind to me. The type of person who gave me $25 at family gatherings just because. Her name popped up on my screen, followed by a voicemail, then a text. "Sweetheart, you might want to look at what your father just wrote on Facebook." I gazed at the message. My tummy did an unusual flip. Even though I got a horrible feeling, I launched the app. That was when everything changed. My thumb lingered on the Facebook app symbol for a second too long. Something inside me knew it wouldn't be good. It's strange how your stomach may know something before your intellect does. How a single message from a relative who seldom communicates can have your heart racing like it's being hunted. When I tapped it open, my screen briefly froze on the loading wheel. My pulse hammered on my neck, as if it were counting down. And then there it was, my father's post. 2 sharp photographs and a text that felt like a blow to the face. Photograph 1. Lily stood in front of what appeared to be the same auditorium they had leased for her high school graduation 3 years before. Hair curled, makeup immaculate, she stood next to a banner that said, "Congratulations, Lily, future nurse." Even though she had just completed her 3rd year of college and hadn't even begun clinicals, she wasn't graduating. She was only ending her junior year. Photograph 2. My parents surrounded her on both sides, smiling with delight. Lily held out what appeared to be a ticket envelope in one hand and a sparkling Greek flag in the other. Yep. They were sending her back to Greece. Summary. Couldn't be prouder of our girl, Lily. You've worked so hard and deserve every bit of this celebration. Surprise trip to Greece. Round 2. Love you, sweetheart. You make this family proud every single day. I'm not mentioned. There was no indication that their kid had graduated from college precisely yesterday. I scrolled down the comments. Aunt Helen. Didn't Ethan graduate just yesterday? I thought I noticed something about Michelle's tale. Dad held a tiny ceremony, but Lily's accomplishments are once in a lifetime. She is performing meaningful work that makes a difference in people's lives. Another cousin said, "So, when does Ethan get his big trip?" To which my mother responded, "He prefers to keep things low-key." I gazed at my screen for so long that it faded. My ears were ringing. I hadn't realized I'd stopped breathing until I took in air and felt it burn my throat. I wasn't furious yet. Not precisely. I felt numb, like if someone had removed my chest and replaced it with static. I did not even weep. Not at first. I simply sat there reading the comments and rereading the caption until the words faded into nothing. Aaron stepped in at midday, still in his jammies, clutching 2 coffees. He looked at me and said, "What happened?" I flipped my phone around and gave it to him. He read in silence before sitting alongside me and muttering, "Wow, just, wow. I didn't even get a cake," I said. "They misspelled my name on the card." Aaron laid the coffee down carefully, as if it would shatter otherwise. "You okay, man?" I wanted to answer yes. I wanted to lie, make a joke and go on with my life as usual, but something inside of me broke. The type of crack that doesn't just separate. You sense it echo. "No," I replied. "Not really." He remained quiet. We sat for a while watching a quiet replay of Shark Tank on mute in the background. Eventually I opened Instagram and looked at Lily's tale. It was a video of her at the party grinning as champagne splashed behind her. My mother was weeping, clutching her hand, saying, "You've always been our brightest light." Our as in both of them. I didn't exist. Not yesterday, not now. The rest of the day blurred by. I didn't text them. They didn't text me that night, So I gazed at the ceiling for hours, thinking about all the times I'd made excuses for them, such, "They're just stressed, Lily needs more support, or it's not that deep." But it was that deep. It had been years of little wounds that I tried to overlook. I hadn't noticed how deeply I was bleeding until now. Nana called the next morning, her voice quiet. "Be careful, darling. I noticed the post." "Yeah," I answered. "Me too." A silence. "Then you know it's not you, right? This isn't about you not being enough. It's about them not recognizing what's there in front of them." I swallowed deeply. "I know, but it still hurts." She didn't try to fix it. She just listened. I didn't hear from my parents for a week. No follow-up. No sorry we couldn't make it. Nothing. Then on Thursday, Lily posted another photo, this time from Greece, poolside with a glass of wine, captioned, "Celebrating hard work and support that actually means something. Family first." That one broke me. The passive aggression wasn't even subtle. I could feel it, sharp and smug. It wasn't enough to ignore me, they had to twist the knife as well. I showed Aaron the post. "She's taunting me." He nodded. "It's as if they're daring you to react." I didn't. Not publicly, but something inside shifted. I spent the weekend reliving our childhood. The patterns were all there, like when Lily accidentally broke my laptop in high school and my parents blamed me for leaving it on the kitchen table. Or when I got into my first choice university and Mom asked if I'd consider deferring because Lily was having a difficult senior year and we didn't want to divert attention away from her. I'd been disappearing for years, and I'd let them. The next week I received a text from my mother. "Mom, hey honey, sorry we missed your ceremony. We were super swamped with Lily's finals and planning everything for her celebration. Hope it went well. Dad said Nana was there so you weren't alone." I peered at it. There was no apology, no mention of the Facebook post, just vague deflective crap. Aaron looked over my shoulder and whispered, "Do not answer." "I won't." And I didn't. A few days later, Nana welcomed me to supper where she'd prepared lemon chicken and mashed potatoes. We sat at her little kitchen table, sunshine pouring through the lace curtains. "I know things feel heavy right now," she continued, handing the rolls. "But you don't have to carry it alone." I nodded, wondering what to say. "Do you remember what I told you when you were little? That as you grow older, individuals would reveal themselves to you via their acts, rather than their words?" "I remember," she said, setting down her fork. "Well, love, they've showed you, and you have to decide what you do with it." The next morning, Lily phoned, and I let it go to voicemail. Her message chirped over the phone speaker as I got dressed. "Hey, Mom and Dad said, you've been sort of aloof. Just checking in. Also, I need a favor. My buddy Sophie is applying to your university and would like to speak with someone who has completed the program. Can I give her your phone number?" "No, congratulations." "No, sorry, we missed your graduation." I erased the message, and later that night, I received another text from Dad. "Hey, you've been so quiet lately. We understand you're unhappy, but pouting isn't helping. Lily's party was not intended as a slur on you. She simply had a more intensive workload, and we wanted to give her a little more encouragement." I felt my jaw clench, typed out a dozen comments, erased them all, and instead of phoning Nana, I opened my laptop and began writing. Not a rant, not a post, just everything. Every memory, every slight, every moment I'd swallowed my voice just to keep the peace. The truth was, I didn't want to be the quiet one anymore. And then, 3 days later, the real betrayal happened. Aaron and I were eating lunch when my phone buzzed with a notification from Venmo. Lily had given me $15 with the remark, "For the card, we forgot to get you, ha." Aaron read it over my shoulder, whispering, "Are you freaking kidding me?" No, they were not. That night I sat alone in my apartment looking at the brightness of my computer screen. I opened Facebook again, looked at the post, the comments, the likes, the phoniness of it all. I wasn't just forgotten, I was erased, but only for a short time, because in that moment, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I didn't want petty vengeance. I wanted truth. I wanted to reclaim the narrative, not to hurt them, but to finally be heard and seen. And I knew exactly how to do it. There's something eerie about silence after betrayal. You'd expect anger, shouting, or some kind of explosion. But all I felt was a thick, still emptiness, as if everything that had ever bound me to my family had finally rotted away, and now I was floating, detached, alone, but not in the lonely, weepy sense. No, this was the kind of alone that felt clean, cold, and clear, as if I'd stepped out of a house that had been filling with smoke for years, and only now realized how toxic the air had become. After Lily sent me $15 for the card we forgot to get you, lol. I didn't respond. And I didn't even open the app again. What do you say to someone who sees your pain and thinks it's funny? I just locked my phone and stared out the window, my breath fogging up the glass as rain quietly stitched lines down the pane. That was the moment I hit bottom. It wasn't about the money, the party, or the Facebook post. It was what it all meant. That I could give everything. Years of effort, pride, exhaustion, pushing myself forward. And it would still never be enough for them. They didn't just forget me. They wanted me to stay forgotten because it was more comfortable for them that way. Lily could shine brighter if I stayed in the shadows. But here's the thing about rock bottom. There's nowhere left to sink. And that night, sitting in the dim light of my tiny studio apartment, with the hum of the fridge and the patter of rain keeping me company, I decided I was done waiting to be seen. I began with a list, not a to-do list or a goal list, but a truth list, in which I wrote down every time I could remember feeling erased, ignored, or minimized by them. The birthday when they went on vacation and told me I was being dramatic. The time I made the dean's list and they said, well, college is easier these days. The trip to see Lily's performance 4 states away when they couldn't find time to visit me 12 minutes from home. The graduation, the card, the Venmo. Page after page poured out of me. And when it was finished, I felt lighter, not healed, but clearer. As if I had a map that pointed directly away from them. That summer, I didn't go home. So Aaron's parents offered me their guest room for a few weeks while I figured things out. I accepted, grateful and a little embarrassed. But they were nothing but warm. His mother asked what I wanted for dinner. His father gave me career advice. And when they toasted me for graduating, I nearly burst into tears. This is what it feels like to be supported. No performance, no guilt, just presence. While I was there, I updated my resume and spent late nights researching jobs in cities I'd never considered, like San Diego, Chicago, and Boston. For the first time, I allowed myself to imagine a life free of my family's gravitational pull, one in which I didn't have to keep orbiting around Lily's accomplishments or shrinking myself so she could expand. It wasn't easy. I had days when I doubted everything, nights when I stared at my phone, tempted to send one last text. Do you even care? Why did you treat me like that? But I didn't. I knew their silence wasn't ignorance. It was intentional. I got a job interview in Austin for an entry-level data analyst at a mid-sized firm, and I prepared like my life depended on it. Aaron drove me to the airport. Are you nervous? Terrified, I said. But it seems like the good sort. He grinned. Go prove them wrong. The interview went well. The city was warm, strange and active. I didn't know anybody there, but for the first time, it wasn't terrifying. It was thrilling. A week later, I received the call. You got the job, the recruiter said. I looked at the screen for a few seconds before saying, Really? Really? We're delighted to have you, Ethan. I moved 4 weeks later into a tiny apartment with bad furniture and no air conditioning for the first 2 days, but it was mine. Every box I unloaded felt like losing another layer of old skin. I didn't tell my parents I moved. They never asked. Meanwhile, Lily tweeted about her vacation. At work, I began slowly. Entry-level meant long hours, grunt tasks and a lot of spreadsheets, but I enjoyed it because it was concrete and measurable. Mom commented on every photo saying, So proud of you, baby, our shining star. Look at that smile. Effort in, results out, no partiality, just data. I stayed late, asked questions, took notes, and my manager, Mark, noticed. You've got a good head for patterns, he said. You ever consider analytic strategy? I blinked. I mean, I've thought about it, but think harder. You've got a future here. This was the first time someone outside of school looked at me and saw possibility rather than responsibility. It felt like a jolt to the chest, but I kept going, took online Python courses, learned SQL in my spare time, and said yes to every project, even the ones that scared me. Things gradually began to shift, and I was invited to meetings and given more autonomy. 9 months later, I was running the monthly performance report presentations, and Mark pulled me aside after one and said, Your storyboarding is the best I've seen from someone your level. I want you to mentor one of our new hires. I nodded, stunned. Yeah, I'd love to. Meanwhile, I never heard a word from my family. Christmas came and went, and I spent it with Aaron's family again. When Nana called to say she missed me, I nearly cried. I agree. Your mom claimed you're busy with work, she said gently, but she never specified where you're now residing. She never asked. She added quietly to Ethan, Don't let them make you feel tiny. You are not little. You're the most caring person I know." After the call, I went for a stroll and watched the city lights extend across the skyline. I wasn't angry anymore, just determined. I didn't need their approval. I had built something better, something real. And then came the message that shattered everything again. Lily. One night in March, she sent a long DM on Instagram that appeared sweet, even apologetic. "Hey Ethan. I know things have been awkward with us. I apologize if you felt left out during graduation. I honestly did not intend to hurt you. I know mom and dad may be a little too much at times, and I should have spoken out. I was caught up in everything and had no idea how that may have appeared. I hope you're doing well. I was wondering if you might be interested in conversing. Sophie is applying to UT Austin for graduate school, and I believe she could really benefit from your expertise since you're there. I read it 3 times, not 'I'm sorry for what we did, but I'm sorry if you feel hurt,' with no responsibility, just gentle deflection." And then the ask. I didn't respond. Instead, I continued to build. I began journaling, running, and cooking for myself. I made friends in the city who liked me, not the version of me my family tolerated. I dated a little and smiled more. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was holding my breath, waiting for approval that would never come. But a part of me, some deep unhealed part, still wanted closure. Not revenge. Not a Facebook clap back. Just the truth out in the open. A record that couldn't be twisted or ignored. And when I finally figured out how to do that, I knew it would change everything. It began with an idea, a way to share my story. Not just with them, but with everyone who had ever felt like the invisible kid. I spent weeks sketching it out, planning and writing, and when it was finished, I clicked post. I didn't tag anyone, I didn't name names, but I told the story of 2 graduations. The post, titled "The Graduation That Never Happened," went live on a quiet Sunday afternoon with no hashtags, photos, or passive-aggressive emojis. It was about a misspelled card and microwave leftovers, a $15 Venmo and years of silence, and finding myself after being forgotten. I was surprised by what happened next, and it began with the sentence. For my sister's graduation, they rented a hall, hired a photographer, and surprised her with a trip to Greece. For mine, I received leftovers in a microwave and a card with my name spelled incorrectly. It wasn't a rant. I didn't rage. I didn't accuse anyone by name. I simply told the truth. The whole truth, layer by layer. The way they'd always celebrated her, the way I'd remained silent. The comments, the card, the $15 Venmo, and the moment I realized I didn't need their recognition to matter. I ended it with a few words that had echoed in my chest for months. Sometimes you don't need an apology. You just need to walk away without looking back. I posted it and turned off my phone. Aaron and I went for tacos. I didn't bring it up. I didn't even check my notifications until the next morning, and when I did, it had exploded. I didn't expect it to go viral. I posted it to a mid-size Reddit thread about family dynamics and favoritism, and then cross-posted a shortened version to my private Instagram with maybe 250 followers. But evidently, someone screenshotted it, published it on Twitter, and it caught fire, with hundreds of comments, thousands of likes, and dozens of DMs from strangers saying, "Thank you." This is also my narrative. Some of the letters impacted me more than I expected. You put into words what I'd been feeling for years. My brother was always the favorite, and I thought I was just being sensitive. Reading this made me cry in my car, and something about the quiet solidarity of it all stunned me. I hadn't written it for attention. I'd written it because it was finally too heavy to carry in silence. But now I wasn't alone. Not everyone was supportive. A few trolls popped up. "Cry harder, you're just jealous. Get over it." But the overwhelming response was compassion. And beneath that compassion, something else began to stir. Validation. Power. Not power like revenge fantasy power, but a kind of clarity. As if I had finally turned the lights on in a room I'd been stumbling through my whole life. A few days later, I received an unexpected response from Nana, who had seen the post. "I read your narrative, Ethan." She wrote in an email, which she always favored. "And I want you to know, every word rang true. I apologize for not doing more when you were little. I always assumed that love would balance everything out. But sometimes silence becomes complicity. I'm so proud of you for telling your truth." That email broke me, then rebuilt me because, for the first time, I had a witness. Not a stranger, not a distant friend, but someone inside the family who saw it as well. Suddenly the idea I'd been nursing in the background began to sharpen. I realized something. I didn't need vengeance to hurt them. I needed justice. Open truth. and consequences that weren't about cruelty, but about accountability. And Lily, well, she gave me the opening I didn't even have to ask for. It began with another message, this time more formal and calculated. Hey Ethan. I just seen your post. Wow, you truly made us sound like monsters. LOL. Mom is freaking out. She says, Aunt Helen and Uncle David witnessed it, and now everyone's chattering. Anyway, I'm thinking you're still upset over graduation. If it helps you feel better, I spoke with Mom, who says she's willing to make it up to you if you want to return home this summer. Perhaps we can have a party or something. No harsh sentiments. Also, please let me know whether Sophie can still be reached. She's quite anxious about UT. I read it 3 times, and what she really meant was, clean this up. Walk it back. Be a decent brother again. Help me. Help my pal. Make Mom stop looking horrible at church. And that's when I resolved. No more playing along. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I began quietly documenting screenshots, old messages, photos, and memories. I asked Nana to send me photos from my graduation day, the ones she'd taken outside the venue, where I'm standing in my cap and gown with a Tupperware container balanced on my knees. Then I did something I hadn't done since I was a teenager. I reopened my old blog. Back in high school, I used to write about study tips, book reviews, random thoughts, nothing major, but I still had the login and domain name, and it was clean and untouched. I wrote a new post, this time with names, not for drama, but for the truth. I told the story again, but this time with receipts and context. I uploaded photos of Lily's party hall, the banquet cake, the grease envelope, the misspelled graduation card, and the Venmo message that felt like the punchline to a cruel joke. I wrote it carefully and calmly, without rage or bitterness, just the truth. I dubbed it, Being the Invisible Son, a graduation story. It didn't go popular like the Reddit post, but it wasn't supposed to. It was meant to be a record, a place where if somebody ever questioned, why don't you talk to your family? I could point and say, here is why. Then I forwarded the link to Aunt Helen. That was all I did, not because I wanted it to spread, but because I was certain it would. Aunt Helen had always been the unspoken backbone of the extended family grapevine, and a single text from her could break years of quiet. Within a week, I received 3 distinct texts from cousins I hadn't spoken to in years. Ethan, I always wondered why you were treated so differently. Dude, that blog hit me hard. My mother has been talking about it non-stop. I apologize. I wish I'd seen it back then. Then came the fallout. My mother emailed me, her first direct contact in almost a year. Ethan, I read your blog. I can't believe you would expose family business to the public. It was a private thing. I am ashamed of how you are treating things. We were going to make things up to you. We only needed time. But now you've embarrassed your sister and father. I hope it was worth it. Mom. There was no apology. No acknowledgement. Just shame and blame. But something about that letter made me chuckle because for once, it wasn't me who felt humiliated. It was them, and I recognized this wasn't retribution. This was liberation, but I wasn't done. Aaron and I went out for drinks that Friday, and I told him the whole plan. He lifted his glass. So what now? Are you going to drop a nuke? I shook my head. No, just a mirror. Sophie, Lily's classmate who wanted to attend UT, had contacted her through a common acquaintance, rather than personally. Sophie had applied and was awaiting an interview, and guess who the admissions team had invited to a student panel as an alumni representative? Yours truly. The irony was not lost on me. The same family that couldn't even attend my graduation now wanted to use my accomplishments to help someone else. I made a mental note not to sabotage Sophie. If she asked me how to stand out on her application, I'd urge her to be honest and true. She wasn't the villain in this situation, but I'd make sure the whole narrative was presented. Do not take shortcuts, and don't let others fight your fights for you. I resumed writing articles, postings, and submissions to larger blogs on family estrangement and discovering identity outside of one's roots. I wasn't naming names anymore because I didn't need to. The lesson had outgrown the story. Behind the scenes, I was planning something else. Something quieter, more personal, and it had to do with Nana. She'd been my only constant, the only one who showed up, cooked for me, and called just to say I love you. I knew she didn't have much. Her roof needed repairs, her garden had overgrown due to her arthritis, so I started saving, cutting expenses, picking up freelance data analysis projects on the side, saying no to every party and every unnecessary splurge, and tracking every dollar because I had a new goal. I wanted to pay off her mortgage, not to flex, not to brag, just because she was the only one who had ever truly seen me. and I wanted to give her something back that didn't come with strings, conditions, or guilt, becoming someone they couldn't control, belittle, or erase. And when the day came, when I made the last transfer, and surprised her with the paperwork, I knew what my next move would be because the final step in my setup was finally letting my parents know the cost of their silence. I waited 4 days after paying off Nana's mortgage because I wanted to be calm, strategic, and clear-eyed. When done right, revenge doesn't need fireworks. It just needs timing. Nana cried when I told her. Not the delicate dabbing of her eyes kind of cry, but the full-body, trembling lip kind. I believed I'd be buried with the dead. I didn't say anything, just held her hand while she sat in her sunroom, surrounded by the roses she hadn't been able to cultivate in years. I never wanted you to feel alone, she muttered. I'm sorry they made you feel like you didn't matter. You're the reason I know I do, I replied. That night, while she slept happily for the first time in what felt like forever, I sat in her old living room, with the creaking fan and the odd flowered couch, and opened my laptop. It was time. I composed one. I sent a single email with the subject line, my own graduation gift, addressed to my mother and father, and copied Lily. I read it 3 times before sending it. Hello, Mom, Dad, and Lily. I felt it was time to repay the favor. You gave Lily 2 graduation celebrations, 2 vacations to Greece, and a full banquet celebration. You gave me a card with my name spelled wrong and leftovers in the microwave, so I gave myself a gift this year. I bought something. Her name is still on the mailbox, but she doesn't owe a dime anymore. The house is now hers, paid in full. You know, the only person who showed up at my graduation, she doesn't have to worry about her mortgage anymore. I thought you may be interested in knowing what a silent son accomplishes with his life when no one is watching. I'm not seeking for apologies. I simply wanted you to realize that the invisible son you disregarded made himself apparent. Ethan, I wasn't expecting a response, but I received 3. Of course, Lily reacted first, less than 20 minutes later. Ethan, I don't even know what to say. That's such a nice thing to do for Nana. I apologize if I made you feel inferior. That was never my purpose. I hope we could chat in person someday. I feel like we've lost our path. I looked at it. It wasn't awful, nor was it good. It was safe, polished, non-committal, and full of ifs and feel-likes. Still no ownership. No, you were wronged and we failed you. I didn't react. Dad's email arrived that night. Ethan, I'll confess this one sucks. I won't lie and say I didn't read your blog. I did, as did half of the family, and your Aunt Helen has been spreading it like it's gospel. I wish you had come to us before posting everything online, but I can't deny what you wrote. I failed you, as did we. Your sister was easy to praise because she demanded it, and you were quiet, making it easy for us to overlook you. That's not an excuse. It's a flaw in me. I can't go back and I don't expect forgiveness. I only hope you find peace and one day allow us to try to rebuild anything. Dad, it startled me, not because it was wonderful, but because it was the first time my father had acknowledged, I failed you, in my whole life. Then came the last email, from my mother. Ethan, I read your post and have been thinking about it for hours and days. Honestly, I knew you were hurt by how we handled your graduation, but I didn't realize how deep that pain went. Your sister has always needed more from us, emotionally, socially, and financially. You were independent, and you never asked for anything. I thought we were giving you what you wanted, space and autonomy, but I see now that I was mistaken. I'm not sure how to solve this, but I'd want to if you'll let me. Love, Mom. I closed my laptop, not furious, nor thrilled, just finished. Their letters didn't alter anything, not really. They didn't remove the years, the silent birthdays, the missed milestones, the way I'd seen them light for Lily while I stood just outside the frame. But they saw me now, and that was enough. That weekend I returned to Nana's house with a few bags of mulch, new gardening gloves, and a pair of hedge trimmers, and we spent the entire Saturday in her front yard, me on my knees pulling weeds, her in a sun hat humming old songs, neighbors waving as they passed by. One woman leaned over the fence. Glad to see someone finally helping her, she said. That family of hers is always too busy. I smiled. Not anymore. When the sun dipped low and the sky turned sherbet orange, Nana brought out lemonade in her favorite pitcher, and we sat on the porch sipping in silence. I still can't believe you did all this, she said. Paid off the house, came back. I didn't do it to impress others, I continued, but because you were the only one who treated me as if I mattered. She grabbed for my hand. You always mattered, baby. Sometimes individuals simply don't know how to express it. They don't always want to. I nodded, watching a robin peck at the grass near the curb. That night, As I drove back to Austin, my phone vibrated with another message. This time from a relative I hardly knew, one of the younger ones. Hey, I noticed your post. I too have always felt invisible. Reading yours encouraged me to finally speak anything to my parents. Just wanted to say thank you. I smiled. Not because I wanted to be a rescuer or to be validated, but because I had discovered something. The finest vengeance isn't loud, petty, or about retaliating with pain. It's about living completely in a way that makes the people who disregarded you feel your absence more than they ever did your presence. I need space, my girlfriend texted from another man's apartment. I replied understood, canceled her credit cards, and let foreclosure do the rest. My name is Marcus, 28 male, and up until a few months ago, I was in a 2.5-year relationship with Chloe, 24 female. We didn't officially live together. She had her own quaint little studio apartment downtown, and I had my own place closer to my corporate job in the financial district. But for the last 14 months of our relationship, I had essentially become her sole financial provider, her safety net, and her personal ATM. To understand how we got here, you have to understand Chloe's delusion. About a year and a half into our relationship, Chloe decided to quit her perfectly good part-time job as a barista. She constantly complained about smelling like roasted coffee beans and dealing with rude customers. Her ultimate dream was to become a full-time lifestyle, beauty, and travel influencer. She was convinced she was just one viral video away from securing massive brand deals. The glaring problem was that her influencer gig wasn't bringing in a single dime. In fact, it was a massive, gaping financial sinkhole. She was constantly buying new designer outfits, expensive ring lights, high-end cosmetics, and booking aesthetic coffee shops just to capture the perfect Instagram shot. Because I loved her deeply and believed in supporting a partner's ambitions, I foolishly stepped in to bridge the financial gap while she grew her audience. I fell victim to the sunk cost fallacy. And by bridging the gap, I mean I was entirely bankrolling her existence. I had given her 2 premium credit cards in my name, listing her as an authorized user. I was paying her unlimited cell phone plan, her premium car insurance, her luxury $150 a month gym membership, all her music and television streaming services, and even her upgraded cloud storage for all those high-resolution photos she took daily. Altogether, her lifestyle was costing me roughly $2,200 a month. And that $2,200 didn't even include the lavish weekend dinners we went on, the random gifts she'd demand for her, unboxing content, or the occasional $300 cash transfers I'd send her via Venmo when she inevitably couldn't make her portion of her studio apartments. Rent. Enter Liam, 27 male. Liam was Chloe's so-called best friend from her college days. He was the classic, textbook orbiter, the guy who was always the absolute first to like her posts, dropping heart eyes and fire emojis on every single selfie within seconds of it going live. He was the one she always swore was just a platonic friend, and repeatedly told me I was being deeply overreacting, controlling, and insecure if I ever brought up his obvious intentions. This was the dude who was texting her "Good morning, beautiful, hope you crush it today" before I even had the chance to wake up and make my morning coffee. I always had a gut feeling about him, but I suppressed it to keep the peace. 4 weeks ago, the absolute peak of audacity occurred. I was sitting at my desk at work, buried in complex financial spreadsheets, when my phone buzzed. It was a massive paragraph from Chloe. "Hey babe, so Liam's roommate completely bailed on him out of nowhere, and he's offering me the extra room in his apartment for super cheap. I really need this opportunity, Marcus. It's time for me to get out of my tiny studio and focus entirely on my brand without any outside distractions. I think we need to do no contact for a month, okay? I'm just really trying to figure myself out, find my creative voice, and protect my peace. We're still together, obviously. I just need space to breathe and grow. Love you so much." I sat there in my ergonomic office chair, the fluorescent lights buzzing above me, and stared at that glowing screen for a solid 10 minutes. My brain was completely short-circuiting trying to process the sheer, unadulterated entitlement radiating from those words. Let me get the logistics of this straight. She is packing up her life and moving into an apartment with another man, a man who clearly, desperately wants to sleep with her, but we are obviously still a committed couple? And I am suddenly considered a distraction that needs to be cut off for a whole month. While I am simultaneously expected to continue quietly covering her $2,200 monthly living expenses from the shadows. A cold, terrifyingly calm wave of absolute clarity washed over me. The thick, blinding fog of love completely evaporated in an instant. I didn't write a long, emotional paragraph back. I didn't beg her to stay. I didn't call her crying and asking what I did wrong. I typed a single word. Understood. Arky. And then, I got to work. Real work. Update 1. I stood up, walked over to my office door, and locked it. I pulled up my personal laptop, opened a new browser window, and brought up every single banking and utility application I possessed. The Great Purge commenced. First, The credit cards. She had two of my premium travel cards where she was listed as an authorized user. One had an $8,500 limit, the other a $6,000 limit. Both were practically maxed out from her endless business expenses, which translated to designer shoes, luxury brunches, and trips to Sephora. I had been making the minimum payments like an absolute clown for a year. I navigated to the Account Management tab, clicked Revoke Authorized User Access, and then selected Deactivate Card for both pieces of plastic. A green checkmark appeared. Done. Her physical cards were now completely useless pieces of plastic. Next, the phone plan. I logged into my Verizon family account, there was her number, happily utilizing my unlimited 5G data to upload her TikToks. I selected her specific line, clicked Remove from Family Plan, and hit Confirm. Effective immediately. She would have no cellular service the second she stepped off Wi-Fi. Car insurance was next. I logged into my Geico portal. She drove a leased Honda Civic that was somehow bundled onto my policy to save us money. I swiftly removed her vehicle and deleted her name as an insured driver. She could figure out how to drive legally on the roads by herself. Then came the daily lifestyle perks. The $150 a month luxury gym membership. Cancelled online. The Spotify Premium Family Plan? Booted her device permanently. The Netflix, Hulu, Max, and Amazon Prime accounts she used every single evening? Passwords changed to complex alphanumeric strings, and I forced a global sign out of all devices command. Even her precious online shopping accounts that were tied to my email address and payment methods, I went in and deleted the entire profiles, wiping her saved carts and wish lists into the digital void. The whole systematic dismantling of her financial safety net took me exactly 45 minutes. When I finally closed my laptop, I felt lighter than I had in 2.5 years. The crushing weight of her financial burden was gone. I picked up my phone, navigated to her contact, and hit block. She wanted a month of no contact to find herself? She was going to get exactly what she asked for, down to the absolute letter. The clock was officially ticking. The absolute silence lasted for exactly 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, my phone started lighting up like a Christmas tree with rapid-fire calls from unknown numbers and mutual acquaintances. I didn't pick up a single one, but the voicemails they left were absolute cinematic gold. I poured myself a glass of bourbon and listened to them in my living room. The first voicemail was from her enabler friend, Jessica. "Oh my God, Marcus, what the hell did you do? Chloe's card just stopped working at the mall and she's completely losing her mind. This is so incredibly low and toxic of you. You are literally financially abusing her. Call her back right now and fix this." The second was from her mother, Brenda. "Hi Marcus, honey, it's Brenda. There seems to be some sort of strange mix-up with Chloe's credit cards. She thinks it's a bank glitch but she can't get a hold of you because her calls aren't going through. Can you please call the bank and sort it out? She's really upset and stressed out." The third voicemail was from Chloe herself, clearly using Liam's phone number. "What the actual hell, Marcus? My card just got declined at Whole Foods in front of literally everyone. The cashier looked at me like I was a homeless person. How could you do this to me? This is literal financial manipulation and abuse. Turn the cards back on right now. You are ruining my life." AITA. Financial manipulation? That was a phenomenally bold accusation coming from a woman who had just packed her bags, moved into another man's apartment, and demanded zero contact while fully expecting her boyfriend to blindly bankroll her existence. I listened to the voicemails, laughed out loud, and went back to eating my dinner. I ignored every single one of them. She wanted space, and I was committed to giving it to her. But the absolute best voicemail came late that same night. It was Chloe again, and this time the anger was gone. She was hysterically, uncontrollably sobbing. "Marcus, please pick up. My car insurance lapsed because you took me off, and I got pulled over for a busted taillight. The cop gave me a $520 ticket for driving uninsured and almost impounded my car. I don't have the money to pay this. And Liam saw my card get declined at the grocery store today. I had to pretend that I accidentally grabbed my old canceled debit card. It was so humiliating. Please, Marcus, I'm begging you, just turn the cards back on. I'll pay you back eventually, I swear on my life. This is so embarrassing." Embarrassing? Perfect. Maybe that was something she should have considered before she moved into a guy's apartment who actively thirsts over her, and told the man paying her bills that she needed no contact. Update 2. The chaos finally erupted in person yesterday afternoon. It was a Saturday, and I was in the middle of meal prepping for the week when there was a frantic, aggressive pounding on my front door. I looked through the peephole. It was Chloe. And standing awkwardly right behind her, looking like a lost puppy, was Liam. She had actually brought the guy she moved in with to confront me about cutting off the voluntary allowance I was giving her. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the door, and leaned against the frame, crossing my arms. Chloe looked like a complete wreck. The polished, flawless influencer veneer was completely gone. She had no makeup on, Her hair was shoved into a greasy, messy ponytail, and she was wearing a pair of faded, oversized sweatpants. Liam stood a few feet back on the porch, looking incredibly uncomfortable and aggressively staring at his shoes while fiddling with his phone. "Marcus, we seriously need to talk right now," Chloe demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and panic. "You asked for a month of no contact," I said calmly, not moving an inch. "It's only been 2 weeks. You're breaking your own rules. Stop it, Marcus, just stop," she screamed, her face turning red. "You know exactly what you did. You completely tanked my credit and ruined my life." "Your credit?" I raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused. "Chloe, those are my credit cards. They are in my name, tied to my social security number, paid from my checking account. You were just an authorized user spending my money. Your credit is completely unaffected." Liam finally decided to play the white knight and chimed in, his voice cracking slightly. "Dude, you gotta admit, that's kind of harsh. She was heavily relying on those cards to survive." I slowly turned my gaze to Liam. I let the heavy silence hang in the air for a few agonizing seconds before I spoke. "You're seriously standing on my porch right now? She moved into your apartment, Liam. She's living with you. But I'm supposed to keep paying her bills and buying her groceries while she plays house with you." Liam's eyes darted back and forth nervously. "Look, man, it's not like that. We're just friends. She just needed a place to stay to focus on her art." "Right," I said, nodding slowly. "Just friends. Well, friend, she's your roommate now. You feed her." Chloe stepped between us, her fists clenched. "Marcus, I need those cards turned back on right now. I have a massive brand partnership meeting tomorrow morning via Zoom and I need to look professional. I don't even have the money to get my hair done or buy my specific foundation. You are sabotaging my career." "That sounds like a massive you problem," I replied, totally deadpan. "I swear to God I will take you to court," she shrieked, pointing a shaking finger at my chest. "You controlled me financially. You made me dependent on you and now you're punishing me for needing space. My followers will ruin you." "Sue me for what, exactly?" I laughed, unable to hold it in anymore. "Stopping the flow of free money? Go right ahead. Please, take me to court. Call a lawyer right now. I have over 2 years of bank statements showing tens of thousands of dollars spent at Sephora, Ulta, Zara, and high-end coffee shops, all while you posted on Instagram about being an independent, self-made queen." I looked over at Liam, who was suddenly looking very pale and sweaty. "Yo, Liam, didn't she tell you I was a controlling, toxic boyfriend?" Liam shifted uncomfortably, looking at Chloe and then back at me. Yeah. She said you were financially abusive, and wouldn't let her leave." Toxic?" I asked, looking back at Chloe. "I paid every single one of her bills while she chased an influencer dream that generated zero revenue. And controlling? She literally packed her bags and moved in with you, buddy. Does that sound like I controlled her movements or who she hung out with?" Chloe's face went from red to a sickly white. "You are destroying my life. My engagement is dropping because I can't afford to keep up my content. My car registration is expired and I can't afford to renew it. I can't even afford food." I feigned shock and looked at Liam. "Wait, what? Liam's not covering the grocery bill? That's so odd. I thought you guys were roommates? Surely he's helping out with the household expenses." Liam looked at her, his confusion morphing into visible irritation. I paid your share of the rent this month because you said your funds were tied up in brand investments." "Not right now, Liam," Chloe snapped at him aggressively. You could physically see the gears turning in Liam's head. The realization was washing over him in real time. He thought he was moving in a vulnerable, beautiful girl who was finally leaving her toxic boyfriend, and that he was going to swoop in, be the hero, and get a girlfriend. Chloe, on the other hand, thought she was getting a free place to stay with her pathetic orbiter while keeping me on the hook as her personal ATM. "Look," I said, stepping back into my apartment and grabbing the door handle. "You wanted space to focus on yourself and your brand. I am giving you that exact space. Now get off my property before I call the police and have you both trespassed." Chloe immediately broke down into hysterical, ugly tears, dropping to her knees on the porch. "You don't get it, Marcus. I have bills. I have responsibilities. My minimum payments on my personal student loans are $400 a month. Then get a job. Content creation is my job," she wailed. "Your 4,500 followers aren't paying your bills, Chloe. I was. And now I'm not. Goodbye." I started to close the door. She quickly shoved her foot in the jam to stop it. "I'll post about this. I will expose exactly what kind of abusive person you are on TikTok. I will ruin your reputation." "Please do," I smiled warmly. "Make sure you explicitly mention the part where you moved in with another man while expecting your boyfriend to fund your entire life. I'm sure that will get a ton of likes and sympathy." I shoved her foot back with my shoe, slammed the heavy wooden door shut, and locked the deadbolt. Her little smear campaign kicked off almost immediately. That evening, she posted a tearful, highly edited video on TikTok and Instagram about surviving financial abuse in relationships and how her toxic ex left her stranded with nothing. It got maybe 600 views. And the comments from her own followers were absolutely ruthless. Wait, didn't you just post last week that you moved in with your male bestie? So let me get this straight. Your ex paid all your bills and you left him, and now you're mad he stopped paying? Where do I sign up for this kind of financial abuse? This is so incredibly cringe. Delete this before more people see it. She deleted the video within 3 hours. Update 3. The real desperation hit the following Tuesday. I was at the gym, doing a set of deadlifts, when I got a direct message on Instagram. It was from Liam. Hey man, we seriously need to talk. Chloe has been lying to me this whole time. She told me she had enough savings to pay half the rent and utilities for the next 6 months, but she is completely broke. She's been eating all my food, using my expensive shower products, and she just sits on the couch crying all day refusing to clean. She already owes me $1,100 for rent and groceries. Is there any way you can take her back or at least help her out financially? I read the message while wiping the sweat off my face and actually laughed out loud in the middle of the gym. I typed back, that sounds like a massive issue for you, buddy. She's your roommate now. Her mom lives 25 minutes away. Tell her to go there. Liam replied immediately, his panic obvious through the text. I tried. Her mom won't take her in unless she deletes her social media and gets a real full-time job. She refuses to do it. Bro, this isn't even funny anymore. She tried flirting with me last night to get me to pay for her car insurance. When I told her I didn't have the money, she flipped out, threw a glass at the wall, and called me a broke loser. I had to leave my own apartment to get away from her. You wanted her as a roommate, I replied coldly. You played stupid games, Liam. Enjoy your stupid prize. Do not contact me again. The real kicker, however, came from Chloe's mother Brenda. Brenda actually called me the next day, and unlike Chloe, she sounded genuinely apologetic, exhausted, and deeply embarrassed. Marcus, honey, I am so deeply sorry to bother you. Brenda sighed heavily over the phone. I had absolutely no idea you were covering all of her expenses. She lied to my face. She told me she was earning a fantastic income online from brand deals and affiliate links. Brenda, she made maybe $250 a month from random Amazon affiliate links. I explained gently. That was her entire income. I paid for everything else. Oh my dear Lord, Brenda gasped, her voice breaking. And the credit cards? She told me there was a bank error and you were holding her money hostage. Are they really maxed out? Yes, I confirmed. Between the two cards, there is about $14,500 in debt. All clothes, makeup, luxury dining, and random aesthetic junk for her videos. If you check her socials, every single post, every meal, every outfit was directly funded by my paycheck. There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. I could hear Brenda taking a shaky breath. I am cutting her off entirely too, Marcus. I told her she can come home, but only if she gets a job at my friend's dental clinic as a receptionist. She has to work 40 hours a week, and pay me rent. I am done enabling this delusion. I raised her better than this. Good call, Brenda. You're a good mom, and you're doing the right thing for her long term. You're a good man, Marcus. You deserve so much better than how my daughter treated you. I am so sorry for the pain she caused. Hearing that from her own mother felt like the ultimate vindication. Update 4. Yesterday marked exactly 1 month since the infamous I need space text. Right on cue, like a perfectly programmed robot, Chloe texted me from a completely new phone number. Hey love, the month is officially up. I've done a lot of reflecting and journaling, and I miss us so much. Can we please meet up and talk? Liam is being super weird and creepy and I really need to leave this apartment. I read the text and left it on read. No reply. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. Hello? Yes. 10 minutes later, Marcus, please. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. 5 minutes later, I will do literally anything. Just respond to me. 2 minutes later, fine. Be immature and ignore me. See if I care. But she did care. And it escalated to a level of insanity I never anticipated. At 2 p.m., I was in a crucial quarterly financial review meeting in the glass conference room at my office. Suddenly, I saw my manager looking out into the main lobby with a horrified expression. I turned around in my chair. Chloe was in the lobby of my corporate office building. She was completely unhinged, sobbing hysterically, makeup running down her face, and actively trying to push past the front desk security guard, a large man named Stan. I need to see Marcus. He's my boyfriend. He left me homeless. He stole my money. She was screaming at the top of her lungs, causing a massive scene. My coworkers were all staring through the glass, completely dumbfounded. Building security had to physically restrain her arms and aggressively escort her out of the building. As she was being dragged through the automatic sliding glass doors, she caught sight of me sitting in the conference room and shrieked, I just want my things back. Marcus, give me my things. What things? We never even lived together. I didn't have a single item of hers at my apartment. My boss pulled me aside after the chaos subsided and the police were called to issue a trespass warning. "Hey man, are you good? Do you need HR to help you file a restraining order?" That was intense. "I might actually need to look into that," I muttered, deeply embarrassed but also completely detached from her absolute insanity. When I finally got off work and checked my phone, I had 87 missed calls from 5 different unknown numbers. The voicemails had devolved from begging to pure, unadulterated venom and threats. "You completely ruined my life," she screamed in one voicemail, her voice hoarse. "Liam is officially kicking me out by Friday. My credit score is completely shot. You are a textbook narcissist and an abuser. I'm going to call your mother and tell her exactly what kind of monster she raised." She actually didn't call my mom. My mom called me, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. "Marcus, your crazy ex-girlfriend just called me crying hysterically about credit cards and homelessness." My mom chuckled over the phone. "I told her that the local McDonald's down the street is hiring at $15 an hour, told her to wear a hairnet, and hung up. Thanks, Mom." Chloe had immediately texted my mom back, called her a bitter old hag, and blocked her. It was the absolute funniest thing that happened all week. Update 5. Liam lasted exactly 36 days. He finally grew a spine and gave Chloe a written eviction notice. It literally said, "Leave by Sunday at 5 p.m. or all your crap is going on the curb." It wasn't technically legal, since she had established residency and wasn't on the lease, but the message was crystal clear. How do I know this? Because Chloe took a photo of the handwritten note and texted it to me with the caption, "Look at what you caused." I finally replied, "You caused this entirely on your own. I am literally going to be homeless on Sunday." She typed back, "Your mom's house has plenty of space. She wants me to work at her friend's dental clinic as a receptionist." Do you have any idea how degrading that is for someone with my platform and aesthetic? More or less degrading than having your card declined at Whole Foods in front of the guy you left me for? I absolutely hate you. Okay. That was it. Just okay. She proceeded to send 55 more rapid-fire texts that I didn't even bother reading. I just cleared the notifications and went about my day. But the real, universe-delivered karma? That came from the maxed-out credit cards. Unbeknownst to me, during the last few months of our relationship, Chloe had been engaging in some incredibly shady, borderline illegal financial maneuvers. Because the cards I gave her were maxed out, she had secretly been using a third credit card, one she opened in her own name, to pay the minimum balances on my cards, and then using a sketchy cash advance app to cycle the money back. She was creating a fake payment loop to artificially inflate her available credit and keep the plates spinning. When I abruptly canceled the cards and locked the accounts, that delicate house of cards collapsed instantly. The sudden halt in the payment cycle flagged her personal accounts for highly suspicious activity. I received a call from the bank's fraud department, asking about the unusual payment history. I explained exactly what happened. I was the primary account holder, she was an authorized user, and I had no idea she was cycling payments from external, unverified accounts using cash advances. The bank investigator thanked me for my cooperation. They are now officially investigating Chloe for credit fraud and check kiting using someone else's accounts for a payment cycle scam. It is highly illegal, and it carries severe financial penalties and potential criminal charges. Who knew? Well, I did, eventually. That's why I kept meticulous records of every single transaction, every text, and every bank statement. Update 6. Chloe's influencer career officially crashed and burned in spectacularly public fashion yesterday. She decided it was a brilliant idea to post a Get Ready With Me video on TikTok to prove to her followers she was still thriving. She was wearing a recycled outfit from 3 years ago, and she was filming it in Liam's cramped, dirty bathroom. Right in the middle of her applying her concealer and talking about positive vibes, you could loudly hear Liam pounding aggressively on the bathroom door. "Chloe, get the hell out of there. I need to shower for my actual, real job," Liam shouted clearly in the background. She tried to play it off and giggle, but the internet is undefeated. The comments were utterly brutal. Is this the girl who survived financial abuse? Why is her roommate yelling at her? This is so pathetic. Roommate drama? Yikes. Are you actually homeless now? Girl, that's the same Zara top you wore in 2020. You're screaming broke. She had a total mental breakdown and permanently deleted her entire account. All 4,500 followers, gone in a single click. Later that evening, Liam messaged me one last time. "She's finally out, bro." Her mom showed up with a U-Haul truck and literally dragged her out of my apartment. Chloe was screaming the entire time about how everyone in her life was betraying her and holding her back from greatness. She went totally unhinged. Good luck to whoever has to deal with her next. I am so completely done. Also, Liam added a minute later, "I'm really sorry. She genuinely convinced me that you were an abusive monster. I honestly thought I was saving her from a bad situation." "You thought you were getting a girlfriend, Liam," I replied. "Yeah. Honestly, that too. I was an idiot." At least he finally admitted it. "Brenda, The mom texted me later that night. Marcus, Chloe is home. She starts at the dental clinic on Monday morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Regular job, regular pay. Thank you for not pressing formal harassment charges after she showed up at your office. No problem, Brenda. I just hope she finally learns how the real world works. She says you guys are just on a temporary break, and that you will reconcile and take her back once you cool off. Brenda added. She is completely delusional. That's exactly what I told her, I replied. According to Brenda, Chloe is now paying market rate rent to live in her childhood bedroom. She apparently cried for 6 hours straight when she realized she had to wake up at 6:30 a.m. to commute to a desk job. Final update. It has now been exactly 2 months since Chloe sent me that infamous text and moved in with Liam. The dust has finally settled, and here is the landing. Chloe is living with her mother, working a soul-crushing 9-to-5 shift at the dental clinic, answering phones, filing paperwork, and scheduling root canals. Her social media accounts are entirely private now, and she has exactly 52 followers. Brenda recently sent me a photo of Chloe sitting behind the reception desk, wearing oversized blue medical scrubs, looking absolutely miserable and defeated. I looked at the photo, and for the first time in years, I felt absolutely nothing. No pity, no anger, just complete indifference. Liam recently posted an ad in a local Facebook housing group seeking a new roommate. His listing included very specific demands: must have proof of steady W-2 income, absolutely no influencers or content creators. The comments on his post were full of mutual friends brutally mocking him about the Chloe situation. He learned his lesson the hard way. As for me, I am absolutely thriving. That $2,200 a month that I am no longer spending on Chloe's delusions is now aggressively paying down the credit card debt she racked up. I should be completely debt-free in about 7 months. My credit score has already shot up by 45 points. I am also dating an incredible woman named Maya. She is a 7-year-old structural engineer I met at my local indoor climbing gym. Maya is fiercely independent, pays her own way, and finds the entire Chloe saga absolutely hilarious. Last weekend, Maya and I ordered spicy pad thai takeout, opened a nice bottle of wine, and spent the entire evening reviewing my old credit card statements, just laughing at the sheer absurdity of the charges I used to blindly pay for. $450 at a high-end cosmetics counter for essential investment pieces. $350 for a massive ring light that she used exactly twice. $250 for a business networking dinner at an exclusive downtown nightclub. $180 for content creation brunches consisting of avocado toast and mimosas. The total financial damage over the course of our 2-year relationship? Approximately $38,000, and that includes the rent assistance, the phone bills, the car insurance, and the endless stream of random cash transfers. Maya looked over the spreadsheets, took a sip of her wine, and said, Marcus, you weren't her boyfriend, you were her angel investor, and she was a terrible startup. Pretty much perfectly summarizes it. Just last week, Chloe tried one final, desperate play. She texted me from yet another new number. It was a massive, 4-paragraph text about her personal growth, the deep lessons she's learned, and the special, undeniable connection we share. The craziest part? She actually wrote that she forgave me for overreacting to her moving in with Liam. She forgives me? I replied, who is this? Stop it, Marcus, you know it's me. Sorry, I don't have this number saved in my contacts. It's Chloe. Please do not contact me ever again. Marcus, I am literally trying to apologize to you. No, Chloe, you are broke, you are miserable at your job, and you need a financial sponsor. I am not that guy anymore. Goodbye. Blocked. Her friend Jessica even tried to reach out to me, claiming that Chloe was genuinely sorry and was willing to set up a payment plan to repay me for the credit cards. With what money, Jessica? I asked. She's working full-time now. Jessica defended. She makes $21 an hour. I replied. After taxes, rent to her mom, and living expenses, it would take her roughly 4 years to cover the $14,500 on those cards, assuming she gives me her entire disposable paycheck. Hard pass. She swears she didn't mean anything by moving in with Liam. It was purely platonic. I literally do not care anymore, Jessica, the relationship is done. Stop contacting me. Some of our mutual friends actually bought into Chloe's fabricated financial abuse narrative. I lost a few friends over it, but I kept the ones who mattered, the ones I showed the actual bank statements to, quality over quantity any day. I recently heard that Chloe started a new, anonymous Instagram account dedicated to debt-free living and offering financial independence tips for young women. It currently has 14 followers, most of which appear to be spam bots. Her recent post about avoiding toxic money dynamics in relationships got exactly 3 comments, all from her mother's middle-aged friends saying things like, just focus on your job at the clinic, honey. The sheer audacity is almost impressive. I learned an incredibly costly lesson about establishing boundaries, recognizing red flags, and understanding my own self-worth. $38,000 is an incredibly steep tuition fee for the school of Don't Be a Chump, but the education I received is absolutely priceless, right? Maya and I are currently planning a 2-week backpacking trip through Europe for next summer. I am paying my exact half of the trip, and she is paying her exact half. We booked the flights together, split the Airbnb costs down the middle, and planned our budget like actual, mature adults. It is the most refreshing, liberating feeling in the world. To anyone out there who might be in a similar situation, reading this and feeling that pit in your stomach, cut them off. The absolute second someone blatantly disrespects you, takes your resources for granted, or treats you like an ATM while prioritizing other people, believe them. Do not wait for them to pack their bags and move in with another guy before you finally open your eyes. Chloe explicitly told me she wanted space to figure things out. Well, she got exactly what she asked for. She figured out that without my credit cards, my patience, and my bank account, she is just another ordinary person with a regular 9-to-5 job, living in her childhood bedroom with her mom, posting inspirational quotes on the internet that absolutely nobody reads. And honestly, that is exactly the life she earned. Top comments. User 1. The absolute sheer audacity of her moving in with her best friend who actively hits on her, and then having the nerve to get mad that you stopped paying for her lifestyle. She literally wanted to play house with another man on your dime. You handled this beautifully, Marcus. Enjoy Europe with Maya. User 2. Maya's comment about you being an angel investor for a terrible startup is the most accurate thing I've ever read on this app. $38,000 is a tough pill to swallow. But look at it this way. You paid $38K to get a parasite out of your life before you married her and she took half of everything you own. Money well spent. User 3. As someone who works in banking, the fact that she was doing a payment cycle scam with cash advance apps to artificially inflate the credit limit while you were paying the minimums is wild. That's textbook credit fraud. The fact that the bank is investigating her is the sweetest karma possible. She really thought she was a financial genius until the music stopped. My mother sued me for 20% of my tech company because her abuse motivated me to succeed. So, I exposed her fraudulent shell company to her biggest investor. I am Mark. I'm 34 years old, and at what was supposed to be a picture-perfect Thanksgiving family dinner, I sat back and watched my entire family completely implode because of the money I had quietly earned. But before I get into the federal wire fraud, the cutthroat corporate lawyers, the agonizing betrayal, and the exact moment I finally excised them from my life for good, you need to understand the suffocating environment I survived. The air inside my parents' sprawling Seattle home was thick, heavy with the overpowering scent of roasted turkey, buttery mashed potatoes, and the sharp, artificial tang of pine-scented candles my mother insisted on burning in every corner of the house. To anyone else, it might have smelled like a warm, welcoming family holiday. To me, it was completely suffocating. It always was. Stepping through their heavy oak front door never felt like coming home. It felt like stepping onto a meticulously arranged stage set. And in this grand, theatrical production of our family life, I wasn't the star. I wasn't even a supporting actor. I was merely part of the scenery, expected to remain silent, blend into the background, and not pull focus from the main event. My younger brother, Derek. Derek was the golden child. It wasn't a whispered secret, it was the foundational constitution of our family unit. Looking effortlessly sharp in a tailored cashmere sweater that probably cost more than my first 3 cars combined, he was currently holding court at the head of the dining room table. A glass of incredibly expensive red wine, a gift he had ostentatiously presented to my father upon arrival, swirled elegantly in his hand. He was passionately painting a grand, sweeping vision of his brand new real estate venture, Vanguard Estates. He threw around bloated corporate buzzwords like synergy, market disruption, and paradigm shifts, with reckless abandon. It's an absolute sure thing, Derek announced, his voice booming with a hollow confidence he hadn't actually earned, but had simply been handed his entire life. We're conservatively projecting 7-figure profits in the first fiscal year alone. The sky is the absolute limit, and we are just getting started. My mother, Susan, gazed across the table at him, her face a frozen mask of pure, unadulterated adoration. It was a look of profound pride that I had seen 1,000 times over the decades, but one that had never, not once, been directed at me. "Oh, that's my boy," she cooed, reaching over to gently pat his forearm as if he had just single-handedly cured a terrible disease. "Always thinking big. You have such a brilliant, solid plan." Then, as if remembering I was occupying a chair at her table, she slowly turned her head. Her gaze fell on me, and the radiant warmth in her eyes instantly vanished. It was replaced by a familiar, icy evaluation. Her warm smile thinned out into a perfectly straight, disapproving line. "And Mark," she said, her tone dripping with a sweet, poisonous condescension that was her absolute specialty, "how's your little computer thing going? Are you still just messing around with all that messy code in your dark little apartment?" The entire dining table fell dead silent. Every single relative, every nosy cousin, and every family friend who had been eagerly nodding along to Derek's grandiose speech now turned their heads to look at me. This was her signature move, the public diminishment. For years, I had perfected the quiet art of deflecting, of mumbling something vaguely polite, staring at my plate, and quickly changing the subject to avoid conflict. But not this year. A solid decade of silent, grueling work, of agonizing sacrifice, of being intentionally made to feel infinitesimally small, had built up a massive pressure inside my chest that was finally about to blow. I placed my silver fork down on my porcelain plate, slowly, deliberately. The small metallic clink times seemed to echo like a gunshot in the sudden, tense quiet of the room. I met her icy gaze and held it, absolutely refusing to be the first one to look away. "It's going incredibly well, Mom," I said, my voice dangerously calm, steady, and even. The little computer thing is a highly specialized enterprise software company. My time software company. And it was just officially valued by a top-tier venture capital firm in Silicon Valley at $35 million. Silence. Absolute, deafening, suffocating silence. You could have heard a single snowflake land on the hardwood floor. Derek's smug, punchable smile froze on his face, then completely shattered into a million pieces. His expression rapidly cycled through a Rolodex of intense emotions, utter confusion, profound disbelief, and finally, a deep, blotchy, ugly shade of red. "What?" Derek sputtered, his voice cracking. He slammed his wine glass down onto the table with a heavy thud, sloshing dark red liquid onto my mother's pristine white tablecloth. "You? 35 million? That's a pathetic lie." He tried to force out a laugh, but it came out as a short, strangled, panicked bark. "You're a liar, Mark. You've never done anything important in your entire miserable life." "Derek, honey, please calm down," my mother frantically whispered, but her eyes were wide with shock, darting erratically between me and Derek as the gears furiously turned in her head. "No," he shouted, shoving his heavy wooden chair back so violently that it screeched terribly against the floorboards. He stood up, his whole body trembling with a rage that was terrifyingly childish for a grown man. "He's making this garbage up just to make me look bad. He's always been obsessed and jealous of me. Mark, stop this ridiculous, attention-seeking nonsense this very instant." My mother screeched, her voice rising to a shrill, hysterical pitch as she rushed over to Derek's side to comfort him. "You're deliberately upsetting your brother on his big night." "And my father, Thomas?" He just sat there at the opposite end of the table, entirely motionless. His face was a blank, unreadable, cowardly mask. His eyes remained fixed on his half-eaten turkey as if the floral pattern on the fine china held the mystical answers to the universe. He didn't say a single word. He didn't defend me. He didn't even flinch. The dining room instantly erupted into total chaos, with shouting, gasps, and wild accusations flying across the once festive table. But in that exact moment, as I sat back and watched the family I had spent a lifetime desperately trying to please completely fall apart at the seams, I felt a strange, cold, beautiful calm wash over my entire body. This wasn't the end of the story. This was just the initial explosion that exposed a deep, toxic rot that had been festering in our family for decades. To truly understand how we arrived at this thermonuclear Thanksgiving dinner, you have to go back in time. You have to understand the two completely different, isolated worlds my brother and I grew up in while living under the exact same roof. Growing up in our house was a brutal, daily masterclass in inequality. It felt exactly like living inside a split-screen movie. On one side of the screen, you had Derek's life, playing out in vibrant, highly saturated colors accompanied by a triumphant orchestral soundtrack. On the other side, you had my life, filmed in gritty, grainy black and white with nothing but the depressing sound of crickets. We had the exact same parents and the exact same home address, but we were treated like citizens of two entirely different countries, one of which was a beloved, wealthy homeland, and the other a barren, forgotten penal colony. Derek was charming, conventionally athletic, and possessed my mother's striking looks, a fact she made sure to point out loudly at every possible social gathering. In their eyes, he was biologically incapable of doing wrong. If he shattered a living room window while recklessly playing baseball in the house, my dad would just chuckle warmly and say, "That's my boy." What an absolute cannon of an arm. If I accidentally left a single schoolbook on the edge of the coffee table, my mother would sigh dramatically, rub her temples, and sneer, "Mark, why do I constantly have to clean up your messes? Your brother never leaves a trail of garbage behind him." The differences weren't just in daily discipline, they were deeply woven into the financial fabric of our entire family. Take our 16th birthdays, for example. On the crisp morning of Derek's 16th birthday, I was rudely awakened by the blaring sound of a car horn. I rubbed my eyes, looked out my bedroom window, and saw a brand new, customized, jet black Jeep Wrangler sitting proudly in our driveway. A giant, ridiculous, oversized red bow was stuck to the hood. My parents flanked the expensive vehicle, beaming with overwhelming pride as Derek ran outside in his pajamas, screaming with pure joy. He hadn't worked a single day in his entire life. He hadn't saved a single dime. The $40,000 vehicle was simply bestowed upon him, a divine right of the favored, golden son. My 16th birthday, which had occurred 2 years prior, had been a significantly quieter, more depressing affair. My dad had awkwardly handed me a generic greeting card from the grocery store with a crisp $50 bill tucked inside. "Happy birthday, Mark," he had muttered, not making eye contact. Learning financial responsibility is the greatest gift a man can ever have. I spent that entire miserable summer flipping greasy, frozen burger patties at a local, run-down diner, the nauseating smell of fried onions permanently clinging to my hair and clothes. I saved every single dollar, denying myself movies and hangouts, until I finally had enough cash to buy a 1-2-year-old, beat-up Honda Civic with a massive dent in the passenger door and a persistent, unidentifiable smell of wet dog in the upholstery. When I proudly parked it in the driveway for the very first time, my mother barely glanced out the kitchen window and coldly remarked, "Well, I certainly hope that piece of junk is reliable. We are absolutely not driving all over the city to bail you out when it inevitably breaks down." There was zero praise for my grueling hard work, only a preemptive warning about the potential inconvenience my existence might cause them. The ultimate disparity, the one that truly set the unalterable course for our adult lives, was our education. Derek was an aggressively below-average student. He barely scraped by on his natural charm, certainly not his intellect. Yet, my parents stubbornly insisted he attend the most elite, outrageously expensive private high school in the entire city. The exorbitant tuition was a constant, crushing source of stress in the house. I would frequently overhear them having hushed, incredibly anxious conversations in the kitchen late at night about draining their retirement savings, about taking out second mortgages, and about putting off crucial repairs on the house just to afford his tuition. But for Derek, absolutely no expense was too great. He was deemed a vital investment in the future. Meanwhile, I was a straight-A student. I genuinely loved to learn, hungrily devouring advanced books on complex mathematics and computer science, but when it came time for me to transition to high school, a private education was never once mentioned. It wasn't even on the table as a remote possibility. The underfunded, overcrowded public school down the street was deemed perfectly fine for my limited needs. The underlying message was crystal clear: Derek's future was worth immense financial struggle and sacrifice. Mine was not. He was a long-term, high-yield investment. I was a fixed, annoying expense that needed to be aggressively minimized. My mother's absolute favorite phrase, the one she deployed with surgical, devastating precision to cut me down to size whenever I felt proud of something, was always, "Why can't you be more like your brother?" It was a rhetorical question, obviously. It was just a disguised statement of fact: you are not enough. But honestly, it wasn't just my mother's venomous words that shaped my worldview, it was my father's suffocating silence. His silence was a living, breathing entity in our home, a heavy, suffocating blanket that smothered any lingering hope of fairness or justice. He was there physically, occupying space in the living room recliner, but emotionally, he was a ghost haunting his own family. He clearly saw the blatant, unapologetic favoritism. He saw me paying for my own car insurance and school supplies with my minimum wage job while they happily funded Derek's extravagant weekend ski trips. He saw my mother praise Derek for simply breathing while she brutally criticized every minor choice I ever made. And he did absolutely nothing. His refusal to intervene wasn't keeping the peace. It was a full, enthusiastic endorsement of the status quo. He was a silent, complicit partner in my mother's relentless campaign of emotional neglect. That silence taught me a valuable, painful lesson: sometimes, the people who say nothing are the most dangerous and complicit of all. When it came time for college, the family's deeply ingrained double standard officially became formal financial policy. Derek, who had lazily coasted through his ridiculously expensive private high school with a solid C- average, somehow managed to get accepted into a decent, wildly expensive private university 2 states away. My parents were absolutely ecstatic. They threw him a massive, catered going-away party, inviting all their wealthy friends to loudly celebrate the successful launch of their golden child into the adult world. They bought him a whole new designer wardrobe, a top-of-the-line MacBook Pro, and set him up with a generous, recurring monthly allowance that was significantly more than what I earned in a month of full-time, back-breaking work. For me, the conversation about college was starkly different. It took place in the kitchen under the harsh, flickering fluorescent lights. My mother slapped some financial aid papers onto the table. "Now, Mark," she began, using a tone that falsely suggested she was being incredibly logical and reasonable. "We've helped as much as we humanly can, with Derek's immense tuition. Our savings are incredibly tight right now." My father just stood by the coffee maker, sipping his dark roast, a silent, pathetic bystander to my fate. It was made abundantly clear that the entire financial burden for my higher education rested squarely on my shoulders. There was absolutely no discussion of the joint college fund they had supposedly started for both of us when we were toddlers. It had been entirely, selfishly consumed by Derek. So, I did what I had always done my entire life, I figured it out myself. I studied relentlessly and earned a partial academic scholarship to a state university in Seattle. It had a genuinely fantastic computer science program, but in my mother's elitist eyes, it was just a cheap public school. It severely lacked the brand name, country club prestige she so desperately craved for her sons, or at least, for her favorite one. Those 4 college years were a relentless, agonizing grind. My daily life was a carefully orchestrated chaos of advanced coding lectures, grueling late-night study sessions in the library basement, and incredibly long shifts at a busy coffee shop near campus where I worked as a barista. The permanent smell of burnt espresso and spoiled steamed milk became the scent of my survival. I lived in a tiny, cramped, depressing apartment with 3 other messy guys. Our living room was a chaotic maze of stained secondhand furniture and towering stacks of textbooks. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. It was the very first time in my life I felt a real, tangible sense of control and independence from the suffocating, judgmental grip of my family. It was also in that incredibly stressful environment where I met Maya. Maya was in the pre-law program, a brilliant, fast-talking whirlwind of energy, sharp intelligence, and fierce, unyielding loyalty. We met in a brutally difficult advanced calculus class that we both desperately needed for our respective degrees. While I inherently understood the complex numbers and algorithms, she understood people, motivations, and power dynamics. She was the very first person in my entire life who saw my quiet, reserved nature not as a tragic character flaw, but as a sign of intense, dangerous focus. She saw the massive ambition I kept carefully hidden behind my stoic exterior. We quickly became inseparable, fiercely fueling each other's massive dreams over cheap diner coffee and stale, day-old donuts in the 2-4-hour student lounge. I would frantically sketch out complex software algorithms on cheap paper napkins, my hands moving excitedly as I explained a revolutionary new enterprise software idea I was developing, and Maya would listen. She would really, truly listen, asking sharp, piercing legal and business questions that forced me to think bigger, to protect my intellectual property, and to strategize. "You're going to build a massive empire one day, Mark," she told me one rainy night, her voice vibrating with a deep conviction I had never, ever heard from my own parents. "Don't you ever let those toxic people back home make you feel small for it." Maya became my true family, the family I actively chose. She was the person I desperately called when a freelance coding gig fell through and I couldn't make rent. She was the one who brought me hot takeout food when I was too broke and too exhausted to cook for myself. She was my fiercest cheerleader, my closest confidant, and the fiercely protective keeper of the massive dreams I was too terrified to say out loud to anyone else. Her unwavering belief in my potential was a critical lifeline, a stark, beautiful contrast to the dismissive validation I no longer sought from the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. Update 1. The immediate fallout from that disastrous Thanksgiving dinner was surreal. I drove back to my quiet, minimalist apartment feeling completely hollow. I thought dropping the $35 million truth bomb would bring me a sense of triumphant vindication, but I just felt exhausted. I had essentially won a massive war that no one else even knew I was fighting, only to find myself standing entirely alone on a scorched battlefield. The very next morning, the highly coordinated family manipulation campaign officially began. It was an absolute masterclass in psychological warfare. My phone violently buzzed on my nightstand. It was a lengthy text from my mother. "Your brother is deeply, profoundly hurt by your cruel outburst last night. He has always looked up to you, and you intentionally embarrassed him in front of our entire family just to stroke your own ego. You need to be the bigger person, apologize immediately, and fix this mess." I stared at the glowing screen, a harsh, bitter laugh escaping my lips. Derek had never, not for a single second, looked up to me. He had only ever looked down on me from his unearned pedestal. I completely ignored the text. An hour later, another one arrived from her. "Family is the most important thing in the world, Mark. Derek has a real, tangible opportunity to make something incredible of himself with Vanguard Estates. It is our biological duty to support him financially and emotionally." Then came the incredibly audacious text from Derek himself. His tone was a truly bizarre, nauseating cocktail of unearned arrogance and demanding entitlement, as if his pathetic temper tantrum at the dinner table had been a calculated negotiating tactic. "Hey bro, so, I guess you've actually done alright for yourself with the computer stuff. That's cool. Listen, this real estate project of mine is a guaranteed, slam dunk home run. We're blood, so I'll do you a massive favor and let you in on the ground floor. A small seed investment from you, say around $3.5 million, would be a really great way to show mom and dad that you're genuinely sorry for being such a massive jerk last night. Let me know when you can wire the funds." He wasn't politely asking for a loan, he was aggressively demanding a massive payout. He genuinely, deeply believed he was inherently entitled to a massive cut of my hard-earned success as a form of financial reparations for his slightly bruised ego. The sheer audacity was breathtaking. I didn't reply. I just turned my phone on silent and went to work. The final, pathetic assault came from my father. He actually called me the next day. His voice, completely unlike my mother's shrill demands, was soft, hesitant, and placating. It was the distinct voice of a weak man who desperately avoids conflict at all costs. "Mark, son," he began, clearing his throat nervously. "Let's all just take a deep breath here. Your mother is incredibly upset, her blood pressure is through the roof, and Derek is. Well, you know exactly how he gets. He's just very passionate about his little buildings. Why don't you just sit down and hear his pitch out? It's a very solid business plan. Maybe you could just invest a little bit of your money, just to keep the peace in the family?" It would mean the absolute world to your mother. Keep the peace. That was his pathetic life's mantra. Maintain the calm, glassy surface of the water, even if the dark depths below were teeming with bloodthirsty sharks. His gentle, cowardly attempt at mediation was just a different, more insidious flavor of the exact same pressure. It was a quiet, gentle push toward the edge of a cliff. That evening, as I was sitting at my computer trying to lose myself in complex lines of code, an email notification forcefully popped up on my screen. It was a slick, highly produced promotional newsletter from a local commercial real estate company. The bold subject line instantly made the blood run completely cold in my veins. Vanguard Estates, a revolutionary new vision for Seattle living, proudly backed by tech visionary Mark Thomas. My heart started hammering violently against my ribs. I frantically clicked open the email. There, right in the dead center of a glossy, professionally designed marketing brochure, was my full name, my corporate headshot, and my personal story, completely twisted and co-opted for their financial gain. Derek wasn't just aggressively pressuring me for an investment, he was already publicly cashing checks using my hard-earned reputation. I picked up my cell phone, my fingers trembling slightly with pure, unadulterated rage, and made the single most important phone call of my entire life. "Maya," I said the second she picked up. "I need my lawyer." Maya's corporate law firm was located on the absolute top floor of a gleaming downtown Seattle skyscraper. It was an intimidating world of cold glass, polished steel, and expensive abstract art that felt a million miles away from the cluttered, depressing campus library where our friendship was originally forged. I had forwarded her the Vanguard Estates promotional email while I was in my Uber. When I finally walked into her massive corner office, she already had the email projected onto a massive 7.0-inch monitor mounted on her wall. Her expression was a terrifying mixture of cold professional focus and intense personal fury. Backed by tech visionary Mark Thomas, Maya read aloud, her perfectly manicured finger aggressively tapping the glass screen. "Mark, that is not vague marketing language. That is a definitive, legally actionable statement of material fact. Have you given this idiot brother of yours a single dollar? Have you signed a single piece of paper, an NDA, a term sheet, anything?" "No. Absolutely nothing," I said, frantically pacing back and forth in front of her floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the Seattle skyline. I haven't spoken a single word to him since he sent that insane, demanding text message asking for $3.5 million. "Okay," Maya said, her eyes narrowing dangerously. She swiveled around in her expensive leather ergonomic chair, her fingers suddenly moving in an absolute blur across her mechanical keyboard. "Let's see exactly what the state's public business registry says about Vanguard Estates LLC." In mere seconds, the official state business registration records appeared on the massive screen. My stomach violently clenched into a tight knot as I read the stark details. The LLC was officially registered 4 months ago. The primary owner and CEO was listed as Derek Thomas, and the co-founder. My breath completely hitched in my throat. The officially listed co-founder and chief financial officer was Susan Thomas, my mother. "She's his literal business partner," I whispered, the words tasting like bitter poison on my tongue. I heavily sank into one of the plush leather chairs opposite her mahogany desk, burying my face in my hands. This isn't just her being a toxic parent and pressuring me to help her precious baby boy. She's actively in on the scam. Her own money and legal liability are on the line. "Mark, look at me. It gets so much worse than that," Maya said, her voice dropping to a grim, serious register. She clicked a few more encrypted links, her elite legal research skills moving at terrifying, lightning speed. She had managed to find a poorly secured, cached version of a password-protected investor web portal that Derek's incredibly incompetent, cheap web developer had foolishly allowed Google's web crawlers to index. It took Maya less than 60 seconds to completely bypass the amateur login screen. Inside the portal was an absolute treasure trove of brazen deceit. There were fake brochures, wildly inflated PowerPoint presentations, and completely fabricated, detailed financial projections, And my name was plastered over absolutely everything. They had completely invented glowing, fabricated quotes from me, praising Derek's unparalleled business acumen and visionary leadership. They had officially listed me as the chairman of their board of advisors, but the absolute crown jewel of their massive fraud was a single PDF file tucked away in a subfolder labeled Executed Financial Agreements. The file name was simply M. Thomas, Commitment, Letter, PDF. Maya clicked it open. It was a highly formal, legally binding letter printed on a surprisingly passable forgery of my own software company's official corporate letterhead, a high-resolution logo they had clearly, illegally scraped from my public website. The letter explicitly stated my firm, legally binding intention to make a massive seed investment of $3.5 million into the Vanguard Estates project. And right there at the bottom of the page, above my typed name, there was a signature, my signature, or, at least, a clumsy but incredibly practiced forgery of it. Mark, this is federal wire fraud, Maya said, her voice incredibly sharp and crystal clear, aggressively cutting through my paralyzing shock. They are actively using your name, your corporate likeness, and highly forged legal documents to solicit millions of dollars in investments from accredited, high-net-worth investors across state lines. This isn't a petty family squabble over Thanksgiving dinner anymore. This is a massive federal crime with serious prison time attached to it. I leaned forward, staring intensely at the forged signature on the screen. It was slightly shaky in a few places, clearly trying a bit too hard to mimic the exact, messy way I hastily signed my name on receipts, but there was something deeply, hauntingly familiar about the precise ink strokes. There was something in the elegant, sweeping loop of the M, and the sharp, confident, aggressive downward angle of the K. It instantly reminded me of my father's distinct handwriting. My father possessed a perfect, neat, classical cursive style that he had practiced for years. It was the exact same handwriting he used on the handful of cheap birthday cards he had awkwardly given me over the decades. I immediately tried to push the horrifying thought away. No. It's impossible, I thought. He is way too passive. No. He is a weak, cowardly man, but he isn't a criminal mastermind. He wouldn't actively participate in something this evil. Maya was already on her desk phone, speaking in clipped, highly professional tones to a ruthless private investigator she kept on a lucrative retainer for corporate espionage cases. Frank, it's Maya. I need an absolute rush job. Top priority. I need a full, deep dive background and comprehensive asset check on a Derek Thomas and a Susan Thomas, and their fraudulent shell company, Vanguard Estates. I want to know every single potential investor they've emailed, every single dollar they've raised or borrowed, their bank statements, everything. And I need it on my desk yesterday. As I sat there, completely paralyzed, watching my best friend, my chosen family, spring into aggressive action to protect my life's work, another horrifying realization dawned on me. The LLC was officially registered 4 months ago. They had been actively planning this massive fraud, using my name behind my back, long before that disastrous Thanksgiving dinner. The dinner wasn't the start of their scheme. It was just their desperate, final, pathetic attempt to bully me into making their massive lie a reality after they had already committed the federal fraud. The next 48 hours were a relentless, suffocating deluge of ugly, irrefutable truths delivered in concise, brutal, heavily documented reports from Frank, the private investigator. The very first revelation was about the actual source of my mother's initial capital investment into Vanguard Estates. She hadn't just used her personal checking account. She had completely cashed out a massive, highly penalized portion of her and my father's joint retirement portfolio, the very same, meager nest egg, they had always loudly claimed was too small to help pay for my college education. She had poured hundreds of thousands of dollars directly into Derek's doomed shell company. This wasn't just a mother's blind support, it was a desperate, all-in, catastrophic gamble. Her frantic, hysterical pressure on me at dinner wasn't just about helping Derek succeed, it was about desperately saving herself from total, impending financial ruin. Frank's deep dive investigation also quickly identified their primary financial target, a notoriously ruthless man named Mr. Sterling, a semi-retired commercial real estate mogul with a legendary, cutthroat reputation in the Pacific Northwest. He was old school, incredibly cautious, and known for being notoriously difficult to impress. According to Frank's highly placed source inside Sterling's private equity firm, the Times reason Mr. Sterling was even remotely considering Derek's amateur, poorly planned project was because of my supposed, heavily documented financial involvement. They were actively using my hard-earned, pristine reputation in the tech world as the shiny bait to land a massive whale. But the most gut-wrenching, soul-crushing discovery was yet to come. Maya called me extremely late the next night. Her voice was incredibly tight with a cold, terrifying fury I had never once heard from her before. "You need to get to my office right now, Mark?" she demanded. "It's about your old business mentor. It's about Greg." I drove recklessly through the deserted, Rain-slicked Seattle streets, my mind racing in 1,000 directions. Greg, the man who had been my very first real mentor in the tech industry. The older man who had patiently helped me refine my initial business plan, who had helped me navigate the treacherous waters of landing my first angel investors. It didn't make any logical sense. When I burst into Maya's office, she had a physical printout of a decrypted email exchange sitting dead in the center of her large mahogany desk. It was an exchange between Greg's highly secure professional corporate email account and Derek's personal Gmail account, dated a full 2 months before Thanksgiving. Derek had written, "Greg, per our phone conversation earlier today, I need the absolute inside track. What is my brother's software company actually worth behind closed doors? Don't give me the PR bullshit public numbers. I need to know his exact personal equity percentage, his current liquidity, his upcoming expansion plans, and his vulnerabilities. I need the real story so I can leverage him." Greg's reply was a complete, total, devastating betrayal spelled out in undeniable black and white ink. He had blatantly violated his NDA and sent Derek a highly detailed, deeply confidential executive summary of my company's internal finances, our secret growth projections, and my exact personal equity stake. He had even offered his own amateur, psychological opinion on my mental state. Mark is incredibly hungry for family approval, especially from his mother. He hides it well, but it's his blind spot. If you frame the investment correctly, make him feel like he's saving the family, you can absolutely manipulate him into investing millions. Greg had completely sold me out. The man I had deeply trusted, the father figure I had desperately projected onto him because my own father was a ghost, had coldly analyzed my deepest emotional weaknesses and sold them to my sociopathic brother. And for what? Frank later confirmed via bank records that Greg was promised a massive 10% finder's fee commission on any investment capital Derek could secure using the stolen, confidential information. How could he do this? I whispered, the words feeling like dry ash in my mouth. I vividly remembered all the late nights I had confided in Greg over drinks, sharing my deep business fears and my painful family frustrations. He had sat there, listening with a warm, sympathetic smile, all while secretly taking mental notes to sell my trauma to the highest bidder. Massive amounts of money make people do incredibly ugly, evil things, Mark, Maya said softly, walking around her desk to place a comforting hand on my shaking shoulder. And toxic family dynamics make them do even uglier ones. As I stood there staring blankly at the printed emails, the horrifying image of that forged signature on the commitment letter violently flashed in my mind again. The familiar, elegant loop of the M. The steady, perfectly practiced, confident hand. Maya must have seen the dawning, paralyzing horror wash over my pale face. "What is it?" she asked, her voice gentle but probing. "The signature," I said, my own voice barely a hoarse whisper. "The forgery on the $3.5 million investment letter. I need to see it again on the big screen." Maya quickly pulled the fraudulent PDF document back up on the massive monitor. I stared at it, my heart pounding a slow, incredibly heavy, painful drumbeat in my chest. I thought about my father's perfect, neat cursive. A skill he was quietly, intensely proud of. I thought about his obsessive calligraphy hobby, the expensive, imported fountain pens and imported inks he kept meticulously locked away in his oak desk drawer. The way he could flawlessly, effortlessly replicate different historical fonts just by looking at them. His constant, suffocating silence. His silence wasn't weakness. It wasn't him trying to keep the peace. It was the quiet, terrifying composure of a man hiding a massive, criminal secret. "Maya," I said, the horrific realization landing with the devastating force of a physical blow, a punch to the gut that violently knocked all the oxygen out of my lungs. "I know who forged the document. I think my father forged my signature." Update 2. There was absolutely no going back from this. The Rubicon had been crossed. This had to end immediately. And it had to end in a highly calculated way that left absolutely no room for ambiguity, no possibility for them to gaslight me or twist the narrative later. With Maya's expert, ruthless legal guidance, we meticulously planned the confrontation. We didn't plan it as a messy, emotional family argument. We planned it as a precise, surgical, devastating legal strike. There would be no shouting, no crying, no hysterics. Just cold, hard, undeniable, legally binding facts. Maya drafted and sent a highly formal, incredibly aggressive email to my parents and Derek. It was an absolute masterpiece of terrifying corporate legalese. It formally requested an urgent, mandatory teleconference meeting to immediately discuss a severe legal matter of potential federal wire fraud, identity theft, and fraudulent financial misrepresentation concerning Vanguard Estates LLC. She strategically CC'd Mr. Sterling's executive assistant on the email, explicitly noting that his client's potential multi-million-dollar investment was directly, legally implicated in the fraud. That, exactly as Maya had predicted, lit a massive, terrifying fire under all of them. They frantically agreed to a secure video conference for the following afternoon. I sat rigidly in Maya's state-of-the-art, glass-walled conference room. The massive 100-inch screen in front of me was split into 4 equal quadrants. In the top left quadrant, Maya and I sat side by side at a long, polished marble table, a neat, intimidating stack of heavily redacted documents placed deliberately in front of us. In the top right quadrant, my parents, Susan and Thomas, sat stiffly on the familiar, ugly floral couch in their Seattle living room. Susan looked incredibly indignant, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, ready for a fight. Thomas just looked pale, sweaty, and absolutely terrified, like a condemned man taking his final walk to the execution chamber. In the bottom left quadrant, Derek was sitting in a flashy, clearly rented, temporary office space, a ridiculously large, fake ficus plant positioned behind him to make him look important. He was desperately trying to project an image of a powerful, unbothered CEO, but the sheer, unadulterated panic in his wide eyes completely betrayed him. A long, tense moment later, the fourth and final window blinked to life. Mr. Sterling appeared. He was a stern-looking, deeply intimidating man in his late 60s with piercing, ice-cold blue eyes and a face that looked like it had been violently carved from solid granite. He gave a single, curt nod to the camera. "Thank you all for joining on such short notice," Maya began, her voice the absolute epitome of cold, terrifying authority. "We are here today to formally discuss the repeated, illegal, and completely unauthorized use of my client, Mark Thomas's name, likeness, and corporate branding in the marketing and aggressive fundraising materials for Vanguard Estates LLC. Derek instantly scoffed, a highly nervous, high-pitched, pathetic sound. "Oh, come on, Mark. Is that what this whole dramatic circus is about? Are you seriously doing this? I was just trying to give the family business a little bit of tech credibility. It's just called aggressive marketing, bro. Don't be a baby." "Marketing, Mr. Thomas?" Maya countered, her gaze sharp enough to effortlessly cut through solid steel. "Let's be significantly more specific for the record. I have here a promotional email sent to over 300 potential, accredited investors, a mailing list which notably includes Mr. Sterling. This email explicitly, legally claims that Mark Thomas is providing massive strategic and financial backing to your company. Is that a verifiably true statement?" It's just a common turn of phrase," my mother, Susan, immediately interjected, completely unable to stay silent and let her golden boy burn. "You aggressive corporate lawyers are always deliberately twisting people's words to make money. Mark is his biological brother. Of course, he supports Derek in spirit. This is a family matter, not a legal one. Support in spirit does not typically involve a highly forged, legally binding financial document, Mrs. Thomas," Maya said, her voice dropping a full degree colder, freezing the room. With a swift, practiced click of her mouse, Maya shared her screen with the entire call. The fraudulent $3.5 million partnership commitment letter suddenly appeared in all 4 quadrants, completely filling the screen. "This legal document, which falsely purports to be from Mark's tech company, legally pledges a $3.5 million seed investment into Vanguard Estates. It is a complete, 100% fabrication. The corporate letterhead was illegally stolen from my client's public website, and the signature at the bottom is a blatant, highly illegal forgery." Derek's face instantly went chalk white, the blood completely drained from his cheeks. He started to violently stammer, his carefully constructed, arrogant composure completely crumbling in real time in front of his biggest potential investor. I don't know where that document came from. That must have been a massive administrative mistake. Someone on my marketing team must have, just gotten a little bit ahead of themselves." Mr. Sterling, who had been silently watching this pathetic exchange with the terrifying, detached intensity of an apex predator, finally spoke. His voice was a low, incredibly powerful rumble that seemed to physically vibrate through the expensive conference room speakers. "A mistake, son?" Sterling asked, his eyes locked onto Derek. "That specific document was the sole, primary basis upon which my private equity firm agreed to engage in financial due diligence with you. My consideration of this entire amateur project was entirely, 100% contingent upon Mark Thomas's verified financial involvement. This is absolutely not a mistake. This is a material, criminal misrepresentation of financial fact. It's not just a misrepresentation, Mr. Sterling, it is federal wire fraud," I said, speaking for the very first time on the call. My voice was incredibly steady, betraying absolutely none of the violent emotional turmoil churning violently inside my gut. I looked directly into the camera, staring right at my mother's image on the screen. And it wasn't just Derek acting alone. My mother, Susan Thomas, acting as the official co-founder and a primary financial backer of this fraudulent LLC, was fully, legally aware that they were illegally using my name to solicit millions in funds. Susan loudly gasped, dramatically placing a hand over her chest in a highly theatrical, sickeningly fake gesture of shock and deep betrayal. "How dare you? I was only ever trying to help my son succeed. You are a cruel, selfish, incredibly ungrateful boy, Mark, after everything we've done for you." Her pathetic performance was completely for nothing. The undeniable, legally binding evidence was sitting right there on the screen for everyone to see. But I wasn't quite done yet. The real architect of the absolute most damaging part of the massive fraud was still pathetically hiding in plain sight, wrapped in his usual, cowardly cloak of silence. I slowly turned my attention to my father. He was visibly shrinking back into the ugly floral couch cushions, his terrified eyes darting wildly everywhere but at the camera lens. There is one final, crucial piece to this incredibly ugly puzzle, I said, my heart hammering furiously against my ribs. The physical forgery itself. It was a very good attempt. Incredibly convincing at first glance. But unfortunately for you, not quite good enough. The virtual air in the conference call was thick with a highly toxic, suffocating silence. Derek and my mother were still frantically sputtering weak denials, but their pathetic arguments were completely hollow, rapidly collapsing under the immense, crushing weight of the irrefutable evidence Maya and I had methodically laid out. Mr. Sterling simply watched them with the cold, highly detached curiosity of a scientist observing dying microbes in a petri dish. As I was saying, I continued, my voice calm, cold, and meticulously measured as I forcefully drew the focus back to me. The forgery is the absolute key to this crime. Because a high-level forgery like this isn't a simple administrative mistake, it is a highly deliberate, calculated, criminal act. It requires immense intent. It requires a very steady hand. I paused, letting the heavy silence stretch out agonizingly, forcing them to deeply contemplate the terrifying implication of my words. I looked directly at my father's pathetic image on the screen, pinning him to the couch with my unyielding gaze. And it requires a certain, specific artistic skill. A deep, intimate familiarity with the exact signature being illegally copied. On my subtle cue, Maya clicked her mouse one more time. The massive screen instantly changed. She now displayed a highly detailed, side-by-side graphical comparison that Frank's forensic team had expertly prepared. On the absolute left side of the screen was a massively blown-up, high-resolution scan of the forged signature from the fraudulent $3.5 million investment letter. On the right side was an equally massive, crystal-clear scan of the signature from the cheap grocery store birthday card my father had awkwardly given me when I turned 21. It was the absolute last birthday he had ever given me a card with more than just his hastily scribbled name at the bottom. The old card read, "Mark, so proud of the man you're becoming. Love, Dad." The two signatures on the screen were completely, undeniably identical. Not just vaguely similar, identical. The highly distinctive, elegant, sweeping loop of the M in Mark. The sharp, aggressive downward stroke of the K. The exact way the D in Dad was perfectly formed with a slight, artistic flourish that was my father's unique, undeniable calligraphy trademark. It was as clear, as precise, and as utterly damning as a bloody fingerprint left at a murder scene. A small, truly strangled sound violently escaped my mother's lips. "Oh my God," she whispered, her face going completely slack with a genuine, unfeigned, horrifying shock. She slowly, mechanically, turned her head to look in absolute horror at the man sitting frozen beside her, the man she had been legally married to for over 35 years. For the very first time in my life, she seemed to be looking at him not as her silent, highly compliant, easily manipulated husband, but as a complete, terrifying stranger. Thomas sat completely frozen for a long, agonizing, excruciating moment. The blank, cowardly mask he had worn his entire miserable life finally cracked, then completely shattered into a million irreparable pieces. His face violently crumpled. His shoulders, which he always held so rigidly straight and proud to project false authority, instantly slumped in utter, pathetic defeat. In a single, horrifying instant, he seemed to have physically aged 20 years. He looked incredibly old, incredibly small, and profoundly, disgustingly pathetic. He started, his voice a broken, raspy whisper that was barely audible through the microphone. He nervously cleared his dry throat. Derek. Derek came to me crying. He begged me. His terrified eyes flickered up, not looking at me, but staring desperately at the camera lens as if he were pleading for mercy with a panel of invisible, highly judgmental gods. He said he just needed a little bit of help to get Mr. Sterling officially on board. Just a tiny push to get his foot in the door with the big leagues. He swore to me. He swore Mark would never, ever find out. His eyes finally, agonizingly darted over to my specific window on the screen, and for the very first time in my 34 years of life, they were filled with something other than blank, suffocating indifference. They were completely filled with a desperate, pathetic, pleading shame. He said you were doing so incredibly well, Mark. You had so much money, you wouldn't even miss it if things went wrong. I didn't think you'd ever actually find out. I just wanted to help your brother succeed. His full, uncoerced confession landed heavily in the room with the devastating force of a physical blow. It was, in so many ways, a betrayal far deeper, far more insidious than Derek's greedy, sociopathic scheming, or my mother's blatant narcissistic manipulation. This was a massive betrayal from the one person whose quiet approval I had, on some deep, secret, pathetic subconscious level, always desperately craved. His lifelong, suffocating silence hadn't been neutrality. It had been the quiet, highly patient work of a willing co-conspirator. He hadn't just passively allowed the massive injustice in our toxic family to happen. He had actively, skillfully, and criminally participated in it the moment the financial stakes were high enough. He hadn't just failed to protect me as a father should. He had actively helped load the gun, carefully aimed it at my head, and then stood by silently as his golden son eagerly pulled the trigger. The final, most devastating piece of the psychological puzzle violently clicked into place in my mind. He hadn't just been blindly guessing that I wouldn't miss the $3.5 million. He fundamentally, deeply hadn't believed my success was actually real. Even after I had boldly dropped the $35 million valuation at the Thanksgiving table, he was so deeply conditioned to view me as the lesser, failed son that he automatically assumed my success was a massive exaggeration, a total fluke. In his twisted mind, I was still just the quiet, annoying boy with a nerdy computer hobby, and actively stealing from me to fund the golden child was a completely victimless crime. Mr. Sterling's booming voice violently shattered the silence, shaking them all from their terrified stupor. This meeting is officially over. Consider my firm's interest in Vanguard Estates LLC completely, officially, and permanently withdrawn. My elite legal team will be in touch with all of you by the end of the day regarding the highly serious matter of fraudulent misrepresentation and attempted financial fraud. His video window instantly went black. Derek violently buried his face in his shaking hands, his shoulders heaving as he began to openly sob. My mother was just staring blankly at my father, her mouth opening and closing silently like a suffocating fish pulled from the water, but absolutely no sound was coming out. The toxic family unit hadn't just been slightly cracked. It had been completely, irreversibly atomized, and I was the one who had finally, gleefully been forced to push the big red button. Maya will be sending over the final cease and desist paperwork, I said coldly, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. Do not ever contact me again. If you do, I will hand all of this evidence over to the FBI. I clicked end meeting. The fallout was immediate, brutal, and absolutely catastrophic for them. Mr. Sterling was a ruthless man of his word. His massive corporate lawyers sent a cease and desist letter so aggressively worded it practically smoked when they opened it. While he ultimately didn't file a highly public lawsuit, Maya strongly suspected he simply didn't want the embarrassing public relations nightmare of admitting he was almost completely duped by a smooth-talking amateur. Like Derek, he did something far more damaging. He made a few quiet, highly influential phone calls. In the small, incredibly insular, cutthroat world of Pacific Northwest commercial real estate, a quiet, negative word from a titan like Sterling carries significantly more weight than a dozen federal lawsuits. Within a single week, Derek was an absolute pariah. The highly embarrassing story of the Vanguard Estates fraud, as it quickly became known in elite circles, spread like a massive wildfire through the city's financial sector. Every single other potential investor who had been cautiously waiting to see what Sterling would do immediately pulled their funding. Vanguard Estates violently imploded. It was a pathetic house of cards collapsing in a Category 5 hurricane. The bank, alerted to the highly fraudulent activity by Sterling's aggressive firm, completely froze Derek's corporate accounts pending a full, devastating internal investigation. The massive amount of money my mother had recklessly gambled from their retirement fund was completely gone. It was hopelessly entangled in a massive legal mess that would take years and tens of thousands of dollars in high-priced legal fees to even begin to untangle. Her desperate, all-in, catastrophic bet on the golden child had resulted in their total, inescapable financial ruin. As Maya had cynically predicted, Derek's superficial, gold-digging girlfriend, the one who was so incredibly impressed by his exclusive CEO lifestyle, vanished from his life as quickly as his platinum credit line. Then came the pathetic, desperate phone calls to me. They were a highly predictable, incredibly pathetic progression of the 5 stages of grief mixed with toxic manipulation. Derek was first. He left a long string of deranged voicemails that swung wildly between 2 extreme poles. The first would be a rage-filled, screaming rant, "You ruined my entire life, Mark, you completely destroyed me, I hope you rot in hell, you jealous, pathetic bastard." The next voicemail, left just an hour later, would be a tearful, pathetic, pleading message, "Mark, please pick up. You have to help me. You have to call Mr. Sterling and fix this mess. Tell him it was just a misunderstanding. I'm begging you. Bro, we're blood." Then came my mother. Her very first call was pure, undiluted, screeching venom. She screamed into the phone for 3 straight minutes about how I had single-handedly destroyed the family, how I was a cold-blooded monster, how she deeply wished she had never given birth to me. I calmly hung up and blocked the number. When I didn't respond to her subsequent calls from different numbers, her tone drastically shifted. She started leaving these sickeningly syrupy, highly manipulative voicemails. Her voice quivering with incredibly false sorrow. Mark, darling, it's your mother. I know we made a tiny mistake. I see that now, but we are family, and families always forgive each other. We can get through this tough time together. Please, just wire us a little bit of money to cover the legal fees. Your father is a complete, suicidal mess. And then came my father. He only left one single message. It was short. His voice was incredibly heavy, completely hollow, and utterly defeated. Mark, I know I should have done more. I know I was weak. I'm truly, deeply sorry. It was the absolute closest he had ever come to taking actual responsibility for anything in his entire miserable life. He was sorry. Sorry for a lifetime of severe neglect. Sorry for his criminal complicity. Or maybe, he was just incredibly sorry that he finally got caught. It didn't matter anymore. A pathetic apology doesn't rebuild a house after you've actively helped burn it to the ground. I listened to all their pathetic messages, one after the other, sitting in the quiet, peaceful sanctuary of my apartment. I didn't feel the burning rage I expected. I didn't feel the triumphant, gloating satisfaction I thought I might. I just felt a deep, profound, beautiful sense of total release. It felt exactly as if a massive, heavy, invisible iron chain that had been wrapped tightly around my chest for 34 years had finally, permanently been shattered. The desperate, childish, pathetic need for their approval had finally, blessedly died. I took a deep breath and did something I should have done a full decade ago. I opened my phone's contacts list. I found Derek's name. I tapped block contact. I did the exact same for my mother. And then, with a final, incredibly liberating tap of my thumb, I blocked my father's number. The next day, I met with Maya to discuss our final legal steps. We had them dead to rights. We could easily press federal charges for wire fraud and felony forgery. We could file a massive civil suit for damages to my corporate reputation that would completely bankrupt them for the rest of their miserable lives. A small part of me, the deeply wounded child inside, wanted to do it. It desperately wanted to see them face real, highly public, devastating consequences. It wanted to see them sitting in a cold courtroom, completely stripped of their false pride and their pathetic lies. The massive lawsuit would almost certainly trigger a highly messy, highly public divorce, forcing my parents to violently turn on each other under the immense legal pressure. It would be a highly fitting, poetic end to their highly toxic partnership. But as I sat there in Maya's office, looking out over the city, a powerful, overwhelming clarity washed over me. Dragging them relentlessly through the court system would forcefully keep me chained to them for months, maybe even years. It would mean endless depositions, stressful hearings, and constant, draining legal maneuvering. It would mean significantly more drama, more stress, and more of my precious life force being completely consumed by their bottomless pit of dysfunction. The absolute best revenge wasn't seeing them locked in a federal prison cell. The best revenge was completely forgetting they even existed. My victory wasn't about their severe punishment. It was entirely about my peace. We are not pressing charges, I told Maya, my voice incredibly firm and resolute. We are not filing a civil suit. We are completely done. I am walking away from all of it. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then, I heard her warmly smile through the phone. Good? She said, her voice rich with deep approval and relief. I was really hoping you'd say that. Now you can finally start living your own life for yourself. R.S. The 6 months that followed were the quietest, most incredibly peaceful months of my entire adult life. The very first thing I did was put my Seattle apartment on the market. The city simply held way too many ghosts, way too many painful memories of feeling small, insignificant, and unloved. I desperately needed a totally clean break, a completely new horizon. I promoted a brilliant, highly capable young executive to run the Seattle office, and I permanently moved my company's main headquarters and myself to Portland, Oregon. The energy in Portland was an absolute revelation. It was a vibrant city full of creators, innovators, and people who were significantly more interested in what you were actively building than who your toxic family was. Surrounded by the towering, steadfast presence of Mount Hood and the sprawling, endless pine forests, my old, pathetic family problems began to feel incredibly trivial, like a silly schoolyard squabble viewed from a great, vast distance. Freed from the constant, suffocating, low-grade hum of anxiety my family had always generated in me, my mind felt incredibly clear, immensely sharp, and more wildly creative than ever before. The business didn't just grow, it absolutely exploded. We successfully landed a massive, company-defining contract with a huge national tech conglomerate. It was a massive deal that literally tripled our total valuation overnight. The rapid promotion from a scrappy, underdog startup to a major, highly respected player in the industry was dizzying, but in the absolute best possible way. It felt earned. It felt incredibly real. I bought a stunning, modern condo in the heart of the city with massive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic, breathtaking view of the mountains. The very first piece of furniture I bought was a huge, incredibly comfortable sectional couch, big enough for all my real friends. Maya, who had officially become my chief corporate counsel and remained my absolute best friend, would frequently drive down from Seattle, and we'd sit on my balcony for hours, drinking expensive craft beer and talking about everything and nothing. I was actively building a life, not just accompany a life that was whole, balanced, and entirely on my own terms. Then, one sunny Tuesday afternoon, a highly official, certified legal letter arrived at my office. It was from a sleazy, low-rent law firm in a small, depressing town just outside of Seattle that I'd never even heard of. My first panicked thought was that it was some lingering fallout from the Vanguard Estates mess, but my hands were completely steady as I slid a metal letter opener under the flap. My heart no longer leaped into my throat at the mere thought of my family. I was completely detached, clinical, like a highly trained doctor examining a bizarre medical case study. Inside the envelope was a thick document, heavy with dense, ridiculous legal jargon, officially informing me that a massive civil lawsuit had been filed against me. The plaintiff? Susan Thomas. My own mother. I quickly scanned the pages, my eyes skipping over the bloated legalese until I found the absolute core of her insane claim. It was so incredibly audacious, so breathtakingly, pathologically delusional that I actually threw my head back and laughed out loud in my empty office. Susan was officially suing me for a massive 20% of my company's total profits. Her legal argument, as completely bizarre and unhinged as it was exactly this: her years of severe emotional neglect, her constant, brutal criticism, and her blatant, unapologetic favoritism towards my brother had actively created a highly hostile and challenging developmental environment. This incredibly toxic environment, the lawsuit boldly claimed, was the primary motivating factor for my immense financial success. She literally argued that, in essence, she had given me the ultimate gift of extreme adversity. Her terrible, abusive parenting, her sleazy lawyer argued, was the exact crucible that had forged my ambition and my drive to succeed. Therefore, because her abuse made me rich, she was legally entitled to a significant 20% share of the massive financial rewards. She was aggressively demanding what her lawyer had the absolute gall to legally term a parental inheritance paid in reverse for services rendered as a negative role model. It was, without a doubt, the most narcissistic, pathologically twisted piece of logic I had ever encountered in my entire life. She wasn't sorry. She hadn't learned a single, solitary thing from the destruction of her life. In her deeply sick mind, even my massive success, the incredible success I had achieved entirely times in spite times of her, was somehow, magically, because times of her. She would twist absolute reality into any bizarre shape necessary to forcefully make herself the hero, or at least the primary catalyst, of my story. This insane lawsuit was the final, definitive proof I needed that my difficult decision to cut them completely out of my life wasn't a rash, angry overreaction. It was a highly necessary, life-saving act of emotional and spiritual survival. Some people, I realized with chilling, absolute clarity, are simply human black holes. They will violently suck all the light, joy, and energy out of your universe and give absolutely nothing but cold darkness in return. You cannot fix them. You cannot change them. You can only get as far away from their gravitational pull as you possibly can. I immediately faxed a copy of the ridiculous letter to Maya. She called me back less than 10 minutes later, literally sputtering with uncontrollable laughter. "Oh my God, Mark," she gasped once she had finally caught her breath. This is an absolute masterpiece of sheer, unadulterated delusion. It's the Mona Lisa of frivolous lawsuits. So I don't have to worry about this actually going to trial?" I asked, grinning. "Worry?" She laughed again, a loud, barking sound. "Absolutely not. I am going to have this completely thrown out of court so incredibly fast it will literally make your mother's head violently spin. I will file for a summary dismissal with prejudice tomorrow morning. Don't give it another thought." Maya was completely as good as her word. The insane lawsuit was summarily, brutally dismissed by a highly unamused judge who, according to Maya, openly called it an astonishing, offensive abuse of the legal process and a complete insult to basic common sense. My mother was officially ordered by the court to pay all of my massive legal fees for having to respond to such a completely baseless, harassing claim. It was the absolute last time I ever heard from any of them. The silence that immediately followed was final, complete, and incredibly beautiful. It was no longer the tense, painful, suffocating silence of my childhood, filled with unspoken resentments and fear. It was a peaceful, wide-open silence full of endless promise. It's been a few years since that last, highly absurd chapter. My company is doing significantly better than I ever could have possibly imagined. I met a wonderful woman named Emily, a brilliant and hilarious landscape architect who knew absolutely nothing about my toxic past and didn't care at all about my massive net worth. She just liked that I made her laugh and that I was always willing to try her weird vegetarian recipes. We are married now, and we are currently expecting our very first child. The real, true success of my life isn't measured in millions of dollars, massive corporate valuations, or lucrative stock options. It's measured in the quiet, completely ordinary moments. It's measured in the easy, genuine laughter I share with my beautiful wife, the genuine, earned respect I get from my hardworking colleagues, and the simple, profound, incredible joy of waking up every single morning without a heavy knot of dread in my stomach. I learned an incredibly hard, painful lesson from the people who were supposed to teach me about unconditional love. I learned that sometimes, the people who share your exact blood are the ones who are most willing to violently drain it from you. Family, I've completely discovered, isn't about biology at all. It's about fierce loyalty. It's about the people who show up for you consistently and without a hidden agenda. The people who genuinely celebrate your wins as if they were their very own, who lift you up when you inevitably fall, and who see and love you for who you truly are, not for who they desperately want to exploit you to be. It's about the family you actively build, not the one you were unluckily born into. Cutting my toxic biological family out of my life was the absolute hardest and most completely necessary decision I ever made. It hurt in a way that's incredibly hard to describe, like slowly amputating a limb that has become deeply gangrenous. The phantom pains still ache sometimes late at night, but it was exactly like removing a deadly poison that had been slowly killing me my entire life. It allowed me to finally heal, to finally breathe deeply, and to finally become the person I was always meant to be. My life isn't a perfect fairy tale, but it is entirely mine, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. My divorced parents abandoned me. At 9. 20 years later, I inherited $1,750,000. They teamed up to sue me, so I destroyed their lives. I am 32 years old now, and if you had asked me at 15 who my parents were, I probably would have given you a blank stare. I never expected my inheritance to be the thing that finally made my divorced parents team up. They worked together so flawlessly to try and ruin my life that it almost made me wish they had put that kind of collaborative effort into raising me. But now, there is only documented, court-verified evidence of their abandonment and greed. Because they never fought for me. Not during the divorce, not in the messy aftermath, not even once. I was exactly 9 years old when they split up, and I can still feel the exact texture of that cracked, maroon leather bench outside courtroom 4B. I remember sitting there, swinging my short legs back and forth, listening to the muffled sounds of them arguing through the heavy wooden doors. They were screaming over who got the vintage oak dining table, who had to pay off the Honda Civic, and who got to keep the timeshare in Florida. Not once, in all those hours of bitter negotiation, did anyone bring up where I would go. There was no visitation schedule drawn up. There was no custody debate. There were no teary, emotional arguments about who loved me more or who could provide a better home. There was just a deafening, hollow silence. It was as if I were a forgotten piece of luggage that neither of them wanted to claim at the baggage carousel. The judge eventually had to ask. He literally stopped the proceedings, slammed his hand on his desk, and asked, "Who is taking primary custody of the child?" My dad looked at my mom. She looked at him. They stared at each other with this look of profound inconvenience. And then, in the most casual, detached voice I have ever heard in my entire life, my mom shrugged her shoulders and said, "He's probably better off with your sister. Clara is stable." That was the exact moment, at 9 years old, that I realized my existence was entirely optional to the people who created me. My Aunt Clara, God bless her soul, took me in without a single second thought. She wasn't rich. In fact, she was drowning in her own mortgage and working 50 hours a week as a medical billing specialist. But she gave me the spare room, she made sure I had hot meals every single night, and she provided the kind of unshakable consistency that my parents couldn't even fake for a weekend. Aunt Clara was the one who sat through every single agonizing parent-teacher conference. She was the one who stood in the very back row of the bleachers, clapping until her hands were red at my high school graduation. She was the one who quietly slid a box of tissues across the kitchen island when I didn't get into my first-choice university. She never tried to force herself into the mom role. She just showed up. Day after day, year after year, she showed up. And after a while, I stopped looking at the front door, hoping someone else would walk through it. I wish I could say my parents just drifted away after that, but drifting implies some kind of softness, a slow fade. What happened to me was more like a total blackout. There were no phone calls on my birthdays. There were no cheap Hallmark cards on Christmas. There were no awkward check-ins, no half-hearted apologies, no thinking of you texts, just nothing. A complete and utter void. My dad moved 3 states away within 6 months of the divorce. He quickly remarried a woman named Brenda, who already had 2 young daughters from a previous marriage, and he acted like he had just been born into this brand new, ready-made family. My mom, on the other hand, floated around like a ghost. She had a revolving door of new boyfriends, new aesthetic phases, new jobs, and new versions of herself that never seemed to last longer than a 9-month lease. Every now and then, maybe once every 3 years, I would get a random friend request from her on some new social media account. It was usually followed by a bizarre, disconnected comment on one of my photos like, "You look just like your uncle." As if that single sentence somehow counted as parenting. I learned very early on to stop expecting them to care. That isn't bitterness talking, it is just simple math. If someone disappears from your life for long enough, you eventually stop marking their absence. You build a completely new life around the gap they left behind. And that is exactly what I did. I went to a local community college on a full academic scholarship. I worked 2 grueling part-time jobs, one as a barista, opening the shop at 4:30 a.m., and another doing data entry late into the night. Eventually, I transferred to a decent state university. I majored in corporate finance, managed to score an internship at a mid-sized investment firm, and I ground my way up from the guy who fixes the jammed copy machine to the guy who actually builds the financial forecasting models. It wasn't a glamorous life, and it certainly wasn't easy, but it was mine. I built a solid, quiet life out of the scraps they had tossed aside. I didn't need them, but here is where the story takes a massive turn. 18 months ago, my granddad Arthur, my dad's father, passed away. Granddad Arthur and I weren't exactly best friends, but we had always kept in touch. He was a man carved from old oak, a retired machinist who treated emotions like expensive china kept locked away and rarely used, but he would always call me on my birthday at exactly 8 a.m. He would send those stiff, formal birthday cards with a crisp $50 bill tucked inside. Every couple of months, we would meet up at this greasy spoon diner halfway between our towns for black coffee and meatloaf. He was gruff, incredibly old-fashioned, and he referred to my career in finance as playing with imaginary calculator money, but he never, not once, forgot that I existed. I always figured whatever money he had left would go straight to my dad, or perhaps to my Uncle Robert, who lived a few streets over from him and occasionally helped him mow his lawn. But when Granddad's attorney, a sharp-eyed man named Mr. Abernathy, called me into his mahogany-paneled office for the reading of the will, I found out something that completely knocked the wind out of my lungs. Granddad Arthur left everything to me, all of it. He left me his paid-off house in the suburbs. He left me his retirement savings. He left me his massive investment portfolio that he had been secretly compounding for 40 years. He even left me a stunning, secluded lakefront cabin in upstate New York that I didn't even know he owned. After all the estate taxes and fees were settled, the total inheritance came to just under $1.75 million. The will was absolutely ironclad. Mr. Abernathy had made sure of it. There were no loopholes. There were no hidden clauses. There was no, to be shared equally among the surviving family stipulation. Just my full legal name, Julian Thomas. Sole and exclusive beneficiary. I sat in that plush leather chair in the lawyer's office, blinking at the stack of legal papers, completely paralyzed. I wasn't used to being chosen. I was used to being the afterthought. I should have known that a number with 2 commas in it wouldn't stay quiet for long. Blood in the water attracts sharks, and my family had always been starving. The very first phone call came from my dad's wife, Brenda. I had spoken to this woman exactly twice in my entire life, both times painfully awkward, with her treating me like some long-lost, slightly annoying cousin she couldn't quite place. This time, however, her voice was dripping with a syrupy, artificial sweetness that made the hair on my arms stand up. Julian. Oh, honey, I just heard the incredible news. Isn't it just wonderful? Your granddad Arthur always loved you so much. I remember pausing for a long beat, staring out my apartment window. Thanks, Brenda. Yeah, it was pretty unexpected. Well, she said, letting out a breathy little laugh, I am sure you are already thinking about how to take care of your family with such a massive blessing. Your father has been struggling so much since the layoffs at the plant, and the girls Chloe and Maya are both starting college soon. You know how ridiculously expensive tuition is these days. I didn't say a single word. I just held the phone away from my ear and stared at it like it had suddenly grown fangs. She continued, completely undeterred by my deafening silence. Anyway, your dad is way too proud to ever ask you himself, but I thought I would reach out as a mother. Even just a small, recurring monthly stipend would mean the absolute world to us. Maybe $3,000 a month? You could just set it up on auto pay through Zelle, whatever is easiest for you, sweetie. I think I actually let out a dry laugh, not because it was funny, but because the sheer audacity of it was completely surreal. I hadn't heard a single word from my dad in over 12 years. Not a birthday text, not a high school graduation card, not even a passing good luck when I moved out of Aunt Clara's house. And now, I was supposed to be the financial sponsor of his new, shiny family? Sorry, Brenda, I finally said, my voice deadpan. I'm not comfortable with that. I won't be doing it. There was a long, heavy pause on the line. Then, the syrupy sweet tone was violently peeled away, revealing the venom underneath. You have always been a selfish, ungrateful little brat. Julian. That one got under my skin just a fraction of an inch, but I didn't give her the satisfaction of a response. I just hung up the phone and blocked her number. 2 days later, my dad called me himself, first time hearing his voice since I was 12 years old. There was no hello, no, how have you been, son? He just jumped straight into the interrogation. So, what is this garbage I'm hearing about your inheritance? I kept my answer incredibly short. Granddad left the estate to me. All of it. Yeah. My dad scoffed. A wet, ugly sound. You and I both know that isn't right. That money belongs to me. I'm his son. Maybe, I replied coldly, but it's legal, it's done. You think this makes up for everything? He suddenly yelled, his voice echoing in my kitchen. You think stealing my inheritance erases the fact that you abandoned your family? That specific sentence stopped me dead in my tracks. The sheer delusion of it felt like a physical blow. I abandoned you? I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of rage and disbelief. You cut me off. You moved 3 states away. You never reached out. You never even tried to be a part of my life after you and Mom dumped me at the courthouse. I was 9 years old, Dad. 9. He didn't say anything for a second. Then, exactly like he hadn't heard a single word I just said, he kept pushing his narrative. And now, you're sitting on a massive fortune while your real family is drowning in debt. You could help us, but you won't, because you're a spiteful, vindictive little punk. I hung up. I blocked his number, too. But it didn't stop there. My mom found out about the money a week later, probably through the family grapevine or some distant cousin she still gossiped with. Her approach was entirely different from my dad's aggressive entitlement. She didn't ask for the cash directly. Instead, she launched a psychological warfare campaign. She started flooding my phone with guilt-soaked text messages about how agonizingly hard her life had been. She sent me screenshots of her overdue electric bills. She sent me photos of her newest husband looking depressed on a stained couch. She even sent me a highly filtered selfie of herself crying, with the caption, "I just can't believe my own flesh and blood doesn't care if I end up on the streets." I ignored all of it. I treated her messages like spam until one rainy Tuesday night, when she left a voicemail that I will absolutely never forget. Her voice was sharp, accusatory, and practically vibrating with unhinged rage. You think you're so much better than all of us now, don't you, Julian? Sitting up in your fancy apartment with your big inheritance, judging everyone? I gave you life. I carried you in my body for 9 agonizing months, I ruined my figure for you, and you can't even spare a few $1,000s to help your own mother survive? Maybe I should have fought harder in court. Maybe if I hadn't let Clara take you, you wouldn't have turned out to be such a cold, dead-eyed sociopath. I replayed that voicemail 4 times in a row. Not because I was unsure of how I felt, I knew exactly how I felt. I just wanted to permanently burn her toxic words into my brain so that I would never, ever forget them the next time I felt even a sliver of doubt or guilt. That was when the Facebook posts began. Update 1. The social media smear campaign started small and insidious. My mom posted a faded photograph of me as a baby me in a tiny yellow onesie, tightly gripping her index finger. The caption read, "No matter how much money they get, they are still your baby. It breaks a mother's heart when some kids just forget where they come from and who gave them life." I knew immediately it was about me. I was her only biological child. But I didn't take the bait. I stayed silent. A few days later, she escalated the attack. She posted a grainy, poorly lit picture of her and me from a trip to the zoo, probably taken when I was around 6 years old. The caption this time was much more direct. "I raised this boy completely alone for years. I sacrificed my youth and everything I had for him. It is just devastating how some people forget every single thing you did for them the exact second they come into millions of dollars. Heartbroken. Just sad." 10. That post caught fire. Relatives started commenting. Distant cousins, old family friends, people who hadn't seen or spoken to me in a decade were suddenly experts on my character. "You were always such an amazing mom, Susan. He'll come around eventually. Money changes people, but blood is thicker than water. Kids these days have absolutely no gratitude." Sickening. I sat on my couch and watched the digital mob form like a car crash in slow motion. My phone started buzzing nonstop. I was getting friend requests, aggressive messages, and unsolicited DMs from people demanding to know if I was really the one who inherited all that money and left my mother to rot. One woman, a former neighbor of my mom's whom I hadn't seen since I was in the 3rd grade, sent me her Venmo handle and said she was currently raising money for a new transmission for her minivan. No context, no shame, just a digital panhandler demanding a cut of my grief. Then came my dad's side of the family, specifically, my half-sisters. I had never actually met them. My dad married Brenda when I was 11, and I was explicitly not invited to the wedding. I knew their names Chloe and Maya, but they were just abstract trivia facts I kept stored away in the dark corners of my brain, right next to my childhood trauma and the lingering taste of Aunt Clara's burnt meatloaf. But suddenly, they desperately wanted to bond with their long-lost brother. Chloe, the older one, messaged me first. She was 20 years old and in her sophomore year of college. Her message was incredibly long, overly sugary, and packed full of fake "hey big brother" energy. She claimed that she had always wanted to connect with me, but our dad had always told her it would be too emotionally complicated. She seamlessly transitioned into mentioning how both she and Maya were drowning in student loans, and how utterly amazing it was that I had come into such a life-changing blessing. She ended the massive paragraph with, Maybe this inheritance is just the universe's way of giving us a second chance to be a real, actual family. I stared at that sentence until the words blurred together. A real family. When exactly had we ever been that? I didn't respond to her right away. I was still trying to process the sheer volume of manipulation coming at me from all sides. But my silence wasn't acceptable to them. Because Maya, the 18-year-old, decided to bypass the DMs and go straight to Instagram and TikTok. She posted a highly edited video of herself fake crying in her car, wiping away non-existent tears. The text hovering over her face read, "When your rich older brother refuses to help you pay for college, even though he just inherited $1.75 million from your grandpa." The caption was, "I guess family is supposed to mean something. Right? Number toxic family number. Selfish number. Inheritance." The video went semi-viral within 48 hours. I started seeing strangers tagging my actual Instagram handle in the comments. People I had never met were messaging me, calling me a selfish piece of garbage. Some crypto bro told me I was letting generational wealth rot because I wasn't funding my sister's education. A woman sent me a screenshot of her $80,000 student debt balance and told me, at least if I had that money, I would use it to help the people I love. As if I owed the entire world a debt for being the only person chosen by an old man who saw value in me when literally no one else did. At that point, my mental health was taking a massive hit. I started deleting every social media app off my phone. But deleting the apps didn't stop the real-world consequences from bleeding into my life. Aunt Clara called me on a Thursday evening. She was quiet at first, her voice tight and strained. I knew that specific tone. It was the voice she used when she was trying with all her might not to cry. "Julian," she said softly, "I got a letter in the mail today." I immediately sat up straighter, my heart pounding. "From who?" "From your father." She let out a shaky breath. "He sent it through certified mail, so I had to sign for it. He said he wants to formally contest the will." My stomach completely dropped. "He can't do that, Clara. Mr. Abernathy said the will is legally solid. It's bulletproof." She sighed, a heavy, exhausted sound. "I know that, honey, but that doesn't mean he won't drag you through the mud trying. He wrote in the letter that he is gathering evidence to prove your granddad Arthur wasn't of sound mind when he drafted the new will. He's claiming that you emotionally manipulated him in his old age to steal the estate." I felt all the blood rush to my face, hot and furious. What evidence? I barely saw Granddad once every 2 months. He made the choice completely by himself. "I know that, Julian." "I do," she pleaded. "But your dad is angry. He is broke, and he is angry. And when desperate people like him are angry, they do not care about the truth, they only care about the target." That was the exact moment the floor started to drastically shift beneath my feet. Because now, this wasn't just about petty Facebook posts and awkward guilt trips in my DMs, this was legal, this was war. And I was the sole target. Over the next 3 weeks, the letters started arriving at my own apartment. Letters from aggressive estate lawyers, letters from random family members demanding a cut. Letters from people claiming to be deeply concerned about the ethical distribution of Arthur's assets. One guy even claimed to be Granddad's former business partner from the 1980s and stated he was owed $50,000 from an undocumented handshake loan. None of it held up legally, but the sheer volume of it was mentally suffocating. Every single time I thought the worst was over, another thick manila envelope would appear in my mailbox. And through all of this legal chaos, my mom stayed incredibly busy online. She officially launched a GoFundMe campaign. The title was, "Single Mom of 30 Years Facing Eviction After Family Abandonment." The page was heavily populated with photos of her looking frail, unwashed, and deeply depressed. The description was a massive, highly embellished work of fiction about how she had heroically raised a young boy entirely alone after his deadbeat father completely vanished. She wrote about how she had starved so he could eat. And then, the grand finale, she claimed that coming into a massive sum of money had transformed her beloved son into a cruel, heartless monster who was now allowing his own mother to be thrown out onto the streets. She never explicitly used my full name on the page, but she didn't have to. The comments section was flooded with people asking, "Is this about Julian? Is this the son who got the $1.7 million? Someone even posted a direct link to my LinkedIn profile. Then, the final blow landed. I came home from work on a Friday to find a man sitting on the concrete steps outside my apartment building. He was in his late 50s, heavyset, wearing a tattered brown leather jacket and holding a metal clipboard. He looked up the second he saw me approach. "Julian Thomas?" he asked gruffly. I nodded slowly, a sense of dread pooling in my gut. "You've been served." He practically shoved a thick manila envelope into my chest and walked away without looking back. I went upstairs, locked my door, and ripped the envelope open. Inside was the official lawsuit. My biological father was formally and legally contesting the will. The core allegation was undue influence. He was claiming that I had deliberately coerced my grandfather into leaving me everything while the old man was suffering from undiagnosed dementia. The document was packed with vague, manipulative language and flimsy, fabricated claims. Julian Thomas frequently visited the deceased in private, isolated settings. Julian Thomas has a documented history of manipulation and deeply selfish behavior toward his immediate family. There is substantial reason to believe Julian Thomas took financial advantage of an elderly man with rapidly declining mental faculties. I sat on my couch in the dark for 4 hours, just staring at the glowing streetlights through my window, the legal pages scattered across my coffee table. My entire body felt numb, like I had been submerged in ice water. This wasn't just a fight over a bank account anymore. It was a targeted, public attack on my character. It was a coordinated legal attempt to permanently paint me as a scheming, predatory villain. I called Aunt Clara again late that night. She was absolutely furious. She said she would help me fight them in whatever way she could, but I could hear the tremor of fear in her voice. She couldn't afford a legal battle, and she knew it. And just when I thought I had finally hit rock bottom, the universe decided to turn everything completely upside down. Update 2. It was a Saturday morning, pouring rain outside. I got a loud, frantic knock at my front door. It was 7:15 a.m., which was highly unusual since I hadn't ordered anything and wasn't expecting guests. When I opened the door, I found Chloe, my 20-year-old half-sister, standing on my welcome mat. She was soaking wet, holding a massive, overstuffed duffel bag slung over her shoulder, and she was violently shivering. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. "Dad kicked me out," she blurted out, her voice cracking. I just blinked, my brain struggling to process the scene. "What? Why?" He found out that I messaged you a few weeks ago," she stammered, wiping her nose. "He said that if I wasn't going to help him and Brenda take you to court, and if I wasn't going to post videos like Maya did, then I didn't deserve to live under his roof. He said I betrayed the family." She looked down at her soaking wet sneakers. "I didn't know where else to go, Julian. I have no money. He cut off my phone plan this morning." I just stared at her, completely stunned. I hadn't even responded to her original Facebook message. I barely knew this girl. She was a stranger to me. And yet, here she was, standing on my doorstep, a direct casualty of the exact same man who was currently trying to destroy my life in federal court. She must have seen the heavy hesitation on my face, because she took a step back into the rain and whispered, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come. I didn't think you'd actually let me in." I reached out, grabbed the strap of her duffel bag, and pulled it inside. "Get in here before you catch pneumonia," I said. That night, as Chloe slept exhausted on my living room couch, I sat by the window in my kitchen, drinking black coffee and trying to untangle the massive web my life had become. My mom was actively playing the ultimate victim online, collecting sympathy dollars by the dozen through a fraudulent GoFundMe. My dad was dragging me into a brutal court battle, hell-bent on rewriting our entire family history to steal what was left of my peace. And now his own daughter, his other child, was asleep on my couch because she had simply refused to participate in my destruction. That was the exact moment something inside of me finally snapped. It wasn't a loud, dramatic break. It was a quiet, metallic click, like the sound of a heavy vault door locking into place. This wasn't just a family feud anymore. It wasn't about the $1.75 million. It wasn't about the lake house. It wasn't about fairness. It was about power and control. It was about two deeply broken, toxic people who genuinely thought they could discard me like trash, forget about me for 2 decades, and then come crawling back to destroy me the second I had something they wanted. And the absolute worst part? They expected me to feel guilty for fighting back. Well, I was officially done feeling guilty, but before I made my next move, I had to gather my own ammunition. And once I did, I knew exactly how I was going to burn their entire operation to the ground. The first thing I did on Monday morning was hire a private investigator. His name was Vance. He was an ex-military intelligence guy, incredibly soft-spoken, with the kind of deadpan eyes that made you feel like he already knew the worst thing you had ever done. I met him in a sterile diner downtown and handed him a thick folder containing every single known detail about my parents. Their current addresses, their known associates, their past business dealings, and most importantly, their financial histories. "I want to know everything," I told Vance, sliding a retainer check across the table. "I want to know who they owe money to. I want to know what kind of assets they are hiding. I want to know if this lawsuit is really about them thinking I manipulated my grandfather, or if it's just good old-fashioned desperation." Vance didn't disappoint. In fact, he over-delivered. Within 2.5 weeks, Vance handed me a dossier that was thicker than a phone book. What he found was so pathetic, so deeply embarrassing, that it almost made me laugh. My dad wasn't just struggling since the layoffs. He was completely, utterly bankrupt. He had secretly taken out 3 massive personal loans in the past 2 years, all of them tied to a disastrous, failing commercial real estate investment in Florida that he had gotten scammed on. One of those loans was co-signed by Brenda, who, according to Vance's public records search, had quietly filed for legal separation from my dad 3 months prior. Their perfect, happy family was a complete sham. The money troubles had shattered their marriage, and my dad was looking at my inheritance as his only way to avoid total financial ruin. But my mom's file was even worse. She was 5 months behind on her rent. She had 4 different credit cards and active collections. She was currently trying to launch an online spiritual healing and wellness coaching business that had exactly 0 paying clients. But here was the kicker: Vance tracked the funds from her GoFundMe. The campaign that was supposedly meant to save her from imminent eviction, she wasn't using that money for rent. She was spending the thousands of dollars she raised on luxury spa treatments, expensive hair extensions, and designer handbags, desperately trying to rebrand herself as a wealthy wellness guru for her fake online business. And it got even deeper. While I was reviewing Vance's dossier, I got an urgent email from Marcus, my estate lawyer. The subject line read, "Urgent, new submission in inheritance case, key evidence filed by opposing counsel." I opened the attached PDF, expecting to see more baseless accusations from my dad's lawyer. Instead, what I saw made the blood freeze in my veins. Through the legal discovery process, Marcus had subpoenaed my dad's electronic communications to look for evidence of his financial motives. What they found was an email exchange. But it wasn't between my dad and Brenda. It was an email thread between my dad and my mom. They were dated exactly 3 weeks before Granddad Arthur passed away. 2 people who hadn't spoken a kind word to each other in 15 years were suddenly communicating daily. I read the emails, my hands shaking. "Dad, Susan, the old man is still refusing to update the will. He's getting confused, but he's stubborn. You know Julian won't know what to do with that kind of money anyway. He'll blow it. Mom, just keep pushing him, David. Remind him how he promised to help you when he retired. Play the sympathy card with his heart condition. I'll reach out to Clara and see if she can convince him to add something for me, too. I need capital for my business. Dad, once the old man croaks and it's settled, we'll split whatever we can contest 60/40. I'm doing most of the heavy lifting here. Mom, 50/50, David. Or I will gladly tell the courts about your little real estate fraud in Florida. Don't be greedy." I felt physically sick. The room literally tilted beneath me. They had been planning this. They had been actively scheming, together, behind my back, while my grandfather was literally on his deathbed. And when Granddad Arthur didn't bend to their manipulation, and left everything to me anyway, they initiated Plan B, destroy Julian. My mom's GoFundMe wasn't just funding her fake wellness lifestyle. Vance found the bank transfers. She was actively wiring a portion of the GoFundMe donations directly to my dad to help pay for the retainer of the lawyer who was currently suing me. They were a perfectly symbiotic parasite. The coordinated pressure, the emotional manipulation, the public smear campaign, the lawsuit. It wasn't desperation. It was a highly calculated, joint strategy. I forwarded everything to Marcus. When we spoke on the phone an hour later, he was practically buzzing with legal adrenaline. "Julian, this is a nuclear bomb," Marcus said. "This proves bad faith, collusion, and attempted fraud. We aren't just going to get this case dismissed. We are going to bury them." I knew he was right. But I also knew something else. This wasn't just about a courtroom anymore. This was deeply personal. They had tried to completely erase me as a child. Then, they tried to exploit me as an adult. And when both of those things failed, they came after my name, my integrity, and my peace. But they made one fatal mistake. They severely underestimated who I had become when I had absolutely nothing left to lose. I didn't want to just win a lawsuit. I wanted a reckoning so thorough, so public, and so devastating that they would never, ever mistake my silence for weakness again. So, I started setting the traps. The first step was the extended family. Over the years, I had distanced myself from most of my relatives, mostly out of necessity, but now, I needed them to see the truth. Not the twisted version my mom fed them on Facebook, but the cold, hard facts. I invited a few of the key players to lunch, quietly, separately. The first was my Aunt Cheryl, my mom's older sister. She showed up to the cafe wearing oversized sunglasses, looking incredibly guarded. I knew she had donated $500 to the GoFundMe. I knew she believed my mom's lies, but I also knew Aunt Cheryl possessed a vicious hatred for liars. I didn't argue with her. I didn't get emotional. I simply slid a printed copy of the email thread between my parents across the table, along with the bank statements proving my mom was funneling charity money to my dad's lawsuit. Aunt Cheryl read the documents twice. All the color completely drained from her face. "This is real?" she whispered, her voice shaking. "Every word," I replied. "I wanted you to know. Before this goes to court." I watched as the entire narrative she had clung to fractured into a million pieces. "You need to show everyone this," she said quietly. "They deserve to know what Susan is doing." I met with my cousin Daniel. I met with Granddad's old neighbor. One by one, I showed them the evidence. And one by one, the family began to quietly turn on my parents. I didn't ask them to post anything online. I just told them to wait for the trial. Meanwhile, Chloe was still living with me. We had actually built a real routine. I helped her enroll in a local community college, and she got a part-time job at a bookstore downtown. We didn't talk much about our dad, until one night, a week before the hearing. I found her sitting at the kitchen island, staring at her phone. "What's up?" I asked. She looked up, her eyes fierce. "Do you think it would be allowed if I testified?" I blinked, surprised. "Testified? In court?" "Yes," she said, her voice steady. "About Dad. About how he talks about you behind closed doors. About how he explicitly told me he only wanted the money to pay off his Florida debts. I still have the text messages, Julian. The ones where he threatened to kick me out if I didn't help him frame you." I sat down across from her. "Are you absolutely sure, Chloe? If you do this, you can never go back to him. He will hate you forever." She didn't even hesitate. "I don't want to go back. I want to tell the truth." And just like that, the final, fatal piece of the puzzle clicked into place. I had the financial documents, the timeline, the paper trail, the emails, and now I had a star witness. One they couldn't possibly discredit, one they never saw coming. Update 3. It was pouring rain the morning of the final hearing. I stood in front of the federal courthouse, holding an umbrella over Chloe as we watched the gray sky blur the sharp edges of the city. She was clutching a small leather binder to her chest. Inside it were the printed text messages from our father. We walked through the heavy double doors side by side. The courtroom smelled like old paper, floor wax, and tension. Aunt Clara sat quietly in the front row, holding my hand for a brief second as I walked past. Behind her sat Aunt Cheryl, Uncle Robert, and Cousin Daniel. The jury of our peers was fully assembled. My father sat at the plaintiff's table, his chief lawyer aggressively whispering into his ear. He looked exhausted, his skin gray and sagging. He refused to make eye contact with me. My mother was sitting in the second row, right behind his table. She was wearing a dramatic black dress, complete with a dark silk scarf and oversized sunglasses, looking like a grieving widow from a soap opera. It was so theatrical it was almost comical. The judge, a stern-looking woman in her 60s, entered the room and slammed her gavel. "I won't bore you with every single tedious legal motion, but what matters is the moment Marcus, my lawyer, stood up to present our counter-evidence." "Your Honor," Marcus said, his voice booming with calm, terrifying confidence, "we have submitted evidence that proves this entire case is not only entirely baseless, but is rooted in malicious fraud. These communications between the plaintiff, David Thomas, and his ex-wife, Susan Thomas, clearly demonstrate a highly premeditated attempt to manipulate the deceased's estate, followed by a coordinated, bad faith campaign to extort my client." Marcus placed the printed emails on the judge's desk. The judge put on her reading glasses and skimmed the pages. Her eyebrows slowly rose higher and higher. She looked up, her gaze locking onto my father. "Mr. Thomas," the judge said, her voice dripping with ice, "did you, or did you not, conspire with your ex-wife to split an inheritance that you were fully aware you were not entitled to?" My dad's lawyer frantically stood up. "Objection, Your Honor, these emails are taken out of context." "Overruled," the judge snapped. She turned her attention back to Marcus. "Counselor, you mentioned extortion?" "Yes, Your Honor." Marcus smiled like a shark. "We have also submitted financial records proving that Susan Thomas initiated a fraudulent public GoFundMe campaign under the guise of preventing her own eviction. However, bank records show those charitable funds were actually being wired directly to the plaintiff's legal team to fund this very lawsuit." The entire courtroom went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. My mother physically recoiled in her seat, ripping off her sunglasses. Her mouth opened and closed like a dying fish. My father buried his face in his hands. "Furthermore," Marcus continued, not giving them an inch to breathe, "we have a witness who can speak directly to the plaintiff's state of mind and his attempts to coerce family members into committing perjury." Chloe stood up. When my dad saw his own daughter walk up to the witness stand, all the remaining fight completely left his body. He looked like he had just been shot. Chloe was incredible. She didn't cry. She didn't shake. She spoke clearly and directly into the microphone. She read the text messages word for word. The texts where our dad called me a stupid ATM. The texts where he admitted his Florida investments were bankrupting him. The texts where he threatened to throw her onto the streets if she didn't help him steal the money. When she finished, the judge leaned forward, steepling her fingers. "Miss Thomas," the judge asked gently, "do you believe your father filed this lawsuit because he genuinely believed his father was manipulated?" "No, Your Honor," Chloe said firmly. "He filed it because he is broke, and he thought Julian would be an easy target." The judge nodded slowly. She looked disgusted. She turned her attention to my dad's lawyer. "Does the plaintiff have anything to say before I throw this absolute circus out of my courtroom?" My dad's lawyer didn't even stand up. He just shook his head. "Case dismissed with prejudice," the judge declared, banging her gavel so hard it echoed. "And Mr. Thomas, I am formally forwarding the financial evidence regarding the GoFundMe campaign to the District Attorney's Office for potential wire fraud investigation. You and your ex-wife should consider yourselves incredibly lucky if you don't end up in a federal cell. The room erupted into chaos. My mother started hyperventilating, aggressively pointing fingers at my dad, screaming that it was all his idea. My dad just sat there, completely paralyzed, staring at the wood grain of the table. I didn't stick around to watch the rest of their meltdown. I walked out of the courtroom, Chloe by my side, and stepped out into the cool, fresh air, but I wasn't quite done yet. The moment the verdict was finalized, I initiated the final phase of my plan. I went to the post office and mailed out 45 handwritten letters. I sent them to every single relative, every single family friend, and every single person who had left a nasty comment on Facebook or donated to the GoFundMe. I didn't yell in the letters. I didn't call names. I just included a copy of the judge's dismissal, a copy of the emails, and a brief note explaining exactly how my parents had manipulated them. The fallout was biblical. Within 24 hours, the GoFundMe was reported for fraud and permanently taken down. Donors began demanding their money back en masse. Aunt Cheryl publicly posted the court documents on her Facebook page, effectively excommunicating my mother from the entire extended family. My mom's fake spiritual coaching website was deleted a week later. She was forced to move out of her apartment and is currently living in a cramped trailer park 2 towns over, entirely isolated. As for my dad, Brenda finalized the divorce and took the house. He declared total bankruptcy a month after the trial. The last I heard, he is renting a single room in a stranger's basement and working part-time at a hardware store just to afford groceries. He tried calling Chloe a dozen times, leaving desperate, sobbing voicemails begging for forgiveness. She changed her number, and me, I am finally living. I paid off the remaining balance of Aunt Clara's mortgage. I didn't make a big show of it. I just wired the money directly to the bank and left a card on her kitchen table that said, "Thank you for being the only one who fought for me." She called me crying so hard she could barely breathe. And for the first time in my life, they were happy tears. Chloe is still living with me, but she is saving up for her own place. She changed her major to pre-law. The inheritance is still sitting safely in my investment accounts. I bought myself a reliable new truck, and I spend most of my weekends up at Grandad Arthur's lake cabin, fixing the porch and fishing in the absolute quiet. People always ask me if I regret not making peace with my parents, if I ever feel a shred of guilt for how completely their lives were destroyed. I don't, not for a single second. Because peace isn't pretending. Peace isn't staying silent while toxic people use you as a stepping stone. Peace is knowing the absolute truth. They left me behind when I was 9 years old. I moved forward, alone at first, but never again. And that, finally, is more than enough. He's going to take care of us, Dad said after giving my brother everything. My parents priced my brother at $850,000 and me at leftover junk. My name is Marcus. I'm 33 years old, and I want to tell you about the exact moment I stopped being a good son. Or, more accurately, the day my parents made it abundantly clear that I had never really been one to begin with. Let me back up and give you some context. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. We lived in a modest, vinyl-sided house on a quiet cul-de-sac. It was the kind of neighborhood where everyone knew what kind of car you drove, but nobody really knew what was going on behind closed doors. My parents, Richard and Helen, raised 2 boys in that house, me, and my older brother, Julian. Julian is 36 now, 3 years my senior. For the vast majority of my life, if you had asked me, I would have told you that Julian and I were close. We weren't blood brothers who shared our deepest, darkest secrets, but we were close enough. We'd grab a couple of IPAs every other weekend, argue about Ohio State football, and complain about our wives in that specific way guys do when they are deeply in love but just need to vent about whose turn it was to take out the recycling. It was normal, everyday brother stuff. I thought we had a solid bond. I was wrong. I am a plumbing and HVAC contractor. I have been since I was 19. I skipped the entire college experience because, frankly, traditional schooling was never my arena. I was the kid who couldn't sit still through a 45-minute history lecture without feeling like my skin was crawling and the walls were closing in. The thought of taking on massive student debt for 4 more years of sitting at a desk sounded like a prison sentence that I had to finance. So, I took a different route. I enrolled in a trade school, got my certifications, apprenticed under a grizzled old master plumber, and started working for a local commercial company. By the time I turned 26, I had branched out and started my own small business. It was nothing glamorous. It was just me, a used Ford Transit van, and a willingness to show up at 11 p.m. on a Saturday when a restaurant's grease trap backed up or a homeowner's water heater decided to violently expire. I did okay for myself. Actually, I did much better than okay. Over the years, I built that humble one-man operation into a company that now employs 10 people. I own my home outright. I have a robust retirement portfolio. My wife, Elena, and I are not flying private jets, but we are incredibly comfortable. And the most important part? We earned every single inch of that comfort with our own calloused hands and late nights. Julian, on the other hand, went the traditional, parent-approved route. He got a business degree from a prestigious private university, followed it up with an MBA, and then embarked on a string of high-paying corporate jobs where his title seemed to change every 18 months. Vice President of Synergy, Director of Strategic Implementation. His actual day-to-day responsibilities remained a complete mystery to everyone in the family, possibly even to him. He married a woman named Chloe, who is exactly the kind of person whose entire personality revolves around her aesthetic. If you're wondering what kind of imported Italian Carrara marble she has on her kitchen island, don't worry, she will find a way to tell you within 5 minutes of meeting her. Julian and Chloe live in a massive, sprawling modern farmhouse built in Dublin, Ohio, an affluent suburb. They drive the kind of luxury SUVs that make you wonder if the monthly lease payment comes with a complimentary panic attack. They look incredibly successful. Whether they actually are successful is an entirely different conversation, one that my parents never wanted to have. Here is the fundamental truth about my family dynamic that I didn't fully process until 8 months ago. My parents always treated Julian differently. It wasn't always a glaring, abusive favoritism that you could point to and scream, "That's toxic." It was far more insidious than that. It was the kind of favoritism that acts like water slowly wearing down a stone, quietly, over decades. Growing up, Julian got the master bedroom when my dad built an addition. Julian's travel baseball games were the holy grail of our family calendar. My dad never missed a single inning. Meanwhile, my state wrestling tournaments were always a, "we'll try our best to make it, but your mother has a headache" situation. When Julian graduated with his MBA, my parents rented out a country club banquet room and threw a massive party with 70 guests. When I officially registered my LLC and started my business, I got a pat on the back, a Hallmark card, and a $50 gift card to Home Depot. Look, I know the gift card was practically useful, but the disparity in celebration was deafening. For years, I lied to myself. I told myself it didn't bother me. I rationalized it by saying that parents are just human beings, that they connect differently with different children based on shared interests, and that it didn't mean they loved me any less. It just meant they expressed their love differently. I had constructed this elaborate internal monologue, rehearsing it so many times that it almost felt like the truth. I had Elena. I had my thriving business. I had a life I had built from the dirt up. I told myself I didn't need my parents' approval. I just wanted it. But there is a massive, crushing difference between those two things, and if you let it, that difference will eat you alive from the inside out. Everything shattered 8 months ago. It was a cold, rainy Thursday evening in late October. My parents' kitchen sink had been leaking for about 3 weeks. My mom had called me about it 4 separate times. She didn't call to ask how my day was. She didn't call to see if Elena and I wanted to come over for a Sunday roast. She called exclusively to tell me the sink was still dripping and to ask when I was coming to fix it. Because that is exactly what I was to them. I wasn't Marcus, their son. I was Marcus the plumber. I was the free utility you call when something is broken and you don't want to pay a professional. I drove over to their house straight from a grueling commercial job. I was still in my heavy work clothes, exhausted, my hands stained, and smelling faintly of PVC primer and damp crawl spaces. When I walked through the front door, my dad was anchored to his recliner in the living room, watching some World War II documentary. He barely grunted an acknowledgement when I walked in. My mom was in the kitchen. She didn't say hello. She didn't offer me a glass of water or a cup of coffee. She just pointed at the sink like I was a hired hand who had never been in her home before, said, "It's the handle on the left," and immediately walked back to the laundry room. I sighed, got down on my knees, and slid under the sink. It was an incredibly simple fix. The cartridge inside the faucet valve was worn out. It was a 15-minute job, tops. I realized I needed a specific basin wrench that I had accidentally left in my other truck, but I knew my dad had a spare in the infamous junk drawer next to the refrigerator. You know the drawer. The one stuffed with dead batteries, dull scissors, expired takeout menus from restaurants that closed in 2012, and random screwdrivers. I pulled the drawer open and started digging through the chaotic mess, searching for the wrench. That is when my knuckles brushed against a thick, manila envelope tucked underneath a stack of old appliance warranties and tangled rubber bands. The metal clasp was undone, and the flap was open. I could clearly see heavy, official-looking legal paper inside. Normally, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. People keep random important documents in weird places all the time. But there was a bright yellow sticky note slapped right on the front of it. In my dad's unmistakable, blocky handwriting, it read, "Updated September. Do not lose. September. As in, last month. As in, this was a brand new development." I pulled the envelope out. I know I shouldn't have. I know it was an invasion of privacy. But something deep in my gut, some primal instinct, screamed at me to look inside. And if my 33 years on this earth have taught me anything, it's that your gut is vastly smarter than your brain almost 100% of the time. I slid the papers out. It was a comprehensive copy of my parents' last will and testament, along with their full estate plan. It included trust documents, asset allocations, property deeds, life insurance beneficiaries, the entire financial architecture of their lives, stapled neatly together beneath a cover letter from a high-end estate law firm in downtown Columbus. As my eyes scanned the pages, my hands went completely numb. The blood drained from my face, and the ambient noise of the refrigerator humming seemed to fade into a vacuum. Everything was going to Julian, and I mean everything. The house they lived in, completely paid off. The joint savings accounts. A massive brokerage account I didn't even know existed. The base of no. A beautiful lakefront cabin property down near Hocking Hills that had been in my mother's family for 3 generations. The total net worth, laid out in a neat, clinical spreadsheet at the bottom of the summary page, came to exactly $850,000. Every single cent, every square inch of property, every stock and bond was allocated to Julian Thomas. My name appeared exactly one time in the entire 30-page document. In a minor section buried at the back, titled Other Considerations, there was a single, humiliating sentence. Marcus Richard shall receive personal effects as deemed appropriate by the surviving trustee. Personal effects as deemed appropriate. I wasn't even guaranteed a specific item. I was legally entitled to whatever dusty boxes of worthless junk Julian didn't feel like hauling to the local Goodwill. I knelt there on the cold linoleum floor, staring at the number, and $850,000. I read it 3 times because my brain refused to process the math. I flipped frantically through the remaining pages, desperately hoping I had missed an addendum, a separate trust, a life insurance policy with my name on it. There was nothing. My parents had quantified my worth, and the final tally was 0. I was still kneeling there, the heavy papers trembling in my hands, when I heard my dad's voice boom behind me. He didn't sound concerned. He didn't sound embarrassed that his secret was out. He sounded absolutely furious. Put that down. I turned around slowly. He was standing in the kitchen doorway, his face flushed a deep, angry crimson. My mom was hovering anxiously behind him, her hands twisting a cheap dish towel into knots, her eyes wide with the panic of a cornered animal. Marcus, put those documents down right this second. My dad barked, stepping toward me. I stood up. I am 6'2", and my dad is about 5'9". When we are both standing, the physical difference is impossible to ignore. I think in that specific moment, looking up at me, that difference intimidated him more than he would ever admit. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I held the papers loosely at my side, looked him dead in the eyes, and delivered the calmest, coldest sentence of my life. What exactly is this? My dad's jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth would crack. That is absolutely none of your business. That is a private, legally binding document. It has my name in it, I replied, my voice dangerously steady. Exactly one time, in a section about leftover garbage. I'd say that makes it heavily my business. My mom stepped out from behind him. She deployed the look she always used when she was about to gaslight me into accepting her version of reality. Marcus, honey, please calm down. You are taking this entirely out of context. Estate planning is very complicated. There is a lot of legal nuance that you just wouldn't understand. The number is $850,000. I interrupted, my voice slicing through the room. All of it, every penny, goes to Julian. What specific part of that math am I taking out of context, Mom? The kitchen fell into a suffocating silence. The only sound was the broken faucet I had been trying to fix. Drip, 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 one drop every 3 seconds. It sounded like a judge's gavel echoing in a courtroom. My dad crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Your brother has a family to provide for, Marcus. He has significant responsibilities. He has a massive mortgage on that house in Dublin. They plan on having kids soon. He needs the financial security. I have a family, I shot back, the anger finally bleeding into my tone. I have a wife, I have a mortgage, I have a business with 10 employees whose mortgages and families depend entirely on me keeping the lights on. How is that not responsibility? That's different, my mom whispered, looking at the floor. How? I demanded, taking a step toward her. Explain to me exactly how it is different. She didn't answer. She just looked up at my dad with desperate, pleading eyes. It was her classic move. Pass the baton. Let Richard deal with the messy emotional fallout. My dad cleared his throat, trying to regain his authority. Look, son. You have done very well for yourself. You've always been the fiercely independent one. You never needed our help to get where you are. You're a survivor. Julian is different. He's had a much harder road. I actually laughed. A harsh, bitter bark of laughter ripped its way out of my chest. Julian had a harder road? I asked, staring at him in sheer disbelief. The guy with a fully funded private college education? The guy with the MBA? The guy with the massive house and the wife who complains about the maid service? That Julian had a harder road than the guy who spent his 20s crawling under mobile homes at midnight in freezing mud to fix burst pipes? He drives an $85,000 luxury SUV. I continued, the dam completely breaking. He went on a 2-week Mediterranean cruise last spring. And you two helped pay for it. Don't look shocked, Mom. I know you gave them money for that trip because you drunkenly bragged about it to Elena's sister at a barbecue. Julian got a $75,000 down payment from you guys for that Dublin mansion. Elena and I scraped together every single cent of our down payment by ourselves. I worked 7 days a week for 3 straight years. Elena took on freelance graphic design jobs until 2 a.m. every night. We never asked you for a dime because we foolishly thought that's what you respected, hard work and independence. Turns out, the only thing you respected was Julian's shameless ability to beg. My dad took an aggressive step forward. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, Marcus. Then explain it to me, I roared, my voice shaking the cabinets. Explain to me why Julian gets an $850,000 empire, and I get your dusty personal effects as deemed appropriate. Explain it to me like I'm the dumb kid who wasn't smart enough for a real university. Explain it real slow, Dad. I saw the words hit him like a physical blow, because those were the exact words he had used against me when I was 18 and told him I was choosing trade school over a 4-year college. He had sneered, said, well, I guess not everyone is intellectually cut out for the academic route, and walked out of the room. It was a sentence designed to make me feel small, and I had carried it like a stone in my shoe for 15 years. My mom started crying. It wasn't loud, hysterical sobbing. It was the quiet, manipulative kind of crying. Her chin trembled, her shoulders shook, and she dabbed at her eyes with a cheap dish towel. For 33 years, that exact performance had worked on me. It was our toxic dance. Step 1. I discover something hurtful they did. Step 2. I get rightfully angry. Step 3. Mom cries. Step 4. I feel overwhelming guilt, swallow my anger, and apologize for having basic human emotions. Step 5. We pretend everything is perfect until the cycle repeats. Not this time. I felt absolutely nothing watching her cry. I need you to answer me, I said, my voice dropping back to a terrifying calm. Why? My dad slowly sank into one of the kitchen chairs. He rubbed his face with both hands, looking suddenly very old and very tired. When he finally looked up at me, he delivered the sentence that would permanently sever our relationship. Because Julian is going to take care of us when we get old. And there it was, the ugly, naked truth, stripped of all the polite estate planning jargon and fake parental concern. This wasn't about love. This was a transaction. They were treating their children like mutual funds, investing heavily in the son they expected a massive return from. The expectation was that Julian would eventually move them into his sprawling Dublin estate. Julian would manage their end-of-life care. Julian would be the beautiful, successful son who hosted the holidays and paraded grandchildren around. I was just the plumber, the blue-collar grunt who fixes the sink for free and goes back to his side of town. Has Julian explicitly agreed to this arrangement? I asked, staring blankly at the wall. My dad looked down at the table. We have discussed the future with him, yes. So, Julian knows about the will. He knows the exact numbers. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Julian knows, I stated. It wasn't a question anymore. More silence. Which was the loudest answer they could have possibly given. I slowly walked over to the counter and set the thick manila envelope down. I looked over at the sink. The new $12 cartridge and my tool bag were sitting right there. I could have finished the job in 5 minutes. I could have replaced the part, tightened the valve, wiped up the water, and driven home. That is what the old Marcus would have done. Fix the mess, swallow the agonizing pain, call Elena on the drive home, vent for 20 minutes, and then spend the next 6 months pretending my heart wasn't shattered. Instead, I picked up my heavy tool bag and slung it over my shoulder. I looked at my mother, who was still weeping into her towel, and my father, who refused to meet my gaze. The cartridge in the valve is shot, I said quietly. You can buy a replacement at any hardware store for about $12. There's a guy on YouTube who can walk you through the installation. Good luck with the house. I turned around and walked out the front door. I climbed into the cab of my work truck, the vinyl seat freezing against my back, and turned the key. I didn't touch the radio. I didn't call my wife. I just let the hum of the engine and the biting Ohio wind rushing through the cracked window fill the silence. My mind was a relentless projector, playing back 33 years of memories through a brutal new filter. Every birthday where Julian got the lavish gift and I got a gift card. Every Thanksgiving where Dad spent 2 hours interrogating Julian about his corporate strategies, but never once asked about the massive commercial contracts I was bidding on. Every time Mom introduced us to her country club friends, this is Julian, he's a corporate executive, and this is Marcus. Not Marcus the business owner, not Marcus the self-made man, just Marcus. When I finally pulled into my driveway, Elena was sitting on the living room couch, working on her laptop. She took one look at my pale, devastated face, immediately shut her computer, and walked over to me. "What happened?" she asked, her voice laced with dread. I sat down at the kitchen island and told her everything. I recited every word, described every eye roll, and laid out the exact $850,000 figure. She didn't interrupt me once. She didn't gasp, or cry, or offer empty platitudes. She just listened intently, her jaw tightening with every sentence. When I finally finished, the house was perfectly quiet for about 30 seconds. Then, she reached across the counter, took my hands in hers, and said 4 words with absolute, terrifying conviction. "We are done with them." I know there are people reading this who will think I overreacted. People who will say, "It's just money, Marcus. Family is more important than an inheritance. You shouldn't throw your parents away over a will." If you think that, you are entirely missing the point. It was never about the money. I didn't need their $850,000. I have my own wealth. I have been building my own impenetrable fortress of security since I was 19. It was about what the money represented. It was a literal scoreboard. It was a legally binding document, notarized and filed with the state, that explicitly stated my parents valued one of their sons at nearly $1 million, and valued the other at whatever dusty garbage was left in the attic. Update 1. That night in the kitchen was exactly 8 months ago. I did exactly what Elena said. I went absolute, scorched earth, no contact. I blocked my parents' numbers, I blocked Julian's number, I blocked Chloe's number. And for the first several months, the silence from their end was deafening. None of them even tried to reach out. It proved everything I needed to know. The initial transition was brutally hard. I won't sugarcoat the psychological toll it took. I threw myself into my plumbing business with a borderline manic obsession, which is my default coping mechanism when I am trying to outrun grief. I worked 14-hour days. I took on jobs I normally would have passed on. I was trying to exhaust myself so I wouldn't have to lie awake at night staring at the ceiling. Elena let me run myself ragged for about 2 weeks before she staged an intervention. She sat me down at the same kitchen island and said, "Marcus, you cannot outrun this trauma with a pipe wrench. You are bleeding all over the floor, and you need to actually deal with it." She was right, she usually is. I found a therapist named Vance. He was in his late 50s, a former Marine, and exactly the kind of no-nonsense professional I needed. He wasn't the type to let you ramble for an hour and softly ask, "And how does that make your inner child feel?" If I started making excuses for my parents, Vance would cut me off mid-sentence and say, "That is a fictional narrative you are telling yourself to avoid the pain of reality. What actually happened?" I liked him immediately. Vance helped me dismantle 33 years of psychological conditioning. He helped me realize that the will wasn't the inciting incident, it was the grand finale. It was the culmination of a lifetime of tiny, calculated decisions my parents had made. I had been pigeonholed as the low-maintenance child. Because I never asked for help, they assumed I never needed it. Because I was self-sufficient, I became invisible. I had adopted a survival strategy: if I am useful, if I fix their sinks and mow their lawns, they will have to love me. Except, they didn't, they just used me. I was a tool in a toolbox, taken out when something was broken, and shoved back into the dark when the job was done. The strangest part about going no contact is the massive vacuum of time and emotional energy it creates in your life. Suddenly, I wasn't spending my Sunday afternoons driving across town to fix my dad's lawnmower while he watched golf. I wasn't spending holidays sitting at the end of a long dining table, passing the mashed potatoes while Julian held court and basked in my parents' adoration. I took all of that reclaimed energy and poured it directly into my future. I had been running my business lean for years, handling all the dispatching, invoicing, and logistics myself. It was a massive bottleneck. I finally bit the bullet and hired a full-time operations manager named Sarah. Sarah was a force of nature. She walked into my chaotic office, took one look at my filing system, which was essentially a series of milk crates labeled with masking tape, laughed out loud, and completely overhauled my life. Within 3 months, Sarah had digitized our entire back end, streamlined our dispatching, and freed me up to focus exclusively on bidding for massive commercial contracts. And we started winning them. We landed a massive renovation for a boutique hotel in the Short North District. We secured the plumbing contract for a massive new craft brewery expansion. By month 5 of no contact, my company's revenue had exploded by 40%. I hired 3 more technicians. I bought 2 brand new, fully wrapped commercial vans. Elena's freelance graphic design business exploded at the exact same time. She transitioned to full-time, built an incredible portfolio, and suddenly had high-paying corporate retainers. We sat down one Saturday morning, looked at our combined financial dashboards, and realized we had built a fortress. We were completely, untouchably secure. I was sleeping 8 hours a night for the first time in my adult life. I felt like I had dropped a 100-pound rucksack I didn't even know I was carrying. Then, around the 6-month mark, the karmic wheel finally turned. Columbus is a big city, but the professional circles can be remarkably small. Through a convoluted grapevine, Elena's sister's husband plays golf with a guy who works in the same corporate building as Julian's wife, Chloe. We started getting incredibly detailed intel. Julian was drowning. His tech consulting firm had gone through a massive, brutal round of corporate layoffs right before the holidays. Julian's position, whatever director of synergy actually entailed, was eliminated, restructured right out of existence. He managed to find another job a few months later, but it was a massive step down in prestige, and more importantly, a massive pay cut. When your entire identity and lifestyle are built on a house of cards financed by debt, a pay cut is a death sentence. The $85,000 SUV payments, the Dublin mansion mortgage, the country club dues, the imported marble, it all started caving in. Chloe started posting bizarre, cryptic things on Instagram about embracing minimalism and finding joy in the simple things, which, as anyone knows, is the universal social media bat signal that a couple has maxed out their credit cards and is facing financial ruin. The big house was apparently feeling very small, and the marriage was fracturing under the stress. But here is where the story goes from sad to poetic. Remember the grand bargain? The reason Julian was getting the $850,000? He was going to take care of my parents. Well, my dad's health took a sudden, sharp decline. His knees finally gave out, and he needed a complex double replacement surgery. At the exact same time, my mom's arthritis flared up so severely she could barely navigate the stairs of their home. They desperately needed help. They needed someone to drive them to physical therapy, clean the house, cook meals, and manage the property. And Julian? Julian was completely AWOL. He was too stressed, too busy trying to save his crumbling lifestyle, too overwhelmed by his own bad decisions to drive across town and change his mother's light bulbs. The golden son, the $1 million investment, was returning absolutely zero dividends when it actually mattered. They had bet their entire estate on a single horse, and that horse was currently getting repossessed. I won't lie to you and say I took the high road. I felt a deep, dark, incredibly satisfying sense of vindication. Update 2. Then, on a Tuesday evening in late March, my phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. I looked down at the screen. Incoming call. Mom. It was the first time I had seen that name on my screen in 8 months. I didn't answer it. I let it ring until it went to voicemail. I stared at the phone like it was a live grenade. Elena walked into the kitchen, saw the look on my face, and immediately knew. Are you going to listen to it? She asked softly. I have to, I replied. I put the voicemail on speakerphone. My mother's voice echoed through our pristine kitchen, and she sounded shockingly frail. She sounded like she had aged 10 years and 8 months. Marcus, honey, it's Mom. I know it's been a long time. I know some things were said last year that were unfortunate, and I know you're upset, but I really need to talk to you. Your father's knee surgery is next week, and the recovery is going to be so hard, and we just desperately need some help around the house. The gutters are falling off, and the basement is damp, and, well, there are some other family matters we should probably discuss. Please call me back. I love you. And I played the message twice. I wanted to analyze every single syllable, and what I found was exactly what I expected. Zero accountability. There was no apology. There was no, we were wrong. There was only, things were said, a classic passive voice deflection, and, you're upset, placing the emotional burden entirely on me. She was rewriting history to frame my justified rage as a silly misunderstanding, right before sliding in her real agenda. We need our free handyman back. I didn't call her back. 2 days later, Julian called. I sent him straight to voicemail too. His message was a masterpiece of narcissistic delusion. Hey man, it's Julian. Look, Mom and Dad are really struggling right now, and I think it's incredibly selfish of you to be ghosting them over some legal paperwork you weren't even supposed to snoop through. They're getting old, Marcus. They need their family. Stop throwing a tantrum and call them back. We need to figure out a schedule for Dad's recovery. Selfish. The guy who happily accepted $850,000 while watching his brother get written out of the family was calling me selfish for not wanting to clean their gutters. It was so perfectly absurd I actually laughed out loud. I took the voicemails to my therapist, Vance. We spent the whole hour dissecting them. Vance looked at me and asked the $1 million question. What is your endgame here, Marcus? Do you want revenge? Do you want the money? What do you actually want? I thought about it long and hard. I don't want a dime of their money. I don't want to punish them. I just want them to look me in the eye and admit it. I want them to say, out loud, that they valued me less, that they treated me like garbage, and that they were wrong. I want the truth on the record. Vance nodded. Then go get it. Before I made my move, I called up an old high school buddy named Kevin, who is now a viciously smart estate litigation attorney in downtown Columbus. I bought him a plate of brisket at a BBQ joint in German Village and laid out the entire scenario. Kevin wiped barbecue sauce off his chin and gave me the legal reality. Legally, Marcus, you have no standing. Your parents can leave their money to their golden retriever if they want to. However, the $75,000 down payment, the vacations, the explicit verbal agreement that Julian would provide care in exchange for the estate that establishes a clear pattern. If Julian isn't fulfilling his end of the bargain, your parents have a massive problem. But morally, you hold every single card in the deck. You have all the leverage. Armed with that knowledge, I finally texted my mother. I will come to the house this Saturday at noon. I am not coming to fix anything. I am coming to talk. Julian must be there. If he isn't, I leave. 12. Julian must be there. Saturday morning arrived. I didn't dress up, but I didn't wear my work clothes either. I wore a clean flannel, dark jeans, and my boots. I wanted to look exactly like who I was, a man who didn't need them. Elena kissed me at the door and said, "Do not let them gaslight you. Hold the line." I drove to the house. Julian's leased luxury SUV was parked in the driveway, looking freshly washed. I parked my massive commercial truck right behind him, boxing him in. I walked up to the front door and let myself in. They were all waiting in the living room. It looked like a tribunal. Dad was anchored in his recliner, his bad knees propped up on pillows, looking pale and defeated. Mom was perched nervously on the edge of the sofa. Julian was standing by the fireplace, arms crossed over his chest, trying to project an aura of corporate dominance. He looked exhausted. The bags under his eyes were dark purple. I walked in, didn't say hello, pulled a dining chair into the center of the room, and sat down. I looked at the three of them. "Somebody want to start?" I asked, my voice echoing in the quiet room. Julian, ever the arrogant executive, took the bait. "Yeah, I'll start. You have been acting like a petulant child for 8 months, Marcus. Mom and Dad are dealing with severe medical issues, and you are throwing a pity party because you snooped through private documents and got your feelings hurt. It's time to grow up and help out." I stared at him, letting the silence stretch until it became deeply uncomfortable. "Is that what they told you, Julian?" I asked softly. "That I'm throwing a pity party?" Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like I walked away from a toxic business transaction. You are standing in a house that is legally promised to you, along with $850,000 in diversified assets. So maybe your perspective on my feelings is a little compromised by your greed. Julian shifted his weight, his corporate armor cracking slightly. He glanced at Dad, but Dad was staring intensely at the carpet. "Did you know about the specifics of the will, Julian?" I asked, locking eyes with him. He hesitated. I knew they were making arrangements. "Don't manage me, Julian," I snapped, my voice cracking like a whip. "Did you know the exact terms? Did you know you were getting everything and I was getting nothing?" Julian swallowed hard. "Yes. Dad and I discussed it last summer. And you didn't think to maybe mention to your brother that he was being entirely cut out of the family legacy?" "It wasn't my place to discuss their finances," Julian deflected weakly. "It wasn't your place to tell me," I repeated, nodding slowly. "But it was absolutely your place to quietly accept the $1 million. Take the $75,000 down payment for your mansion, let them pay for your Mediterranean cruise, and watch me crawl under their house for free every weekend. Right?" My mom leaned forward, tears already pooling in her eyes. "Marcus, please. We made that estate decision for entirely practical reasons. Julian explicitly agreed to be our primary caretaker when our health declined. That is a massive financial and emotional commitment, and we felt it was only fair to compensate him for that future burden." I turned my gaze entirely to her. "Okay, Mom, let's talk about practicality. In the last 8 months, since you signed that document, how many times has Julian come over to help?" Silence. "How many times has the golden child driven down from Dublin to clean your gutters? How many times has he prepped meals for Dad's surgery? How many times has he fixed the leaking sink that I left broken on the floor 8 months ago?" Dad closed his eyes. Mom let out a quiet sob. Julian's face flushed a deep, humiliated red. "I'll answer for you," I said, my voice dripping with absolute contempt. "Based on everything I know, Julian has been here exactly twice, both for holidays. Meanwhile, when I was in the picture, I was here every single weekend. I saved you thousands of dollars in labor. I was the caretaker. I just didn't charge you $850,000 for the privilege. I've been going through a massive crisis." Julian suddenly exploded, his corporate facade completely shattering. "I lost my job. Chloe and I are drowning in debt. I am trying to save my marriage and my house. Marcus, I haven't had the time." "I didn't ask about your pathetic financial problems, Julian," I said, my voice dead calm. "I asked about your promise. You took the money. You took the down payment. You signed the moral contract. And the absolute second the bill came due, the second they actually needed you, you abandoned them. You are a fraud." The room went completely, terrifyingly silent. The truth was finally out in the open, raw and bleeding on the carpet. I turned to my father. He looked broken. "Dad, look at me." He slowly raised his head. His eyes were shining with tears. In 33 years, I had never seen my father cry. Not once. "Why?" I asked, all the anger suddenly draining out of me. leaving only a hollow exhaustion. Forget the money, I don't care about the money. My business is clearing more profit in a month than you made in a year. I don't need your house. But I need to know why it was always him. Why was I the afterthought? What did I do wrong? One of the Gajas. My dad's chest heaved. He looked like a man who had been carrying a crushing weight for decades and had finally collapsed under it. You didn't do anything wrong, Marcus? He choked out, his voice a ragged whisper. You were always so incredibly capable. From the time you were a kid, you just figured the world out. You built a business with your bare hands. You never asked us for a dime. You didn't need us. Julian always needed us. He needed the tutoring, he needed the loans, he needed the constant reassurance. And somewhere along the line, your mother and I made a terrible, unforgivable mistake. We confused you not needing us financially with you not wanting us emotionally. We poured everything into the son who demanded it, and we completely neglected the son who actually deserved it. That is the weakest excuse I have ever heard, I said, though my own throat was tightening. I showed you I wanted you by showing up, by fixing your house, by calling every Sunday. That was my love language, and you exploited it. I know, Dad wept, the tears finally spilling over his cheeks. I see it now. The will was a mistake. Treating you like a handyman was a mistake. Valuing his degrees over your dirt and sweat was the biggest regret of my life. We were entirely, completely wrong. And I am so deeply sorry, my son. My mom was openly sobbing now, burying her face in her hands. We are so sorry, Marcus, we are so ashamed. I looked at Julian. He was staring at the floor, the arrogance completely stripped away, leaving only a tired, broke man who realized he had ruined his family for nothing. You took the deal, Julian, I said softly. You sold me out. I did. Julian whispered, his voice cracking. I was greedy. I was insecure about how successful you were becoming, and I liked being the favorite. It was disgusting, and I am sorry. Lowe's. I sat there for a long time. I let their apologies hang in the air. They weren't perfect apologies, but they were real. The illusion was dead. I am not going to never forgive you. I finally said, standing up. But things are never going back to the way they were. I am not your utility anymore. If we are going to have a relationship, it is going to be on equal footing. Dad, you are going to rip up that will and split it 50/50, or I am walking out that door and never coming back. I'll call the lawyer on Monday, Dad said immediately, without a second of hesitation. I swear to God, Marcus. I nodded. I'll be back on Tuesday to help with the recovery after your surgery. Not because I'm bought and paid for. Because it's the right thing to do. Nodar. I walked out of the house. I didn't fix the sink that day. It has been about 3 months since that confrontation. Things are not perfectly healed. Anyone who tells you that decades of family trauma can be fixed with one dramatic conversation is lying to you. But things are fundamentally different. Dad had his knee surgery. Elena and I took shifts, helping out at the house. Julian took shifts too. We forced him to step up. And to his credit, he did. He swallowed his pride, sold the massive Dublin mansion, downsized to a normal townhouse, and is trying to rebuild his life without my parents' wallet acting as a safety net. 2 weeks ago, my dad drove over to my commercial shop. In 15 years of me running a plumbing business, my father had never once set foot on my property. He walked through the massive warehouse, looked at the fleet of branded vans, looked at my 10 employees loading up for the day, and walked into my office. He stood in the doorway, looking at the massive whiteboard filled with lucrative commercial contracts, and then looked at me. You built all of this? He said, awe in his voice. Yeah, Dad, I replied, leaning back in my chair. I built it. He smiled, a genuine, proud smile. I am so incredibly proud of you, Marcus. I should have been saying that every day for the last 15 years. So, that is my story. I found a piece of paper that told me I was worthless to the people who were supposed to love me most. I walked away. I built an empire out of my own grief, and when the golden child inevitably collapsed under the weight of his own incompetence, I forced my family to look in the mirror. If you are the scapegoat in your family, if you are the kid who gives everything and receives nothing, hear me right now. Your worth is not determined by blind people. Walk away, build your own table. And if they ever come crawling back and ask for a seat, make damn sure they know exactly what it costs to sit with you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a massive commercial contract to fulfill, and my wife is waiting for me at home.